Chapter 875. Most of the commoners did not know about the Ancient One's misfortune so quickly. However, this matter could not be kept under wraps for long. Some of the spies soon found out about it. After learning about the tragic fate of the Ancient One, some of them had a new understanding of Li Zongjiu's character. Especially after learning about the whole story, they finally knew that not only was Li Zongjiu not to be trifled with, but the rest of Li Zongjiu's clan members were also not to be trifled with. Otherwise, they would be making an enemy out of Li Zongjiu. What happened after that was much simpler. The Ancient One's name was quickly removed from the outstanding elixir list. The Ancient One was rather pitiful. He was an expert in alchemy, but he did not even have the chance to display his skills in alchemy in front of Li Zongjiu. If he had competed with Li Zongjiu in alchemy, he might have had a chance to show off his skills. However, he was immediately crippled. An alchemy genius of a generation was crippled just like that. It was simply unbelievable. Many people felt that it was a pity for the Ancient One. It was hard to imagine that such a thing would happen. However, the Gu family's matter would have to be carefully investigated. If the Gu family had swallowed their anger and humiliation, they would have been too tolerant. However, if they were to cause trouble for Li Zongjiu and wanted to deal with Li Zongjiu, the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion would not let the Gu family off. The Sacred Flame Imperial City would probably be in for another round of commotion. The next day, Nangong Wuji and the rest returned to White Deer Manor. However, they did not expect such a thing to happen in just a few days after they left. The strength of the Lingbo Palace was not to be underestimated. Without the support of the primitive emperors, White Deer Manor would not have been able to hold on. The main reason was that Li Zongjiu was not there. If he was, such a thing would not have happened. Fortunately, the matter had been resolved, and the people in White's Tag Manor didn't suffer much damage. I didn't expect to be targeted by these people, Nangong Wuji said in a deep voice. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. If he was still in the White Deer Manor, this wouldn't have happened. Even Li Zongjiu wouldn't be so angry. This matter is already in the past. There's no need to mention it again. Don't leave for the next 2 days. I'm going out, Li Zongjiu said. Nangong Wuji nodded. This time, the three of them had gone out to obtain an extremely important material, which was also the most important thing that the formation of the mysterious gate needed. Who knew that the other party would take advantage of this loophole in such a short period of time? This made Nangong Wuji a little unhappy. If these people dared to act recklessly, Nangong Wuji would definitely not be polite. Nangong Wuji nodded when he heard that Li Zongjiu was going on a long journey. Don't worry. Li Zongjiu found the King of Fire. When the King of Fire heard that Li Zongjiu wanted her help, she agreed without any hesitation. If it wasn't something important, the King of Fire wouldn't leave her Ghost King Palace so easily. In the entire Holy Flame Royal City, only Li Zongjiu could invite the King of Fire. Li Zongjiu also brought along Li Yan. Lu Yong and Su Baichuan also went with them. Xiao Zhao was already able to handle the matters in the White Deer Manor. After all, with the help of Li Zongjiu's pills, even a dying person could be saved. Hello, Master. Li Yan greeted the King of Fire warmly when she saw him. The two of them got along quite well. On the other hand, Lu Yong and Su Baichuan couldn't help but feel puzzled when they saw the King of Fire. The King of Fire looked so young and shouldn't be that powerful. However, the King of Fire gave them the feeling that he was very powerful. Even Su Baichuan didn't know where the King of Fire came from. Since Li Yan was here, they directly drove the Qilin worship and soared into the sky. Boom! Outside the city, the Qilin worship soared into the sky and sped towards Tai Province with 5 people on board. Tai Province was definitely the birthplace of the Meta Beasts. The mountain ranges overlapped with each other. It was enough to see a chain of mountains that stretched endlessly. Within the Tai region, there were very few cities. This was because human cities were almost untenable here. It wouldn't take long for them to be destroyed by some abnormally ferocious meta-beasts. This place could be considered the meta-beast world. Thai province, Mang Huang Mountain. Some time ago, someone discovered traces of the Yama python. Among the grade 6 meta-beasts, the Yama python's entanglement is definitely one of the best. Although Li Zongjio had close to 3,000 years of cultivation experience in his previous life, he was completely inferior to the two people in front of him in terms of meta-beasts research. After all, these two people were experts in the field of meta-beasts research. The Yama python, Li Yan, who was piloting the flying ship, couldn't help but tremble when she heard this. She had never imagined that Li Zongjio and the others would actually want to deal with the Yama python. Mang Huang Mountain. This place could definitely be considered to be filled with immortal qi, with all sorts of ancient auras gushing out. Anyone who came to a place like this would definitely feel how insignificant they were. There was a vast mountain in front of them. Compared to it, the Qilin worship was like a small leaf. They traversed through the vast forest. Rumble. As the Qilin worship swayed, it immediately felt the terrifying aura coming from all directions. In the sky, groups of flying meta-beasts were flying together. In such a place, it seemed to be an extremely comfortable, unbridled, and free-living space. It was as if they had arrived at the meta-beast's heaven. Even some of the younger origin beasts would approach the Qilin battleship. They flew around the Qilin worship, as if they wanted to play with it. This made Li Yan nervous. She even felt that she was ready to attack at any time. However, after observing for a while, she realized that these meta-beasts were just like children. They were just curious. It's the blue feather goose. This meta-beast is gentle and usually won't take the initiative to attack. Lu Yong said, as the owner of the Yuan Beast Workshop, he naturally had to have the strength to convince the masses. Otherwise, how could he maintain the reputation of the Yuan Beast Workshop by merely killing a few people? Accompanied by a group of blue feather geese, the Qilin worship slowly came to the foot of the Mang Huang Mountain. The warship hovered. After all, there were ferocious meta-beasts everywhere. If the Qilin battleship was slightly damaged, it would be very harmful to the Qilin battleship. This warship is not bad. The King of Fire said, yes, it is not bad. Li Zongjio nodded. The King of Fire obviously wanted him to give the Qilin worship to him. However, Li Zongjio cleverly avoided it. They landed on the Mang Huang Mountain. The muddy ground under their feet was filled with an ancient and vast aura. In the Thai province, no human had ever set foot on this place. Now that they were here, they could feel the ancient aura around them. It even felt like the city was missing. The vitality around here is so strong. Li Yan exclaimed. It was also the first time that Li Yan came to such a place. She could truly feel the strong vitality and life that belonged to this primitive forest. I have a feeling that meta-beasts will attack us. Li Yan said. Immediately after she said that, a group of meta-beasts rushed out from the dense forest in front of them. They looked like a group of ferocious wolves, but their tails were as slender as a lizard. Lizard tail, primordial wolf. Be careful, there are many of them. Su Baichuan said. Su Baichuan was still the one who had to scout the terrain and so on. The lizard tail primordial wolf was scared away by the meta-beast that Lu Yong summoned. What Lu Yong summoned in his hand was also a rank 5 essence beast. Ice bear wolf. The body of a wolf, the claws of a bear. In addition to its majestic body, it was indeed very intimidating. Chapter 876. These people from the Yuan Beast Workshop were, in fact, one of Li Zongjio's hidden methods. Usually, these people would hide in the White Deer Manor. Recently, with the help of Du Lianyi, they had slowly opened up some businesses related to Yuan beasts. For example, some Yuan beast shops would also sell Yuan beasts that were specially for viewing. Furthermore, these Yuan beasts did not possess much killing power. When these Yuan beasts were around, they would also attract a lot of attention. This would also alleviate the depressed mood of some young people who only knew how to train every day. Of course, this was just a small matter. Helping to incubate or feeding some high-level yuan beasts, in addition to the business of yuan beast eggs, was also a very important business. However, the people from the yuan beast workshop also had fighting strength. After all, raising these yuan beasts wasn't for nothing. The ice bear wolf walked in front. The group of lizard tail, primordial wolves, wasn't a match for the ice bear wolf at all. With a light slap of its claws, the group of lizard tail primordial wolves was scattered. Then, it led a group of people up the mountain. It wasn't an easy task to find these high-level meta-beasts. These high-level meta-beasts had their own living areas, and they controlled the area. It was easy for them to find something out of the ordinary. Once they found something wrong, these high-level yuan beasts had their own way of dealing with it. If they saw that the other party was weak, they would immediately rush over and kill them. If that was the case, he would directly charge out and kill you. Moreover, he would sprinkle your blood all over his territory so that the surrounding meta-beasts would know not to casually barge into his territory. Otherwise, this would be the outcome. However, if they found out that the other party was coming at them menacingly, they would pretend that they were out or hiding in their caves to sleep and pretend that they didn't know what was going on. Therefore, even these yuan beasts acted according to the person. Don't think that these yuan beasts were just a bunch of stupid beasts. According to the information, the sky hell python should be around here. Why can't I see any traces of it? Su Baichuan bound the information he collected these days into a book. Li Zongjiu asked him to find 3 rank 6 yuan beasts, but he found 5 yuan beasts directly. He also found 2 more as backups. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pinpoint the exact location of these meta-beasts during this process. Or, if the other party kept hiding and refused to appear, that would be the most troublesome time. Keep the map. This is already their territory. Now, it's not us looking for them, but them looking for us. Lu Yong glanced at Su Baichuan. The map even marked the location. Someone had seen the heavenly hell python at this location before, and based on their own experience, they had roughly defined the area. This way, it would be easier to search. Moreover, this kind of valuable information was often sold to some intelligence agencies for a high price. Therefore, many people chose to be in this line of work. Therefore, these pieces of information were obtained by people who risked their lives to obtain them. Su Baichuan also put away the map. Everyone looked at Lu Yong. Obviously, it was time for Lu Yong to perform. As the owner of the Elemental Beast Workshop, Lu Yong naturally had his own methods. He took out a stick of incense that was as thick as a thumb from his storage ring. He directly inserted the stick of incense into the ground and lit it up. As he gently rubbed it, the fragrance of the incense was slowly released and swept towards the distance. This is musk. All the meta-beasts that smell this fragrance can't help but approach it. To them, this fragrance is no different from the smell of their mate in heat. Lu Yong said indifferently, since this was the Heavenly Hell Python's territory, only the Heavenly Hell Python would dare to come here. Even if the other meta-beasts wanted to come to this place, they would probably give up halfway. Appearing in the Heavenly Yama Python's territory basically meant that they would become enemies with the Heavenly Yama Python. Let's spread out. If we gather too much, the smell will be very obvious. Lu Yong said. Li Zongjiu and the others scattered. Li Zongjiu flew to the other side alone. The King of Fire and Li Yun also stayed together. After all, there were only 2 girls here. Lu Yong and Su Baichuan also stayed together, although Su Baichuan didn't think highly of Lu Yong. After these days of contact, Lu Yong did indeed have the potential to do great things. At least in many aspects, Lu Yong's way of handling things was better than the previous owners. This also made Su Baichuan admire him more. At least he wasn't a pedantic person. The few of them waited on the treetop for a while. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Li Yun placed her left hand in front of her right hand and tried her best to lean on the tree trunk. She was afraid that she would fall because this height was already more than 30 meters above the ground. If she accidentally fell from this height, Li Yan really didn't know what to do. Although it was said that flying in the airboat was higher, it was still inside the airboat. At least they had a place to rest. In addition, the surrounding environment was extremely terrifying. That heavenly hell python, don't tell me it's an extremely large python. Li Yan muttered softly. At this moment, Li Yan also felt a gust of cold wind above her head. Immediately, Li Yan raised her head and looked up. Instantly, Li Yan's body stiffened on the spot, and she screamed in shock. That scream directly broke through the clouds. The King of Fire also raised his head and saw the figure that suddenly appeared. As expected of a king who specialized in sneak attacks, the heavenly hell python appeared above their heads. Furthermore, he had approached them without making a sound. Moreover, a series of disgusting scales could be seen on the heavenly hell python's body. It even made one's scalp tingle. In any case, when Li Yan saw this scene, she couldn't move at all. She just wanted to immediately jump down from this place. Chi! The heavenly hell python immediately rushed towards the two of them. It opened its bloody mouth, as if it was going to swallow the two of them into its stomach. The King of Fire slapped Li Yan with his palm and sent her flying. His other palm slapped towards the heavenly hell python's head. Boom! The terrifying power collided with the heavenly hell python, and a terrifying shockwave immediately erupted. The surrounding trees were instantly shaken and snapped. Hundreds of thousands of leaves were directly shaken and fell to the ground, filling the sky. Li Zongjiu's figure appeared above the heavenly hell python's head in a timely manner. As the desolate heaven essence in his hand spun, he ruthlessly smashed the heavenly hell python's head. Pum! The heavenly hell python's huge body crashed to the ground. Li Yan, who had just landed on the ground, saw the heavenly hell python land in front of her. She naturally ran in the opposite direction and screamed. The heavenly hell python, which had fallen to the ground, immediately turned its huge body and bit towards Li Yan. However, the heavenly hell python didn't succeed so easily. Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire both landed on the ground. With Li Zongjiu's current strength, the desolate heaven essence's power was almost unimaginable. Boom! The heavenly hell python's body was huge, and its scales were golden in color. Suddenly, the heavenly hell python spat out a golden light from its mouth, protecting itself within it. Not far away, Lu Yong and the others were shocked when they saw the scene. He forced the heavenly hell python to use its ultimate move so quickly. This move, Guardian Vajra, is enough to make the heavenly hell python invincible for a short period of time. It's trying to escape. Lu Yong immediately shouted when he saw the heavenly hell python's actions. Even without Lu Yong's words, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was trying to escape. Immediately, Li Zongjiu leaped and approached the heavenly hell python. Mountain overturning golden seal, soaring flaming sea. The King of Fire stretched out his hand, and the terrifying flames descended, forming a sea of fire that trapped the heavenly hell python within. The mountain overturning golden seal smashed down with a boom, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Chapter 877. The protective golden light around the heavenly hell python's body shattered under Li Zongjiu's powerful attacks. After that, the Fire Wraith King's terrifying flame power made the heavenly Yama Emperor python feel pain. Hiss! The heavenly hell python let out a low hiss. Li Zongjiu and the others didn't understand. They continued to use their own moves on the heavenly Yama python, causing it to suffer unspeakably. Wait a minute, it seems to be begging for mercy. Lu Yong immediately shouted when he heard the heavenly hell python's cries. It had only been 10 minutes since the start of the battle, and the heavenly hell python had been beaten up the whole time. How could the heavenly hell python not care about its reputation after being beaten up so badly? The combined combat power of the two of them was beyond Lu Yong's imagination. The strength of the heavenly hell python before him was roughly at the 4th grade primitive Lord Realm. He was beaten to the point of begging for mercy so easily. It could be seen how terrifying the fighting strength of these two people was when they teamed up. Lu Yong immediately felt his head buzzing because the scene in front of him was indeed too shocking. Su Baichuan secretly memorized the scene before him. It was really beyond his expectations to have such terrifying combat power. Su Baichuan only knew that Li Zongjie was ruthless when it came to killing people. However, after seeing him in action this time, he also understood Li Zongjie's fierce style. The King of Fire withdrew the flames that filled the sky. The heavenly hell python was already on the verge of death. Li Zongjie landed in front of the heavenly hell python and looked at it indifferently. Li Zongjie wasn't even at the height of the heavenly hell python's nose. However, the heavenly hell python still breathed out a few times. Clearly, it felt like a human life was in danger. "Submit to me." Li Zongjie stared at the heavenly hell python. Then a tyrannical mind power spread out. This caused the heavenly hell python's body to tremble slightly. Li Zongjie immediately felt the extremely strong pressure coming at him. At this moment, the heavenly hell python suddenly rose to its feet and charged at Li Zongjie with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. If Li Zongjie were to be suppressed by the python, then he would have no choice but to bow down to the python. However, the King of Fire threw a punch from the side. The tyrannical power blasted the heavenly hell python's body, causing it to lie on the ground obediently. Li Zongjie's mind power also forcefully suppressed the heavenly hell python at the same time. The power poured into the heavenly hell python's body. It immediately forced the heavenly hell monarch python to stay where it was, unable to move. Hiss! The heavenly hell python's body curled up. Soon, a strange light flashed in its eyes, causing the heavenly hell python's gaze to become extremely sharp. However, it soon became gentle again. With Li Zongjie's mind power, enslaving another primitive emperor-level meta-beast was no longer a problem. Moreover, as Li Zongjie released his mind power, he directly controlled the heavenly hell python and enslaved it. Almost instantly, the terrifying aura on the heavenly hell python's body gradually receded. The defense and alertness that belonged to the meta-beast was completely gone at that moment. This caused Lu Yong to be extremely shocked. To think that such a situation could happen. In terms of the ability to tame meta-beasts, Li Zongjie's skill was domineering enough to tame such a meta-beast. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Spiritual contract. This is a skill that has almost been lost. Lu Yong looked at Li Zongjie's actions and suddenly thought of the legendary mind contract. This was an extremely ancient legend in the beast tamer industry. Nowadays, they all relied on this blood contract. Very few people could use their own mind power to directly sign a contract with a meta-beast. This was already a very domineering method. Until now, there were very few people who could master the use of mind power at this level. Therefore, when he saw Li Zongjie use this skill, he was very shocked and surprised. Li Yan hid in the distance and was completely unaware of what was happening at the scene. She only felt that Li Zongjie and her master's cooperation was flawless. How many people would be able to withstand such powerful combat strength and destructive power? Just by thinking about it, one could imagine it. That fellow won't bite people randomly, right? Li Yan couldn't help but ask when she saw that everyone at the scene seemed to have relaxed. If there were any problems, she would have to run away quickly. She wouldn't want to play with these monsters in front of her anymore. They were simply stimulating her heartbeat. "I've already tamed it," Li Zongjie said indifferently. "Put it in the Qilin battleship." The Qilin battleship was loaded with a special storage device. Even a meta-beast could be placed in it. There wouldn't be any problems for at least half a month. Li Yan couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Was she really going to put such a thing in her Qilin battleship? Since Li Zongjie had said so, Li Yan had no choice but to summon the Qilin battleship. Fortunately, the heavenly hell python's body could be shrunk to a certain extent. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hide in the cabin. The heavenly hell python's body was about 80% the size of the Chilean battleship. The heavenly hell python was stuffed into the cabin. The heavenly hell python was extremely obedient because it was now completely under Li Zhongjio's control. He could destroy the heavenly hell python with a single thought. Continue to find the next one. Li Zhongjio said, "The purpose of this trip was to capture 3 level 6 meta beasts. This was just the beginning." This sentence sounded really domineering to Lu Yong. It was as if he was treating the level 6 meta beast as a wild boar that he could capture whenever he wanted. Come on, this was a level 6 meta beast. How could he be so careless? However, when he thought about how he, a beast tamer, actually had the opportunity to come into contact with a level 6 meta beast. This was a real level 6 meta beast, not the kind that had a chance of breaking through. No one would dare to believe that it was a real king among meta beasts. However, he had done it and witnessed it with his own eyes. Su Baichuan took a deep breath. They naturally knew what this meant. Li Zhongjio was even able to casually dominate a rank 6 Yuan beast. Li Zhongjio was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Chapter 878. They were still in Tai Province, but they had already left the desolate mountain. Li Zhongjio and the others did not stop at night. Instead, they came to a cold pond. This mountain range was called the Cold Pond Mountain. Li Zhongjio and the King of Fire were lying in ambush outside the cold pond. Their target was not the creatures in the cold pond. Every night, at the edge of the cold pond, a 6th grade meta beast would descend to absorb the cold energy in the pond. Blackwinged Blood Shadow Condor, 6th grade meta beast, the king of the night. When it uses its ability, it can completely blend into the darkness. Even if you use your naked eyes, it will be hard to detect. Even if it is standing right in front of you, you will not be able to see it. Lu Yong explained to Li Yan. Li Yan finally understood and nodded. "Do we have to deal with such a dangerous creature?" Li Yan said in a low voice. However, when it came to dangerous creatures, Li Yan and the others did not need to deal with them. "We can't deal with it." Lu Yong shook his head. Then he pointed to the front. "With the 2 of them, I think we can sweep the entire Tai province." "What if there are 2 of them?" Li Yan asked curiously. Lu Yong blinked his eyes. Based on what she said, such a situation should be relatively rare. However, when Lu Yong turned his head, he saw 2 majestic figures flying in the sky. These 2 figures appeared and disappeared from time to time. They flickered in and out of existence. Suddenly, these 2 figures appeared at the edge of the pond and plunged into the cold pond. Because Lu Yong and the others' cultivation was lower, they were further away. Even at such a distance, they could still feel the cold energy of the other party. It was a bone-piercing cold. 2. Li Zhongjio and the King of Fire looked at each other. They did not expect their luck to be so good to encounter 2 of them. If these 2 joined forces, wouldn't their combat power be even stronger? When Lu Yong saw the 2 appear at the same time, he already knew that things were not good. They must be a male and a female. Under such circumstances, the power of a meta beast would be even more terrifying. Blackwinged Blood Shadow Condors were extremely rare. Therefore, the situation of these 2 beasts being together was really very rare. So Lu Yong didn't think of this at all. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Li Yan's mouth. Everything she said was very accurate, and there was never any mistake in her words. However, this was not a bad thing for Li Zhongjio and the King of Fire. Originally, Lu Yong wanted to call Li Zhongjio and the Fire Wraith King back. After all, there were other options. However, Li Zhongjio and the Fire Wraith King rushed out. As their figures swayed, the 2 Blackwinged Blood Shadow Condors that were bathing in the cold pond also sensed the arrival of the enemy. Waves of cold air were released from their bodies. Boom! The power of the Fire Wraith King's sea of flames spread all over the sky. When the sea of flames was released, it also formed a relatively sealed space. It was almost impossible to break out from here, unless one's power was above the Fire Wraith King's. Immediately, sparks flew in all directions, and terrifying fluctuations erupted from all directions. Li Zongjiu, with the desolate heaven essence in his hand, was at a slight disadvantage at the beginning. Subsequently, he also beat up the Blackwind Blood Shadow Condors until they flew all over the sky. Many of their feathers were torn off. Li Yun and the other two were dumbfounded as they watched this scene from afar. Subsequently, Li Zongjiu did the same thing. He directly subdued the two rank 6 meta beasts. The strength of the two Blackwind Blood Shadow Condors was around the level of a rank 3 meta emperor. With the strength of these two, it was very possible for them to kill a heavenly hell python. In a one-on-one fight, they would at least be in an undefeatable position. After all, they were flying meta beasts with wings. To be able to subdue such flying meta beasts was an extremely rare thing. Phew, these guys are really difficult to deal with. Li Zongjiu could not help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. Li Zongjiu had just been carried up and down by the two meta beasts, smashing and pecking at him. If not for Li Zongjiu's strong physical strength, he would have been smashed into a pile of meat paste. Of course, the whole scene was because the King of Fire was watching from the side. Otherwise, the meta beasts would have disappeared with a slight flap of their wings. Therefore, the King of Fire was the most crucial part of this hunting operation. On the other hand, the King of Fire did not expend much strength. Just these two attacks were worth more than 1,000 upper-grade metastones. On the other hand, the King of Fire looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. Your mind power is really abnormal. Ordinary people would reach their limit even if they contracted a Yuan King-level Yuan beast. Li Zongjiu had directly controlled 3 meta-emperor level meta beasts just now. Moreover, it seemed like Li Zongjiu was still in a state of ease. It was unknown how Li Zongjiu had done it. Even Li Zongjiu was curious. His mind power should not have reached such a level even with the support of the White Dragon Origin Spirit. Logically speaking, it should have reached its limit by now. Could it be? Li Zongjiu's heart sank. When he sensed it, he suddenly realized that he had unknowingly opened up a spiritual hell all by himself. Li Zongjiu was surprised that this was not something he had personally created, but something that had formed on its own. The hell Prajna technique actually had such a miraculous effect. The spiritual hell that was opened up was equivalent to a huge space that could accommodate mind power. It was specially used for internal cultivation. Li Zongjiu could mobilize the reserve power from the spiritual hell, but he could not directly bring people into the spiritual hell. It was this automatically opened hell that helped Li Zongjiu accommodate the mind power of the meta-emperor level meta-beasts. Li Zongjiu also discovered the Howling Moon Wolf King and the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle in this spiritual hell. However, these spiritual origins were not strong. They were only small balls of light. Only after breaking through to the meta-emperor level could the true form of the mind power be revealed. Li Zongjiu woke up from the shock in his body. Li Zongjiu already knew how shocked the King of Fire was. However, this power was still not enough. It was fine to deal with ordinary experts, but any expert of the 5th or 6th level Origin Emperor would be able to defeat them easily. They still needed another layer of protection. Although experts of this level would not casually kill these meta-beasts, if they saw these meta-emperor level meta-beasts appearing in the same place and seemed to be submitting to someone, they would not dare to act rashly. Perhaps there was a trace of an even stronger expert behind this. Li Yun and the rest looked at Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire as if they were looking at immortals who had fallen from the sky. Such a scene was really too shocking. Li Zongjiu's strength was simply terrifying. To be able to achieve this level, the two of them actually managed to subdue 2 flying meta-beasts so easily. Furthermore, they were meta-emperor level meta-beasts. If these meta-emperor level meta-beasts were stronger, they might even be able to speak human language. Su Baichuan and Lu Yong naturally broke out in cold sweat. Of course, They knew how much strength was needed to achieve this level. With the strength of Li Zongjiu and Lu Yong, it was enough to establish a first-rate sect in the continent. Especially the strength of the King of Fire. It was simply unfathomable. Although the two of them were not in the same realm, they still had the eyesight. The one who did all the work was Li Zongjiu. Although the King of Fire was said to be assisting from the side, in fact, he still had a card up his sleeve. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he would only really take action when there was no other choice, thinking that they were actually following a master who was like a god. At this moment, the two of them completely dispelled the idea of establishing their own sect. If they dared to do so, the outcome would definitely be very tragic. Chapter 879. Let's rest for the night and find the last one tomorrow. Li Zongjiu said. Li Zongjiu knew that the Gu family would never apologize to Li Zongjiu. In the eyes of the Gu family, Li Zongjiu was a nouveau riche with no background. How could they apologize to Li Zongjiu? Li Zongjiu let the Ancient One go on purpose. As long as the Gu family did not apologize, Li Zongjiu would have a reason to exterminate the Gu family. This was Li Zongjiu's goal. Otherwise, the Ancient One would not have survived until now. Moreover, if the Ancient One wanted to deal with the Li family, it would not end so easily. What was the point of killing one or two small fry? If he wanted to kill, he would kill them all. However, he could not kill as he pleased like before. At the very least, he had to find a few excuses. After all, in this world, strength was everything. If his strength had not surpassed the Xinyan dynasty, or even reached a level where the Xinyan dynasty would feel threatened, he would still have to act according to the rules of the Xinyan dynasty. The few of them rested nearby. As for the two black wind-blood shadow condors, they continued to immerse themselves in the cold pool, absorbing the cold aura of the cold pool. After being subdued, the only change was that they had to listen to Li Zongjiu in the future. Li Zongjiu had no reason to disturb them during their daily cultivation. Moreover, Li Zongjiu's White Deer Manor had a large mountain range and open space. It was enough to build a living environment for these creatures. In the future, they would be raised on the mountain. It was better than keeping them in the courtyard and jumping out to scare people. It was difficult for outsiders to know what was happening in Tai Province. However, in Sacred Flame Royal City, a few important people had arrived. After the main branch of the Gu clan received news of the situation in the Sacred Flame Imperial City, they made a prompt decision and sent 2 elders over to take charge of this matter. This time around, they had to kill Li Zongjiu. This was because they had the backing of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. If they couldn't deal with this matter properly, then their Gu clan would completely lose its prestige in the future and become a power that could be bullied by anyone. This wasn't something that the Gu clan's ancestors wanted to see. They could subdue the Xinyan dynasty, but it was impossible for a wild guy who had jumped out of nowhere to ride over their heads. In addition, he also needed to snatch back the Gu clan's inheritance flame. This item was extremely important to the Gu family. If it fell into the hands of others, it would bring disaster to the family. A group of people dressed in black arrived at the Gu family's residence. There were no firecrackers to welcome them, but the head of the Gu family, Guyu, personally came to welcome them. There were a total of 7 people, but the strength of these 7 people was comparable to the 4 great families in the city. Guyu respectfully welcomes the elders of the Gu family. Guyu bowed and said, furthermore, he knew that the main family had attached great importance to this matter. They had actually dispatched Gu Chuan and Gu Hai, the 2 great elders. Who knew how much blood had been spilled by Gu Chuan and Gu Hai's hands? The murderous aura on their bodies was enough to permeate the air. The Gu family was able to have such a high position in Jin province, and even the sects in the surrounding cities followed the Gu family's lead. These achievements were not obtained by praying to God or Buddha. They were obtained by killing with a blade, a spear, and one head after another. This was the only way to establish the Gu family's position. These 2 elders could be said to be the pioneers of the Gu family's operations. wherever there was trouble, where there was dissatisfaction, or where there was a problem. These 2 elders would lead the team. The 5 people behind them were all experts in the Gu family's elite cloud guards, and each of them killed without batting an eyelid. Don't talk nonsense. Take out all the information on Li Zongjiu. Gu Chuan raised his hand, indicating that Gu Yu did not want to waste any more time. Gu Yu also quickly took out the information he had prepared and handed it over to Gu Chuan. The group of people sat in the meeting hall. Originally, some of the elders could only stand at the side. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Even Gu Yu could only sit in the lower seats. The 2 elders sat in the 2 main seats. The entire conference hall was silent, and only the sound of the heavy and slow reading of the information could be heard. Heavenly Pill Pavilion, Honorary Elder. Grade 6 Alchemist. When Gu Chuan saw these few pieces of information, he frowned, because this matter seemed to have become complicated. However, after a moment of silence, "This matter must be done quickly. Tomorrow we will pay a visit," Gu Chuan said in a deep voice. The connections of a grade 6 alchemist were not simple. If Li Zongjiu was given enough time, he might be able to summon them and prepare enough strength to deal with the Gu family. The reason for this matter was no longer important. Since Li Zongjiu had gone too far, he did not think of a normal reconciliation, and the Gu family would definitely not ask for peace. The only solution was to fight. If they did not fight now, when would they fight? No matter what, we must take back the fire seed. The 1,000 Machine Workshop had already received the news that the Gu family was coming. They reported it to Xiao Zhao. When Xiao Zhao heard the news, he quickly gathered Nangong Wuji and the others and explained the matter. Given the nature of the old men in the Gu family, they will definitely come tomorrow, Nangong Wuji said in a deep voice. Although he and Hongshi-san were both primitive emperors, Nangong Wuji's cultivation had not recovered, and it would be difficult for him to deal with these people. It seems that I have to make a trip there. Now that Li Zongjiu had not returned, if they did not prepare enough strength, it would not be so simple when these people came. Although Nangong Wuji had already left the Wuji Palace, with his prestige in the past, it was not a problem for him to find a few people to drink tea and calm these people down. After all, this was the sacred flame royal city, under the rule of the emperor. How could these people dare to fight in this city? I will also go and inform Elder Su Hong of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. In addition, I have already sent out a signal for the young master to come back quickly after seeing it. In the face of such a threat, Xiao Zhao was surprisingly calm. In theory, such a serious matter should not be decided by Xiao Zhao. However, since Li Zongjiu had already handed over the White Deer Manor to Xiao Zhao, and the manor had suffered a great loss last time, the same thing could not happen again. Even if he had to sacrifice himself, he had to protect everyone in the White Deer Manor. Therefore, Xiao Zhao was now in a very good state. He used his brain to deal with these matters. He also used all the resources he had at his disposal. Even the city guard, Wang Ding, had been contacted by Xiao Zhao to increase the number of people in the vicinity. If anything were to happen, they would immediately take action. In front of the city guard, no matter how strong you, Jianghu people were, you would not dare to act recklessly. After all, the city guard represented the sacred flame royal city. Recently, the confrontation between Li Zongjiu and the Gu family had attracted a lot of attention. The Gu family had already made a move. 2 elders from the main family and 5 elite cloud guards had come. Anyone would be nervous because the 2 elders of the head family were both Yuan emperors. The Song family, which was behind the 7-star fire room, did not make much of a move. After all, Li Zongjiu was only on good terms with Song Jiu and not the entire Song family. Therefore, Song Jiu's power was still relatively weak when it came to these matters. After all, it would not be easy to settle such a serious situation. However, Song Jiu was not idle either. She sent a peak Yuan monarch expert she had recruited to White Deer Manor. She said that she was there to discuss some improvements to the raging dragon slaying technique. However, she was actually there to secretly help White Deer Manor. With regards to Song Jiu's help, Xiao Zhao's heart was extremely touched. Xiao Zhao's greatest fear was that some sort of conflict would arise between Li Zongjiu and Song Jiu. That would be a really difficult choice for Xiao Zhao. With Mr. Dong Sun's help, nothing will go wrong. Mr. Dong Sun, please stay in the corner of the north courtyard for a few days. The person who had come was called Mr. Dong Sun. He was not a local expert. Instead, he was an expert from a second-tier city. In the end, he was discovered by Song Jiu, who then directly recruited him. Of course, he had also secretly helped Mr. Dong Sun solve a lot of problems. Chapter 880. After Mr. Dong Sun was settled, another person came to the White Deer Manor. When this person arrived, Nangong Wuji personally came to greet him. Brother Zhou Zheng, what brings you here? Nangong Wuji walked out to greet him. Zhou Zheng was dressed in a long, loose robe. He stood on the spot like a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. His back was straight like a mountain. Nangong Wuji was surprised to see Zhou Zheng, but at the same time he felt reassured. I was fortunate enough to meet alchemist Li Zongjiu a few days ago. This time, I'm here to ask for medicine. When Zhou Zheng saw Nangong Wuji walking out, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he greeted him with a warm smile. Nangong Wuji was not simple. He was an influential figure more than 10 years ago. Later, he was injured, so he went into seclusion. Now, it seemed that he had recovered from his injury, so he showed some signs of activity recently. Zhou Zheng and Nangong Wuji could be considered people of the same era. However, Zhou Zheng also heard about Nangong Wuji's various deeds in that era. At the same time, he also regarded Nangong Wuji as his goal. He was determined to surpass him. Please come in. Let me introduce you. This is the housekeeper of the White Deer Manor, Miss Zhao. Only Li Zongjiu and a few elders would call Xiao Zhao this way. Ordinary people would call her housekeeper Zhao. I've long heard that there's a talented and intelligent woman in charge of Li Zongjiu's mansion. I've long heard of your great name. Headmaster Zhou, you flatter me. Xiao Zhao said with a faint smile. If it was in the past, Xiao Zhao would have knelt down to salute these Yuan kings, or even Yuan emperors. However, it was different now. Xiao Zhao was the housekeeper of the White Deer Manor. If she lost her sense of propriety, she would lose face for Li Zongjiu. Therefore, Xiao Zhao's aura gradually became stronger. One day, even surpassing Song Jiu would not be a problem. Of course, in Xiao Zhao's heart, Song Jiu had always been his opponent. Xiao Zhao naturally left Zhou Zheng to Nangong Wuji. During this process, he didn't need to do anything. Everyone was clear about Zhou Zheng's intentions. He looked at the people from the Gu family. If something were to happen, they would be able to act as a matchmaker. However, their main purpose was to protect Li Zongjiu's White Deer Manor and let Li Zongjiu feel the sincerity of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. This was the true intention of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. It wasn't hard to see that Li Zongjiu was a person who cared a lot about relationships. For this kind of person who valued relationships, it was also very simple. Let him feel your sincerity, and at the same time, protect the things he cared about. Then, there would be no problem at all. Queen Erisher had been living in the Mirror Moon Manor recently. The news was not well received. However, when Shueiwa heard the news, she wanted to run over and tell Queen Erisher. But in the end, she was put under house arrest in the palace. She only had time to send out a messenger pigeon. Shueiwa didn't expect that her father would put her under house arrest at this time. It seemed like he didn't want her to participate in this matter. In the face of an opponent of this level, the power of the Joyous Casino was completely useless. It was impossible for them to get on the stage. They only needed to know their place. However, the Gu family also knew about the movements in Li Zongjiu's White Deer Manor. Gu Yu reported this matter to Gu Chuan. It seems like Li Zongjio isn't in the manor. What's the use of gathering these shrimp soldiers? Immediately track down Li Zongjio's movements. In addition, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Go and contact our good friend. The corners of Gu Chuan's mouth curled into a cold smile. Li Zongjio is still too inexperienced to play these tricks. If you want to blame someone, blame Li Zongjio for offending so many people. At first, Gu didn't understand who Gu Chuan was talking about. However, he soon remembered a force. The Mystic Yuan sect. The people of the Mystic Yuan sect couldn't wait to tear Li Zongjio into pieces at any time. Li Zongjio had killed so many people of the Mystic Yuan sect. They had to take revenge for this. Since Li Zongjio wasn't in the Sacred Flame Imperial City, this matter was even easier to handle. The Gu family's intelligence network also started working quickly. All kinds of clues pointed towards the direction of Li Zongjio. Even if there was no news, they could directly go to the Rain Pavilion and buy information with money. This Kuan Erasure has a good relationship with Li Zongjio. Do you guys think that Li Zongjio will come here for this guy? Gu Hai, who rarely spoke, said. The more ruthless a person was, the less he spoke. His words directly pointed out the main topic. Kidnap Kuan Erasure, then force Li Zongjio to go outside the city. After dealing with Li Zongjio, they would deal with the White Deer Manor. They would kill everyone related to Li Zongjio and Li Zongjio. This was their goal. If they wanted to do it, they had to achieve true deterrence. Otherwise, they would think that they were just words. Tai Province, Songcheong Mountain. It was said that this mountain was once connected to the top of Songcheong. At the top of this mountain, one could see the entire Shungu continent. But later on, two powerful metabeasts fought here, causing Songcheong Mountain to shatter. At the same time, there were many abnormally powerful metabeasts in the vicinity of Songcheong Mountain. With the strength of these metabeasts, no one dared to approach. Songcheong Mountain had even become a paradise for these metabeasts. It was said that these powerful metabeasts had their own talents changed because their ancestors swallowed the blood of the two transcending heaven realm metabeasts. They broke through in one fell swoop and had their current strength. No one knew how many ancient metabeasts there were. They only knew that no matter how strong a human cultivator was, there was only death in the end. The Qilin worship slowly sailed into the vicinity of Songcheong Mountain. Inside, the Qilin worship's size became even smaller. The boundless aura around it was even purer than Manghuang Mountain's aura. A tyrannical power pervaded the air. Even a casual gust of wind that swept over gave off a powerful feeling. The Qilin worship seemed to be shaking under the airflow here. From time to time, a terrifying roar came from the sea of trees, like a tiger roaring in the forest. Lu Yong looked at Songcheong Mountain under his feet and even felt his legs tremble. Songcheong Mountain was the place that people who studied metabeasts wanted to come to the most. But the more they understood metabeasts, the more they didn't dare to approach Songcheong Mountain. This time, they were able to come here because Li Zongjio and the others led the way. Otherwise, Lu Yong wouldn't have come to such a place. Just the aura from the surroundings was enough to make Lu Yong tremble. But fortunately, there were two primitive Emperor-level metabeasts on their flying ship. Previously, they saw some flying metabeasts that seemed to want to approach here. At least, they came with the intention of scouting. But when they got closer, they felt that there were two primitive Emperor-level metabeasts on the flying ship escorting them. Immediately, these flying metabeasts turned around and flew in another direction without hesitation. But the bottom of the ship held the heavenly hell python. After letting it out to have a big meal, it chose to lie down at the bottom of the ship to cultivate. The metabeasts cultivated by either eating or sleeping, constantly absorbing essence. Other than that, there weren't many other cultivation methods. But at the same time, elixir pills were also available. Li Zongjio had to bear the burden of these meta-beasts' consumption after capturing them. Therefore, Li Zongjio had to refine some high-level elixir pills to feed these meta-beasts during this period. In addition to speeding up the improvement of their strength, he could also cultivate the compatibility between these meta-beasts and himself. If the compatibility was high, sometimes he wouldn't even need to use his mind power to give instructions, just like the Howling Moon Wolf King. However, this kid seemed to have been abducted. When Li Zongjio found him, he would definitely break his legs. Roar! Suddenly, a sound wave whizzed towards the Qilin warship. It was taking the initiative to provoke the Qilin battleship. Boom! The Qilin battleship shook violently. It's the Heavenly Blaze Lion. Lu Yong couldn't help but feel nervous when he heard the sound. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel excited. This was because the Heavenly Blaze Lion was equivalent to a divine beast in the meta-beast realm. It was powerful, majestic, and supreme. Therefore, the Heavenly Blaze Lion had never allowed anyone to fly over its head. Chapter 881. If Li Zongjio remembered correctly, the Heavenly Lion King art that he had given to his father to cultivate was the Heavenly Lion King art. He did not expect to meet a Heavenly Lion here. Therefore, Li Zongjio could not miss this opportunity. Li Zongjio could feel the anger of the Heavenly Lion from this terrifying roar. Boom! A flame wave suddenly came from below and became hot. A fireball the size of a house hit the Qilin battleship with a loud boom. The Qilin battleship's defensive shield was triggered. Then, the terrifying power spread throughout the entire battleship, surrounding it with flames. This defensive shield won't last long. Li Zongjio said. The Heavenly Hell Python, who was sleeping at the bottom of the cabin, also felt the surrounding heat and woke up immediately. Boom! The Qilin battleship's defensive shield was burned through. Then, there was a sudden explosion on the battleship. Li Yan immediately landed the Qilin battleship. The Sky Blaze Lion King was not to be trifled with. Just by passing by, he had been targeted. It was bombarded by the Qilin battleship. Then, the Qilin battleship slowly landed. But just as it was about to land, the Qilin battleship exploded with a loud boom. Then, a powerful flame bomb swept over and blew the Qilin battleship up. The Heavenly Hell Python's body wrapped everyone up. The surrounding flames were not enough to break through the Heavenly Hell Python's defense. You guys be careful, Li Zongjio just reminded them. Then he felt an extremely powerful force rushing out from the forest at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The huge figure that rushed out bit the Heavenly Yama Python's neck and dragged the Heavenly Yama Python's body away. As it bit the Heavenly Yama Python, it rushed out with the Heavenly Yama Python's huge body. Boom! After falling to the ground, the Heavenly Hell Python was enraged. I am a primitive Emperor level meta beast. Do you think you can bite me to death? Immediately, the Heavenly Hell Python's body coiled around the Heavenly Hell Lion's body. But the Heavenly Hell Lion's strength was too strong. In an instant, its claws slapped the Heavenly Hell Python's head to the ground. Its other hind claws left a long gash on the Heavenly Hell Python's body. Roar! Suddenly, the Heavenly Hell Python's body was engulfed in flames from the Heavenly Hell Lion's mouth. With such a ferocious and suicidal fighting style, it was clear that the Sky Hell Emperor Python was no match for the Sky Blaze Lion. But the Heavenly Hell Python's to protect its own life. Immediately, a golden light was released from the Heavenly Hell Python's body. The Heavenly Hell Python's king became a Golden Hell Python King, Heavenly Golden Lion. Knocked the Heavenly Hell Python's body. Exclamation point. It finally broke free from the Sky Blaze Emperor Lion's control. However, in just a few moments, a few terrifying wounds appeared on the Sky Blaze Emperor Python's body. Li Zongjio and King of Fire also walked out. Beside him were the two Blackwinged Blood Shadow Condors. Li Zongjio tossed an elixir to the Heavenly Hell Python. Although it was only a 5th grade elixir, it was enough to help the Heavenly Hell Python recover faster. Seeing so many enemies appear on the opposite side, Zhang Xian was shocked. The majestic gaze of the sky blaze royal lion froze. At the same time, the luxuriant mane on its body trembled and fluttered with the wind. He could feel the terrifying power surging out. There was only extreme disdain in the sky blaze lion's eyes. The only person who posed a threat was the skinny girl. Other than that, the rest of the people were nothing in its eyes. It's really quite stressful. Li Zhongjiu rubbed his nose. When he faced the sky blaze royal lion, he could clearly feel the pressure. However, Li Zhongjiu was a person who challenged the 4 dragon tribe sovereigns in his previous life. This bit of power was quickly swept away by Li Zhongjiu. Instead, the stronger you were, the more Li Zhongjiu wanted to subdue you. This was Li Zhongjiu's goal, to find a powerful meta-beast. The desolate heaven essence appeared in his hand. Li Zhongjiu signaled the 2 black-winged blood shadow condors to attack. According to the original intention of the 2 black-winged blood shadow condors, they would definitely not provoke the big guy in front of them. However, Li Zhongjiu had already given the order. The black-winged blood shadow condors could only bite the bullet. As the 2 black-winged blood shadow condors crossed each other, their bodies abruptly charged into the air. The instant they spread their wings, a terrifying power was released. The surrounding light immediately dimmed. It was as if the light in this area was rapidly dimming. It became the state of night. The sky blaze royal python was naturally unconvinced. It immediately hid in the dark, ready to launch a sneak attack. Boom! On the sky blaze royal lion's body, a terrifying flame burned between its 4 limbs. As the flame flowed, its entire body was engulfed by the flame. The surrounding light that was devoured immediately appeared. It was as if it was illuminated. Li Zhongjiu directly attacked from the front. The desolate heaven essence in his hand smashed onto the ground from 50 meters away. Boom! 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 The ground instantly cracked into 2 halves. The terrifying power rushed towards the sky blaze royal lion's body and immediately reached the front of the sky blaze royal lion. However, the sky blaze royal lion slapped forward with its claws. The power of the desolate heaven essence was smashed into the ground. So strong! When Li Zhongjiu saw the sky blaze royal lion, he knew that it was indeed the king of the forest. It was enough to see that the sky blaze royal lion did not panic in the face of so many enemies. Furthermore, it seemed as if everything was under its control. Suddenly, the black-winged blood shadow condor rushed out. Its sharp claws viciously scratched the sky blaze royal lion's body. However, it only scratched the surface of the sky blaze royal lion's body. At the same time, the claws seemed to have dipped into magma. The entire claw was burned. Fortunately, the black-winged blood shadow condor's body was of the cold attribute. It forced the flames on the claws down. The sky blaze royal lion's body suddenly leaped up and grabbed towards the sky. It ambushed the black-winged blood shadow condor from midair. Boom! After crashing onto the ground, the 2 behemoths started fighting again. However, this time it was obvious that the sky blaze royal lion was on top, pinning the black-winged blood shadow condor below. The sky blaze royal lion was about to bite off the black-winged blood shadow condor's neck. The sky blaze royal python, which was hiding in the dark, rushed out. It bit the sky blaze royal lion's leg. Roar! The sky blaze royal lion could not help but roar. Right now, the 3 beasts were fighting. However, after fighting for a while, although the sky blaze royal lion's body was covered in wounds, it successfully stepped on 2 meta-beasts. It exuded the majesty of a peak emperor. The king of fire walked towards the sky blaze royal lion. The sky blaze royal lion looked at the king of fire in front of it. Its eyes were extremely solemn. In the eyes of the sky blaze royal lion, everyone was just a gust of energy. However, the energy in the fire ghost's body was extremely strong. It was extremely dazzling. The sky blaze royal lion could not help but take it seriously. "Let me do it." Li Zongjio walked in front of the King of Fire. He stared at the sky blaze royal lion in front of him. The King of Fire was stunned for a while. Then he retracted his aura. He also wanted to see what Li Zongjio was capable of. This was an emperor amongst the primitive emperor-level meta-beasts. If he could not subdue it with his own strength, it would be difficult to subdue the Sky Blaze Royal Lion. When the Sky Blaze Royal Lion saw Li Zongjio walking towards it, its eyes were filled with disdain and contempt again. Even a weak human like Li Zongjio could be easily slapped into two with a single swipe of its claws. However, in the next moment, the Sky Blaze Royal Lion's eyes suddenly revealed a tinge of shock. Chapter 882. From the weak human in front of him, he could clearly feel an extremely powerful force. At the same time, a terrifying pressure descended upon them. It landed directly on its body. It wasn't just a pressure. The Sky Blaze Lion immediately felt the power that exploded from Li Zongjio's body. One force, two forces, three forces. The Sky Blaze Lion's eyes were immediately filled with shock. At this moment, Li Zongjio was truly going all out. The three Dragon Soul origin spirits exploded at the same time. With such a terrifying force gathered, even the Sky Blaze Lion dared not ignore it. "If you're not convinced, I can only beat you until you are." Li Zongjio held the desolate heaven essence in his hand. His left hand was also forming a series of seals. At this moment, a terrifying power gathered around his body. Mountain-toppling golden seal. With one move, golden light shone brightly. A golden palm print fell towards the Sky Blaze Lion. The Sky Blaze Lion's eyes were filled with shock. This force was indeed powerful. If it continued to stay where it was, it would be hit. But if it dodged, wouldn't that mean that the Sky Blaze Lion was afraid of this lowly human in front of it? Hence, the Sky Blaze Lion chose to take it head-on. Roar! Its dignity as a beast emperor was not to be challenged. The Sky Blaze Lion's body immediately exploded with a terrifying flame and rushed towards the force in front of it. As the two forces collided, the earth shook and the mountains shook. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. In terms of strength, Li Zongjio was naturally inferior to the Sky Blaze Lion. However, the three dragon souls had descended. The Blood Dragon Soul was the main attack. The Golden Dragon Soul was the main defense. The White Dragon Soul was also carrying out a spiritual attack. In such a situation, its strength was also rather terrifying. The three dragon souls cooperated with each other. At the same time, their strength stacked together and caught the Sky Blaze Lion off guard. Now, the White Dragon Soul and the Golden Dragon Soul had already broken through to the Origin Emperor realm. The power of the Blood Dragon Soul was constantly increasing, and with the support of the power of the Blood Soul Hell. Because it was the power of the Dragon Tribe, it was born with a spiritual pressure, which was enough to make the Sky Blaze Lion Royal feel that it was difficult to walk. But he was unwilling. He was also the king of this forest. Why should he lower his head to others? When Li Zongjio's desolate heaven essence, which was imbued with the power of the obsidian fire, struck the Sky Blaze Lion Sovereign's body, the Sky Blaze Lion Sovereign finally understood that the terrifying power of the youth in front of it was something the Sky Blaze Lion Sovereign could not withstand. Boom! Boom! The Sky Blaze Lion Sovereign's resistance clearly weakened. On the other hand, Li Zongjio's attacks were unusually rhythmic. He was full of battle experience, and with the hidden dragon technique, Li Zongjio's body was extremely ethereal. As he moved, the Sky Blaze Lion Sovereign had no way of hitting Li Zongjio. Of course, the power released by the Sky Blaze Lion Sovereign had gradually forced Li Zongjio to retreat. Furthermore, the flames that scattered in all directions caused Li Zongjio's body to be covered in injuries. Under the entanglement of the three Dragon Souls' dragon claws, the Sky Blaze Lion Sovereign was in front of him. Even the surrounding meta beasts did not participate in this battle. They only watched from the side. The two of them fought for nearly an hour. The surrounding vegetation and rocks were all smashed to smithereens. Boom! With the final strike, Li Zongjio smashed the desolate heaven essence on the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign's head. It had already knocked the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign to the ground. The Skyblaze Lion Sovereign was already covered in injuries. The final strike had also exhausted the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign's strength. Its huge body fell to the ground, panting. "It's not over yet." Li Zongjio looked at the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign. Although he had already used his combat power to knock the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign down, he had yet to sign a contract with it. Li Zongjio immediately landed in front of the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign. In the next second, the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign's mental strength was absorbed into Li Zongjio's mental strength. Boom! The Skyblaze Lion hadn't expected that it would be pulled into a strange place right after being beaten up. The white dragon's soul naturally appeared in this spiritual hell. With the power of the white dragon soul, it was enough to be the main soul in this spiritual hell. In the eyes of the others, Li Zongjio had meditated in front of the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign for about an hour. He stood up again. During this process, the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign and the Blackwind Blood Shadow Condor did not move. They sat in their original positions. They were also guarding with a defensive posture. After an hour, Li Zongjio stood up. The Skyblaze Lion Sovereign also stood up. Then, under the horrified gazes of Li Yan and the others, Li Zongjio turned his body around and faced the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign with his back. In the eyes of the meta beast, this was a piece of meat that had been delivered to its door. It could easily devour you in one bite. Be careful! Li Yan could not help but exclaim. How could Li Zongjio do such a careless thing? The Skyblaze Lion Sovereign was no joke. If it bit down, it would directly bite off your head. However, the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign only stood up and shook its fur. On its majestic face, it opened its mouth and revealed its teeth. The King of Fire's slender eyebrows twitched slightly as he looked at the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign. However, the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign quickly followed Li Zongjio and walked out. It actually followed behind Li Zongjio so obediently. At this moment, no one dared to believe it. Their eyes were wide open. Lu Yong and Su Baichuan were already completely stunned. The huge Skyblaze Lion Sovereign was like a tamed meta beast as it followed behind Li Zongjio. The Skyblaze Lion Sovereign also moved its body and moved in front of the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign. Roar! The Skyblaze Lion Sovereign roared at the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign, and the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign immediately moved to the side. Obviously, in front of the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign, even though it had submitted to Li Zongjio, it still had its own dignity and status. How dare a mere snake hang around in front of it? It really did not know what was good for it. Even though it had been tamed, it was still in the position of the boss. The two Blackwind Blood Shadow Condors also appeared at the side. In just a short period of 3 days, he had already tamed 4 Emperor-level meta beasts. In the eyes of others, this was simply a miracle. As for Lu Yong and Su Baichuan, they had witnessed this scene with their own eyes. After experiencing such a strange experience in the past 3 days, one person could actually tame 4 meta beasts. No one dared to believe that such a thing could happen. Oh my God, you actually defeated this big guy. When Li Yan saw the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign, her eyes were filled with shock. She was also filled with affection and wanted to go up and touch the majestic and domineering Skyblaze Lion Sovereign. However, the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign also glared at Li Yan, scaring Li Yan so much that she retracted her hand. However, after being glared at by Li Zongjio, the Skyblaze Lion Sovereign also lowered its head. Li Yan then went up to touch it in surprise. The Skyblaze Lion Sovereign had never thought that it, one of the overlords of Sangcheong Mountain, would actually be touched by such an ordinary human girl. If the other meta beasts in Songcheong Mountain found out about this Sky Blaze Lion Sovereign would probably be too ashamed to return. Let's go back. Li Zongjie was satisfied. But our Qilin worship has been destroyed. How can we go back now? Li Yan couldn't help but ask. The Qilin worship was directly destroyed by the Sky Blaze Lion Sovereign. Now that there were so many people in addition to these huge meta beasts, if they were to bring them back, wouldn't it cause a huge commotion in Holy Flame Imperial City? If it was especially eye-catching, there might be unexpected trouble. That's a problem. Li Zongjie was also worried. Moreover, the return distance was also far. If they were to fly back directly, who knew how much time it would take? Just as the few of them were worried. Suddenly, they heard a roar coming from the sky above their heads. They must be nearby. Such an intense battle must be between two meta beasts. We just have to find them. Now that it has calmed down, both sides must have suffered great losses. A conversation was heard. Then, with a swoosh, a few figures fell down. Boom! Boom! When the 5 of them fell down from the flying boat, they immediately saw the huge formation in front of them, and Li Zongjie and the others just happened to see the 5 of them fall down. Then they looked at the flying boat above them. It's the jungle hunting group, Lu Yong said lightly. Then there was a sense of pity in his eyes. Chapter 883. The jungle hunting group was quite powerful. They were rather powerful themselves. They roamed around the forest, specifically in order to find some precious meta beasts. Then they would hunt and obtain the precious meta beasts' body parts. Furthermore, the flying boats prepared by these forest hunting groups were all extremely large in size. When the 5 of them landed, they saw the Sky Blaze Lion first. Fuck, Sky Blaze Lion. Fuck, Sky Blaze Python. Fuck, 2 black wind blood shadow condors. This is a gathering of meta emperors and meta beasts. Fuck, there are still people here. When they saw Li Zongjie and the rest, they never thought that there would be so many people here. What was going on? Could these people be meta beasts in disguise? Otherwise, how could they get along so well with the meta beasts and stay together without fighting? It was really strange. You're the captain, right? I'm here to discuss something with you, Li Zongjie said to a middle-aged man with a full beard. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. This meta beast can even talk. After a while, Li Zongjie and the rest boarded the spaceship. The spaceship was much bigger than the Qilin battleship. Therefore, the 4 meta emperor meta beasts were arranged to board the spaceship without any problems. As for the jungle hunting group, they also received Li Zongjie and the rest warmly. Of course, they had to be warm. Otherwise, they might just throw them off the spaceship. Fortunately, Li Zongjie and the rest were very reasonable. The members of the jungle hunting group didn't dare to imagine that someone would come to such a place to tame a meta beast. Moreover, it was the Sky Blaze Lion. They had only detected the commotion because it had lasted for such a long time. Perhaps it was an evenly matched opponent. As long as they rushed out at this time and casually picked up some benefits, it would be enough for the jungle hunting group to live happily for a long time. However, this time they saw how powerful these people were. They actually caught the meta beasts alive. They didn't dare to make any guesses about the background of these people. They only knew that they couldn't afford to offend these people. Therefore, he only needed to be obedient. The moment he heard that these people were heading to the sacred Flame Royal City, he knew that they were not simple people. We need to change a part of our flying boat. We'll land in Black Rock City for about an hour, the leader of the jungle hunters said. At the same time, he also looked at Li Zongjie. Although Li Zongjie was young, he was the leader of these people. If anything happened, they just needed to communicate with Li Zongjie. All right, Li Zongjie nodded. There were a total of 6 people in this jungle hunting group. One of them was the pilot who was in charge of bringing up the rear. After all, this flying boat couldn't fly around on its own. Li Yan was also interested. She hid in the pilot's cabin and learned from him. It was almost dusk. Li Zongjiao and the rest also wandered around Black Rock City. Of course, those meta beasts were also placed on the flying boat. These people from the jungle hunting group didn't dare to say that they could escape with the 4 primitive emperor-level meta beasts. They could tear the flying boat apart with just a thought. Li Zongjiao came to the relay station and wrote a letter to Zheng Haoran from Cerulean Wave Giant City to bring some people and parts to the Sacred Flame Royal City. Li Yan's Qilin battleship was burned down. Of course, most of the things were still there. It just needed to be repaired before it could be used again. Otherwise, Li Zongjiao would feel embarrassed looking at Li Yan's sullen face. Outside the Sacred Flame Royal City, in front of a mountain range, the Gu family and the Xianyuan sect had already planned it out. Not only did they bring Kuan Erishur here, they also sent many people to search for Li Zongjiao's whereabouts. It would be best if they could catch Li Zongjiao off guard and attack him. Otherwise, if Li Zongjiao summoned enough friends, it would be difficult to deal with him. This kid is from Kuan Castle. Let's beat him up first, Gu Chuan ordered. At this moment, Kuan Erishur was tied up on a diamond pillar. An elite cloud guard obeyed the order and stepped forward to give Kuan Erishur a good beating. As long as you beg for mercy and cooperate with us to bring Li Zongjiao here, I can consider letting you go for the sake of Kuan Castle. Gu Chuan came to Kuan Erishur and said, "Let me go? I'm afraid you guys still don't understand the situation." A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Lan Kuan's mouth. The clothes on his body had been torn apart by his opponent's strength, revealing his tanned and muscular skin. A martial artist must have a good physique. Not only that, everyone should train their body. Only with a good physique would they be able to withstand such a vicious beating. You're quite stubborn. I think the Xianyuan sect wants to kill you. Do you think you can survive until now if I didn't protect you? Gu Chuan looked at Kuan Erishur and said indifferently, "You guys better run away. Once my boss comes, you won't be able to escape." Kuan Erishur spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Gu Chuan and said in disdain. He didn't care about Gu Chuan's threat at all. So what if he died? What was there to be afraid of? However, it was impossible for him to betray his brothers. Stubborn. Let's continue. Gu Chuan said as an elite cloud guard punched him again. Bang, bang, bang. He had suffered quite a bit. Just when Gu Chuan and the others were waiting in the formation, Gu Yu's figure flew over. Found them. Li Zongjiao and the others appeared in Black Rock City an hour ago. They rode on a jungle hunting group's airship and are heading here. When Gu Yu received the news, he was abnormally excited. He had finally found the person he was looking for. Very good. Lock onto their airship. Once they appear, shoot them down. Gu Chuan said in a deep voice. Not far away, there were a few experts from the Xianyuan sect. There was also the sect master, Gong Wuliang. Gong Wuliang's goal was very simple. He wanted to take Li Zongjiao's life. It was that simple. He didn't want to care about anything else. Previously, he had asked the Ardent Earth sect for help. However, who knew that the inhumane Li Zongjiao would kill everyone from the Ardent Earth sect. This made Gong Wuliang very angry. At the same time, he was furious. The Ardent Earth sect didn't even have the strength to take care of one person. It was simply embarrassing. This time, Gong Wuliang had personally taken action. He wanted to kill Li Zongjiao outside the Sacred Flame Royal City. Previously, he had made an agreement with the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion to not take action within the city. However, now that they were outside the city, he wanted to see where Li Zongjiao could run to. If he didn't kill Li Zongjiao, it would be a waste for them to come all the way here. On the airship, the bearded man was the captain of the jungle hunting group. His name was Zhang Lei. Seeing that the Sacred Flame Royal City was close at hand, he finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he was about to reach his destination. Moreover, He was glad that nothing had happened along the way. If anything had happened, he would have been in big trouble. Therefore, Jiang Lei's heart was much more relaxed. Brother Li, the sacred Flame Royal City, is in front of us. According to the rules, we are not allowed to enter the city. We will drop you off at the junction outside the city. Jiang Lei said, All right, thank you. Li Zongjiu nodded. At the same time, he took out a porcelain bottle from his storage ring. Inside the bottle were the 10-tier 5 elixir pills. Take these as your travel expenses. After speaking, he threw the bottle in his hand to Jiang Lei. Jiang Lei caught the bottle and weighed it. He was afraid that there were elixir pills inside. Just as he was about to say that there was no need to be so polite, as brothers were always helping each other out, he quickly caught a whiff of the pill fragrance coming from the bottle. Jiang Lei's face immediately changed. This was because the pill fragrance reminded Jiang Lei that the bottle contained tier 5 elixir pills. How can I accept this? I can't accept it. Although Jiang Lei said that he didn't want it, his actions were very honest. He directly put the bottle into his storage ring. Even the subordinates at the side turned their heads, no longer looking at the spineless Jiang Lei. Careful, there's a cannon! Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from the broadcast in the cabin. The airship that had just been replaced with new parts was immediately hit by an energy cannon with a boom. The opponent's power directly broke through the airship's protective barrier. One must know that they had just replaced the parts of the protective barrier. However, the enemy's energy cannon shot out and directly broke through the energy shield. Chapter 884. Immediately, the airship fell from the sky with a loud bang. However, Li Zongjiu and the others reacted quickly. King of Fire naturally didn't need to worry. Li Zongjiu grabbed Li Yan, who was in the cockpit. Lu Yong summoned the Ice Bear Wolf, which carried him down from the sky. Su Baichuan also had his own methods. The jungle hunters also used their own methods and landed on the ground. Li Zongjiu and the others landed one after another. Who dares to destroy my airship? Jiang Lei roared out in rage. All of his belongings were instantly turned into a ball of flames in the distance. The airship had completely crashed. The other party's strength was very strong. Obviously, they came prepared. Are you okay? Li Zongjiu also put Li Yan on the ground. Flying in the sky, one must be mentally prepared to be shot down at any time. I'm fine. Li Yan shook her head and said. Then Li Zongjiu glanced at King of Fire, who landed beside him. In front. The Fire Wraith King raised his sharp chin, indicating that the other party was right in front. From the front, several figures landed and surrounded Li Zongjiu and the others. Are you here to seek revenge or to cause trouble? Jiang Lei's airship was destroyed, so naturally he was extremely unhappy. He directly roared at the 7 figures in front of him. No matter who these people were, they naturally had to pay the price for destroying his airship. Moreover, the people behind him were already prepared to fight at any time. No matter who you are, first compensate for my airship. Gu Chuan walked out with his men, and when he saw Li Zongjiu, a glint flashed across his eyes. Although the other side had more people, and Gu Chuan only had 7 men, they did not lose out in terms of aura. Li Zongjiu, you're finally here. Gu Chuan said to Li Zongjiu, Who are you? Li Zongjiu looked at Furukawa, wondering where these people came from. They actually dared to attack them in such a situation. If these people were here to seek revenge, it was really not the right time to do so. Didn't you want our Gu clan to apologize? We're here now. Gu Chuan sneered. Li Zongjiu finally understood that these people in front of him were actually from the Gu clan. Only the 2 people in front of him seemed to have reached the 3rd stage of the primitive Emperor realm. No wonder they dared to be so arrogant, directly intercepting Li Zongjiu's flying boat midway, and even knowing their route so clearly. They must have made ample preparations. Apologized to him. They directly blasted the other party's flying boat down, and they still had the nerve to say that it was an apology. Jiang Lei finally understood that they were here to seek revenge from Li Zongjiu, but they accidentally destroyed their boat. However, Jiang Lei waved his hand and let his brothers keep their weapons first. Jiang Lei couldn't be clearer about the current situation. With the current strength of Li Zongjiu's side, there was no need to worry. The appearance of the 4 primitive Emperor Realm metabeasts was enough to make these people piss their pants. These people in front of them weren't even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of those metabeasts. However, these people in front of them didn't seem to understand the situation. Looking at the arrogant look of these people, Jiang Lei and the others were waiting to watch a good show. With a glance, Gu Chuan could tell that these people weren't in the same group as Li Zongjiu's group. Those who have nothing to do with this matter, scram. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave in a while. Gu Chuan said indifferently, "Take this as your compensation for the flying boat. Scram." Then, Gu Chuan threw out a bag of purple gold coins. Using such a method to clear the area was, in fact, an act of humiliation. "Keep your money and buy a coffin." Jiang Lei kicked the bag of coins back. Death was at hand, and you still don't know what's good for you. Gu Chuan's eyes suddenly turned cold when he saw that Jiang Lei, an idler in the underworld, actually dared to make an enemy out of him. Gu Chuan could only deal with all of them at the same time. He originally wanted to control the scene, and at least not cause any trouble. But now, it seemed that he had no choice but to take action and eliminate all of them. "Cut the crap. Since you are here to apologize, quickly kneel down. And those who are hiding in the back, quickly come out. Are all of you rats hiding in the back?" Li Zongjiu glanced at the mountain rock, not far away. The moment these words were spoken, several figures rustled out from behind the mountain rock. Gong Wuliang had long wanted to eliminate Li Zongjiu. However, he also wanted to see the situation at the scene. At least, he had to wait for the people of Gu family to eliminate some of Li Zongjiu's followers. After the loss of Mystic Yuan sect, Gong Wuliang had to ensure the safety of Mystic Yuan sect. Therefore, it was best to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. It seemed that the people of Gu family also wanted Li Zongjiu's life. At least, he wanted to let the people of Gu family exhaust some of Li Zongjiu's strength first. After all, Mystic Yuan sect had suffered a lot at the hands of Li Zongjiu before. But now, after hearing Li Zongjiu's instigation and provocation, he couldn't help but come out. "Li Zongjiu, if you can leave safely today, I, Gong Wuliang, will send my head to your residence." Gong Wuliang came out with 3 primitive Emperor Realm elders. There were as many as 6 primitive Emperor Realm experts on the other side. Such a lineup was more than enough to attack a city. "Oh, what use do I have for your head? Since you are all prepared to die, then come on." Li Zongjiu snapped his fingers. From the wreckage of the airship, 3 huge figures immediately flew out. He brought with him a terrifying aura as he descended, and when he released his aura, the sky-blaze lion let out a furious roar that seemed to penetrate the mountains and rivers. The roar seemed to have caused the ground to tremble. Gong Wuliang and the others sensed the meta-beasts rushing over, and their faces changed instantly. How is this possible? These meta-beasts. Although he couldn't believe that these meta-beasts were obeying Li Zongjiu's orders, there shouldn't be any traces of wild, primitive emperor-level meta-beasts within 1,000 miles. Looking at the place where the meta-beasts rushed out, it was where the airship was previously. Obviously, these meta-beasts had been staying on the airship since the beginning. "Evil creature!" Gu Chuan roared. Then he attacked together with Gu Hai, rushing towards the sky-blaze lion that was the most threatening. Huge amounts of origin energy intertwined and collided in the air, giving off a shattering sound. The sky-blaze lion landed with a ferocious momentum and slapped Gu Chuan's body with its claw, sending Gu Chuan flying. Bang! The defensive inner armor on Gu Chuan's body was instantly shattered, and a sharp claw mark appeared on his chest. Gu Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't expect this lion to be so strong. Gu Hai was in an even worse state. He was pressed to the ground by the Sky Blaze lion's claw. The other claw slammed down and smashed Gu Hai's head into pieces. His brain juice splattered all over the ground. Such a shocking scene made Gong Wuliang and the others realize that it wasn't a good time to fight with Li Zongjiu. The power he brought was too strong. This Sky Blaze lion was at least a 6-stage primitive emperor. Who would dare to charge forward? Retreat! Gong Wuliang immediately took the lead and led the 3 primitive emperor elders behind him, preparing to fly into the distance. Suddenly, a huge black silhouette rushed out from the darkness. Sky Blaze Python! The huge Sky Blaze Python was actually hiding in the darkness and only launched a sneak attack at this moment. One of the Mystic Yuan sect's elders was swallowed by the Sky Blaze Python. The other elder couldn't escape in time. He was entangled by the Sky Blaze Python. Sect Master, save me! The elder who was taken away hurriedly shouted. In the next moment, the sound of the elder's body being crushed into pieces could be clearly heard even from a distance of more than 10 meters. Damn it! When Gong Wuliang came out, he had a bad premonition. Now it came true. Sect Master, leave quickly! That elder prepared to escort Gong Wuliang away. But suddenly a huge figure descended from the sky and clawed the elder's head. Bang! The Black-winged blood shadow condor's figure appeared and disappeared in an instant. A primitive emperor-level meta beast was already very difficult to deal with. But now 4 of them rushed out at once. Who could withstand it? As for the 5 elite cloud guards, they were already torn to pieces by the other black-winged blood shadow condor. This was why ordinary people were warned not to show off. If you didn't know how strong the opponent was and dared to show off, you would end up in a miserable state. Except for the heavily injured Gu Chuan and Gong Wuliang, everyone was wiped out. Chapter 885. Gong Wuliang was still alive. However, he was under more pressure than anyone else. The surrounding meta beasts were all eyeing him covetously. Gong Wuliang did not dare to move at all. The Sky Blaze lion had already walked in front of Gong Wuliang. Its huge figure stood in front of Gong Wuliang. Gong Wuliang was the sect master of the Xianyuan sect. What kind of situation had he not seen before? However, he had never stood face to face with a 6th-grade meta-emperor realm meta-beast. There was a Sky Blaze lion behind it, staring at Gong Wuliang. It would spit out its scarlet tongue from time to time. Gong Wuliang had never thought that such a situation would occur. Li Zongjiu, what do you want? Kill me. The people of the Xianyuan sect will definitely kill everyone in the Li family. The consequences of killing the sect master are not that easy to bear. Gong Wuliang still wanted to use such words to scare Li Zongjiu. He did not understand the situation at all. Is that so? Fine. After I destroy your Xianyuan sect, you can continue to be the sect master in the underworld. Li Zongjiu snapped his fingers. The Sky Blaze lion opened its mouth and spat out a flame towards Gong Wuliang. Gong Wuliang's body was immediately burned to ashes by the raging flames. Li Zongjiu, if you dare come over, I will kill him. Gu Chuan's voice came. When Li Zongjiu looked over, he realized that Gu Chuan was holding Kuin Erishur hostage. Kuin Erishur was beaten up just now, and his body was covered with injuries. However, at least he was still alive. When he saw Li Zongjiu, he grinned and nodded at Li Zongjiu. Boss, why are you here? Why are you captured? Li Zongjiu looked at Kuin Erishur and frowned. Then he said to Gu Chuan, All right, let him go, and I'll let you go. You only have one chance. Think carefully. When Gu Chuan heard Li Zongjiu's words, his expression kept changing. He didn't know if Li Zongjiu was telling the truth or not. But at this moment, he didn't have any other choice. Looking at Li Zongjiu's appearance, he didn't seem to be a person who would keep his word. But at least, this Li Zongjiu was someone who valued friendship a lot. It was written clearly in the newspaper. Li Zongjiu, you won't have a good ending if you make an enemy of the Gu clan. After saying that, Gu Chuan tossed Kuan Erasure to Li Zongjiu. Kill him. Just as Kuan Erasure flew out of Gu Chuan's hand, Li Zongjiu directly ordered. Immediately, the 4 primordial beasts moved. Before Gu Chuan could turn around and escape, he realized that Li Zongjiu didn't keep his word. He actually went back on his word in front of so many people. Li Zongjiu, you don't keep your word. Gu Chuan roared and was swallowed by the army of primordial beasts. As for Kuan Erasure, he was caught by Li Zongjiu. Kuan Erasure was in so much pain that he grimaced. Just the bones in his body were broken. Therefore, if one didn't have the strength to back up their words, they were all empty words. Take their storage rings. Lu Yong and Su Baichuan immediately went to take action. What did they see just now? The sect master of the mystic Yuan sect, the 2 primordial emperor elders of the Gu clan, and so many experts. They died so easily in front of them. These were all big shots that were rarely seen. Moreover, from the looks of these people, it seemed that they had been lying in ambush here for quite some time. Who would have thought that when they appeared and intercepted Li Zongjiu, they would end up in such a miserable state? This was probably something that they had never imagined even in their wildest dreams. Jiang Lei and the others who were watching the battle from the side were also dumbfounded. This was because these people had announced their names at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, they realized that these people who were courting death actually had such a background. Regardless, Jiang Lei knew that his group was not on the same side as Li Zongjiu. This was just a coincidence. What Li Zongjiu and the others had encountered was not something that Jiang Lei and the others could come into contact with. At most, they would wander around the forest and follow some primordial beasts to get some benefits based on their experience. Sometimes primordial beasts would fight for territory and kill each other. However, they would not eat each other's corpses. Instead, they would keep the corpses as evidence to show off. At such times, they had to act quickly and strike quickly. This storage ring will be the compensation for the damage to your airship. Li Zongjiu threw out a storage ring. It was Gu Chuan's storage ring. A person of such a level would naturally have many precious treasures in his storage ring. The extremely valuable items would definitely be worth the loss of the airship. However, Li Zongjiu should at least take a look at the contents of the storage ring. What if there was something that even Li Zongjiu was tempted by? However, Li Zongjiu did not seem to care about the contents of the storage ring at all. Jiang Lei did not stand on ceremony. After all, they might not have the chance to meet again after this. Furthermore, this was indeed an opportunity to make a fortune. Although the airship was damaged, Jiang Lei had obtained an extremely rare opportunity to become rich. Hence, Jiang Lei cherished it very much. Thank you very much. Let's part ways here. Jiang Lei and the others cupped their hands and said, since the airship was destroyed, they could only find an opportunity to build their own airship. After all, they had to continue their own business. There were still so many things to do and so many people to feed. Jiang Lei and the others left on their own and did not interact much with Li Zongjiu and the others. However, Jiang Lei and the others were really shocked by what had happened here today. There's a person called Li Zongjiu in the Sacred Flame Royal City. We must not provoke him. This was the biggest realization that Jiang Lei and the others had in mind. Several figures flew over from afar. Boom! Boom! Nangong Wuji was at the front. When he saw so many meta-beasts below, he was also shocked. While he was on guard, he saw Li Zongjiu and the others standing among the meta-beasts below. Aren't they afraid? Where did these meta-beasts come from? Logically speaking, there should not be such powerful meta-beasts around the Sacred Flame Royal City. These meta-beasts were also intelligent. If they were to wander around in the center of human rights, they would be a threat to them. Someone could come and kill them at any time. These meta-beasts were all experts and extremely ferocious fellows. Li Zongjiu, Nangong Wuji, landed on the ground. Nangong Wuji was accompanied by many experts. Hong Shursen, Zhou Zhang, and 2 other experts in the Origin Emperor realm should have been invited by Nangong Wuji. Why are you guys here? Li Zongjio looked at Nangong Wuji and the others who had just arrived. There was still some distance between the Sacred Flame Royal City and the Sacred Flame Royal City. He did not expect that they would know what had happened here. It's Miss Xiao Zhao. Thousand Machine Workshop found out that these people were sneaking around outside the city, so they asked us to come and check it out. Later on, the fluctuations here spread to the city, so I brought my friends here. Nangong Wuji said, and then introduced 2 members from the Wuji Palace to Li Zongjio. Fan Emperor by Fei Shuang, Soldier Blood, Sword Shao Kong. Both of them were experts in the Wuji Palace and had a good relationship with Nangong Wuji. That was why they got involved in this mess. Originally, the 2 of them were slightly arrogant. However, when they saw the 4 meta beasts beside Li Zongjio, they understood the current situation. Li Zongjio alone was able to subdue these meta beasts. Other than that, there was no other explanation. The meta beasts before them all belonged to Li Zongjio. Just this power alone was already extremely terrifying. Those people from the Gu family and the Mystic Yuan sect came to cause trouble, but they were all crippled by me. Li Zongjio said faintly. He said it casually, but the rest of it was like a storm had set off in his heart. This was too exaggerated, wasn't it? They had received news that the sect master of the Mystic Yuan sect had come personally. Could none of them have escaped? I, Li Zongjio, will remember your kindness today. If you have any problems in the future, look for me directly. You will all be friends of the White Deer Manor in the future. Li Zongjio said to the few people, including Zhou Zhang. Although Zhou Zhang was entrusted by the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, Nangong Wuji didn't care. If you came, you would be Li Zongjio's friend. If you have any problems in the future, I, Li Zongjio, will naturally protect you. Even if you want to ask for elixir pills from Li Zongjio in the future, it wouldn't be a problem. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, the 2 members of the Wuji Palace beamed with joy and thanked him repeatedly. Shrink a little, Li Zongjio said. Then the meta beasts began to shrink their bodies. These meta beasts would only reveal their true forms when they were in battle mode. Once they revealed their true forms, it would also bring some trouble. At the very least, they would be discovered by the enemy. Everyone was shocked. The group of people walked into the Sacred Flame Royal City. These city guards wouldn't be able to stop any one of them. Chapter 886. When he returned to the White Deer Manor, he discovered that there was an expert sent by Songjiu. Li Zongjio naturally thanked him. These people who could help were people he could make friends with in the future. At least when facing the Gu family, these people had the guts to stand by Li Zongjio's side. Just this point alone was enough reason for Li Zongjio to protect them. The Li family needed to develop. Therefore, making friends with these people was necessary. After returning to the Li family and handing over the meta beasts to Lu Yong, Li Zongjio also specially sent the king of fire back. On the other hand, the Fire Wraith King stretched his body lazily, then counted with his fingers. Back then, we agreed that I would pay you 1,000 upper-grade primordial stones each time I helped. Now, you owe me a lot of upper-grade primordial stones. The King of Fire looked at Li Zongjio and said, How much do you want? Li Zongjio was already prepared to be extorted by the King of Fire. It didn't matter how much money it cost. Anyway, the meta beasts had been caught, so there was nothing to be regretful about. At least 3 years. For the next 3 years, I will have to eat and drink with you until I suffer a loss. The King of Fire looked into Li Zongjio's eyes and said, At this moment, even the King of Fire couldn't believe that he actually said such a thing. He didn't want to stay in the Ghost King Palace, but went to Li Zongjio's White Deer Manor. Even the King of Fire didn't know what he was thinking. He just said this subconsciously. At the same time, the King of Fire was very worried that Li Zongjio wouldn't agree. The King of Fire thought that if Li Zongjio didn't agree, He would never see Li Zongjio again today. Okay, I will arrange an independent courtyard for you. After all, I have a lot of courtyards here. When Li Zongjio built this place, he specially left a place empty. In the future, if Li Zongjio invited any powerful guests, they would stay here. The first expert to move in was actually the King of Fire. The King of Fire actually stayed in the White Deer Manor. Of course, he would occasionally return to the Ghost King Palace to handle some matters. Of course, he didn't need to go there every day. After all, the King of Fire had already formed its own independent system. In addition, the King of Fire, there was no one who dared to mess with the King of Fire. When Nangong Wuji first saw the King of Fire, he had some doubts in his heart. Although the King of Fire's attire was different from the rumors, at least he had a feeling that it was the same. After asking Li Zongjio indirectly, Nangong Wuji finally understood how terrifying Li Zongjio's White Deer Manor was. Besides, Kuinarashi's injuries were only superficial. After recovering his Yuan Li, it would be very easy for him to nurse his body back to health. However, the matter of the Gu clan wasn't over yet. The matters in the manor were also handed over to Zhao to arrange. Outside the manor, Li Zongjio had also found Tai Feiha. He ordered his men to go to the mountain and bring back all the heads and corpses that could still be found and send them to the Gu clan. When the Gu clan saw the corpses being sent back, they knew that they were in trouble. Some of the elders of the Gu clan also panicked. Only Guyu sat in his chair and sighed. Our Gu clan is going to die. Even the Gu clan couldn't get rid of Li Zongjio. How could they hope for any other way? Now that things have come to this, we can only ask for a compromise. Guyu let out a long sigh. Although they hadn't taken revenge for the Ancient One, they had to see the situation clearly and see if they could take revenge today. That Li Zongjio was so vicious, and he didn't know where he found so many helpers. Even the elders from the main Gu family were dismembered like this. What? You want our dignified Gu clan to compromise with this brat? How can the Gu clan keep its face in the future? Some of the more conservative elders of the Gu clan immediately slammed the table and stood up. They absolutely couldn't tolerate such behavior. Even if they had to die in battle, they wouldn't let such a thing happen. The Gu clan has been passed down for hundreds of years. How can the reputation of the Gu clan be destroyed just because of Li Zongjio? Since we can't do it ourselves, let's spend all our wealth and hire someone else to do it. Obviously, the decision had been made. No matter what, they had to cripple Li Zongjio. The Gu clan didn't have anyone left, but at least they still had money. A large clan with many years of history was no joke. There might not be many purple yuan and gold coins in the treasury, but there were many valuable things. As long as the price was right, there would be no need to fear that no one would be willing to buy them. Gu Yu looked a little hesitant. He had some connections with some of the assassin organizations on this continent. Those ancient assassin organizations weren't as brazen as the Celestial Rain Pavilion, nor were they willing to expose themselves to the public. Family head, there's no turning back now. Li Zongjio must die. The elders voiced their opinions, one after another. If Li Zongjio didn't die, the Gu clan would lose its status. Without status, the elders would be worthless. Everything had happened too quickly, and the elders weren't prepared for it. Gu Yu thought of the Ancient One, who was still lying on his bed and hadn't woken up yet. At this moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. Looking for an assassin? What's the price? Just as Gu Yu was about to make a decision and immediately send someone to handle this matter, suddenly, he heard a voice coming from the door. Who are you? Who let you in? Get out. An elder sitting at the side immediately stood up and berated Li Zongjio when he saw him walk in. Guards, throw him out. However, after shouting for a long time, no one came forward. Gu Yu's expression changed when he saw who it was. Li Zongjio. When the elder who had just stood up to berate and expel Li Zongjio heard Gu Yu's words, his face immediately turned ashen. He never thought that the person in front of him was actually Li Zongjio. You're Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio walked forward naturally and gestured for the elder to leave. Then he moved his chair over and placed it in the middle of the hall. He sat down facing Guyu. Tell me, how do you want to settle the scores from these few days? The rest of the elders looked behind them and realized that Li Zongjio did not bring anyone with him. Instead, he came alone. His courage was really big. He actually dared to walk into the Gu clan's headquarters alone. Wasn't he looking down on the Gu clan too much? How do you want to settle it? You've killed so many people from the Gu clan. How do you want to settle it? If you have the guts to come alone today, don't blame us for being rude. Third elder Gu Mengliang stood up and said. He activated the Yuan power in his body and took a step forward, assuming an attacking posture. Everyone, the enemy has already killed his way to our doorstep. How can we let him continue to be arrogant? Kill him. Gu Mengliang was already prepared to fight with his life on the line. However, the other elders were also shocked at first. However, there were a few who had the same temper as Gu Mengliang, and they all released their auras. Stop! Seeing that they were about to take action, Gu Yu hurriedly said, Li Zongjio looked like a fool. Yet these people were still so reckless. The Li Zongjio before them must have come prepared. Therefore, they definitely couldn't be deceived by Li Zongjio's calm appearance. Patriarch, Gu Mengliang looked at Gu Yu. His life and death enemy was right in front of him. Inviting the other party to his doorstep was clearly a provocation. Could it be that he was here to drink tea? Li Zongjio, what do you want? Gu Yu said in a deep voice. At the same time, he gestured for the others to calm down. I'm here to give you a chance. Forget about apologizing. Just directly compensate. Hand over all the things that your Gu clan has collected over the years. Then, I'll consider it as forgiving. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in your Gu clan. Not a single one will be left alive. Chapter 887. Li Zongjio's attitude was indeed a little too arrogant. The Gu family was not some third-rate small family. Their current status was obtained through the use of real swords and spears. How many years had it been since they had been threatened and provoked like this? Could it be that Li Zongjio really thought that he was invincible? Their Gu family was a family clan that had settled down for many years. Now that they had encountered Li Zongjio's provocation, they naturally wanted to kill Li Zongjio. They could even dismember him. However, Gu knew that Li Zongjio wouldn't do such a reckless thing. He definitely had a backup plan. Since you want to negotiate, you should at least find a more reliable condition. Gu Yu said in a deep voice. He stared at Li Zongjio. Looking at Li Zongjio's appearance, he didn't seem like he was here to negotiate. He didn't know what Li Zongjio was thinking when he asked for all of the Gu family's wealth. Reliable. Li Zongjio seemed to think for a moment. Then he glanced at the elder who had told him to scram. He went forward and stood in front of the elder. The elder was stunned. What was Li Zongjio trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to kill him in front of so many people? Li Zongjio directly grabbed the elder's ear and threw him to the ground. When the elder fell to the ground, a bright red patch could be seen on his ear. He had actually pulled off the elder's ear. Ah! The elder who had rolled to the ground immediately covered his ear and roared in pain. Following that, the desolate heaven essence in Li Zongjio's hand smashed into the elder's leg with a bang. This time, the bones in the elder's leg were shattered. Another scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered rang out. The elder who was lying on the ground was in so much pain that he couldn't even make a sound. In the end, he fainted after resisting with great difficulty. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Zongjio actually dared to make the first move. The rest of the people were also extremely shocked. However, there were also some elders who reacted and rushed forward. How dare you disregard the dignity of my Gu clan? Watch me destroy you. Gu Mengliang roared and leaped toward Li Zongjio. His palm flashed and fell toward Li Zongjiu's head. Who would have thought that while his figure was still in midair, he would feel a cold wind sweeping past him? When he turned his head, he saw that a huge python had unknowingly taken up residence on the roof. It opened its mouth and bit Gu Mengliang's body. Gu Mengliang was only at the Yuan King realm. How could he withstand the attack of the heavenly hell python? Immediately, the heavenly hell python bit Gu Mengliang's body into two halves with its fangs. Boom! Boom! The heavenly hell python didn't eat Gu Mengliang. After all, Gu Mengliang was only at the Yuan King realm. Such a meal was only junk food in the eyes of the heavenly hell python. The third elder, Gu Mengliang, who had bravely advanced, was cut in half just like that. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. Once again, they looked at the heavenly hell python on the roof. It turned out that they had already been controlled by Li Zongjiu. The speed of the Yuan beast's attack had already exceeded everyone's imagination. An ordinary Yuan King realm Yuan beast simply couldn't reach such a level. What kind of Yuan King realm Yuan beast could bite Gu Mengliang in half with just one bite? A Yuan King realm Yuan beast. Everyone present had a look of horror in their eyes. Even the young elder, who had one of his ears pulled off and only had one leg left, couldn't move. Using his only remaining leg, he quickly moved a few times towards the distance. He even seemed to have forgotten the pain on his body. The terrifying Yuan beast that Li Zongjiu had brought along was a great shock to them. Didn't I see that you also wanted to make a move just now? Li Zongjiu pointed at the person in front of him. An elder, who was sitting in front of him, hurriedly waved his hand. Just now he had indeed followed behind Gu Mengliang and said that he wanted to suppress Li Zongjiu. However, after seeing Gu Mengliang's corpse and the blood that flowed out was still hot, he didn't dare to say anything. If Li Zongjiu wanted to make a fuss and let the meta beast bite him, he would probably end up in the same or even worse state. Just thinking about it made him feel extremely pained. That was you. No, it wasn't me. Li Zongjiu pointed at a few people. These elders also waved their hands and expressed that they were willing to negotiate. This made it much easier for Li Zongjiu. He nodded his head indifferently. You are the head of the Gu family, right? Do you have any other opinions about my conditions? Li Zongjiu looked at Gu Yu and said, although Gu Yu didn't believe that Li Zongjiu would really dare to kill everyone in the Gu family in the sacred Flame Royal City, Gu didn't dare to use such a risky opportunity as a bet. What if Li Zongjiu was really that kind of crazy person? No, Li Zongjiu's current behavior was definitely crazy. However, once he agreed, he would have to give up almost 50 years of the Gu family's savings in the sacred Flame Royal City. What else could he not do if he used these savings to exchange for his own life? Gu Yu gritted his teeth. All right, I agree. This time the Gu family has lost. Gu Yu slammed his palm on the table. After he finished speaking, he felt that he didn't have the face to face the ancestors of the Gu family. If the ancestors knew about this, they would immediately climb out of their coffins and strangle him to death. Agreeing to such conditions was simply a humiliation to the country. However, the other party was so strong. He could only wait until the future to settle the score with Li Zongjiu. Saving his own life was the most important thing. Go and put everything in the Gu family's treasury into the storage ring. Gu Yu said to the great elder behind him. The great elder of the Gu family was also filled with grief and indignation. In the process of collecting, he deliberately left behind a few treasures. At the very least, he had to leave something for the Gu family. When Li Zongjiu received the storage ring, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Li Zongjiu, you have to keep your word. Gu Yu said in a deep voice. Of course, Li Zongjiu said with a smile. Then he turned around and walked out. He seemed to have left just like that, but when he left, he closed the door behind him. Wait, did Li Zongjiu forget something? Everyone raised their heads. Li Zongjiu had left, but the heavenly hell python was still in the room. Chapter 888. With Li Zongjiu's character, how could he just settle the matter with compensation? If compensation could solve so many problems, then why didn't Li Zongjiu work hard to earn money? Even if he was hunted down and became a wanted criminal, Li Zongjiu would definitely eradicate all these people. There was no other reason. It was because these people dared to touch the people of his Li family. Just this point alone was enough for Li Zongjiu to exterminate them. There was no room for negotiation. The Heavenly Hell Python was also the best at and liked to do such things. Within the house, the massacre was carried out wantonly, causing the house to be filled with blood-curdling screams. It was truly horrifying. The entire Gu family was like the wailing of ghosts. However, in the rest of the sacred flame royal city, there was nothing strange or different. When Li Zongjiu walked out, Li Yan also walked up. The reason why the commotion did not spread outside was because of the formation set up by Li Yan, which concealed the commotion within the Gu family. Finished talking, Li Yan looked at Li Zongjiu, who walked out alone. She curiously looked towards the direction of the Gu family. Finished talking? Li Zongjiu said faintly. Li Yan was also outside the formation just now, at such a close distance. She did not hear any commotion within the Gu family. Therefore, Li Yan did not know what happened inside. However, it was good that Li Zongjiu was fine. Now, Li Yan was not worried about Li Zongjiu at all. After all, Li Zongjiu could directly summon the 4 primitive emperor-level meta beasts with a thought. If someone wanted to cause trouble, they would first have to feel the enthusiasm of the 4 primitive emperor-level meta beasts. The second day, some people realized that there was no movement in the Gu family. Some people who had business dealings with the Gu family also quickly went to the Gu family to investigate the situation. However, when they entered the Gu family, not a single person could be seen. It was as if everyone had disappeared. In such a huge Gu family, there was not a single person to be seen. Until now, everyone was horrified to discover this fact. The people of the Gu family were all dead. From top to bottom, not a single person was left alive. They were all killed. It was huge, but there was not even the slightest trace of blood in most of the places. It seemed that the Gu family members were all killed without going through an intense battle. Even their corpses could not be found. Judging from the surrounding traces, they should have been eaten by some giant beast. When the special envoys from the imperial city learned of the situation, they sealed up the Gu family and conducted an investigation. With such a big matter, even the head of the special envoy department, Sima Xingyan, felt that his entire head was swelling. From yesterday until now, there was only one person who had come to the Gu family. That was Li Zongjiu. Was it Li Zongjiu who did it? Right now, Li Zongjiu was incredible. Last time, he directly burned down the Lingbo Palace. He was so arrogant, but no one could stop him. It was said that the Lingbo Palace's war god, Zhang Tianfeng, was the strongest person among the youths. His fighting strength was incomparably strong, and he had never lost a battle in his life. However, one of his hands was broken by Li Zongjiu. If it was not for the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's elder who arrived in time, Zhang Tianfeng would have been beaten to death on the spot. After that, the people of the Lingbo Palace did not dare to do anything. Furthermore, Li Zongjiu was now the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's honorary elder. Who would dare to touch him? That would be making an enemy out of the alchemists of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. With a single sentence, at least half of the Sacred Flame Imperial City would not be able to buy any pills. No one would dare to sell them to you in private, otherwise it would be making an enemy out of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Right now, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was under the support of the Xingyan dynasty. It was going uphill with difficulty, so not many people dared to act recklessly. Those who knew that it was the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's people who were doing this had to give them some face. Most importantly, they did not have any evidence. Also, no one came to report the death of the Gu clan's people. That might be because the entire family had gone on a trip. In short, there were all kinds of situations, so there was no need to worry about it. If someone came to find them, they would deal with it properly. As for now, they would put this matter aside for the time being. However, when they were free, they would still have to make a trip to Li Zongjiu's place. At the very least, they had to make Li Zongjiu have some sense of propriety. You said that you had wiped out the entire Gu clan. Even if there was no evidence, who would not know that you were the one who did it? In the entire Sacred Flame Imperial City, only you, Li Zongjiu, would dare to do this. Zhang clan. On that day, Zhang Tianfeng was basically sent back to the Zhang clan. If one wanted to describe how embarrassing it was, it would be extremely embarrassing. The dignified young genius of the Zhang clan was being carried back home. With one look, it was obvious that he was beaten up outside and could not return home. It was all thanks to Li Zongjiu that he ended up like this. Therefore, after Zhang Tianfeng recovered from his injuries, he prepared to find trouble with Li Zongjiu. After recuperating for 2 or 3 days, he realized that Li Zongjiu was not in the city. He had just heard that Li Zongjiu had returned. That was when he heard that the Gu clan had been wiped out. This caused the aggressive Zhang Tianfeng to instantly become dispirited. What? The Gu clan? Everyone in the Gu clan is dead. Zhang Tianfeng's eyes widened immediately. It was as if his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. The last time he had been so shocked was when he learned that the Ancient One had been tortured miserably by Li Zongjiu. Although the Ancient One was not a good friend of the Ancient One, he was still a member of the Wave Over Palace. Naturally, someone had to stand up for him when he was bullied to this extent. However, in the blink of an eye, the entire Gu family was gone. This made people feel that it was inconceivable. They didn't even dare to believe it. Given the Zhang clan's strength, they naturally understood. After Li Zongjiu arrived at the Gu clan alone, the news of the Gu clan's annihilation spread. Everyone in the Gu clan seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No traces of them could be found because they were all in the heavenly hell python's stomach. Subsequently, Zhang Tianfeng was placed under house arrest by the Zhang clan. To outsiders, Zhang Tianfeng was said to be cultivating behind closed doors. This was because they were worried that Zhang Tianfeng would foolishly seek revenge on Li Zongjiu and cause a lot of trouble. However, Li Zongjiu and Zhang Tianfeng had fought before. Therefore, the Zhang clan immediately sent people to Li Zongjiu's Bailu Manor with many good things in order to suppress this matter. Fortunately, Zhang Tianfeng was only an accomplice in the kidnapping of Li Zongjiu's family. Furthermore, because the Zhang clan's attitude was good and the Gu clan had already suffered, they seemed to be in an even better position. When Li Zongjiu received the gifts from the Zhang clan, he didn't even remember that he had beaten up someone called Zhang Tianfeng. Li Zongjiu's way of handling this matter was to pick one person to beat up. That would be the Gu clan's bad luck. Who asked the Ancient One to be so arrogant? Li Zongjiu couldn't be blamed. As for the rest, there was no need to beat them up one by one. That would be a waste of time. Li Zongjiu's goal was to make everyone open their eyes and see clearly. No one could touch the Li clan's people. Since the gifts were delivered, Li Zongjiu accepted them. The Zhang clan heaved a sigh of relief. They also understood Li Zongjiu's intention. In the future, everyone should remember not to offend the Li clan. Chapter 889. Sacred Flame Royal City, Heavenly Pill Pavilion. The competition held by the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. The 10 people who would represent the Xingyan dynasty to participate in the pill gathering of the 3 dynasties had been selected. 5 of them were the main contestants, while the other 5 were just substitutes. Among the large group of people, although Su Sha had recommended everyone to Li Zongjiu only knew 2 people, Qin Erishur and Qi Yanran. He was not surprised that Qi Yanran was able to get this spot. After all, Qi Yanran's level was not low. One of them was from the Purple Pill Academy, while the other 2 were from the Heavenly Time Medicine Manor. If Li Zongjiu and Qin Erishur were included, then the Heavenly Time Medicine Manor was indeed very powerful. However, Li Zongjio had to pay attention to the main contestants. After all, the 5 of them would represent the Xingyan dynasty and represent the strength of the Xingyan dynasty. They must not be weak. 4 C's Medicine Manor, Qi Yanran, Heavenly Pill Pavilion, Prescription. This name was not a joke. It was called Prescription, and it had a deep impact on many people. Even Li Zongjio looked at the prescription in front of him. A square face, standing in the same place. He looked at Li Zongjio with eyes full of respect. Obviously, he was a talent secretly cultivated by the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. There was another person who came from a northern family, Nan Peixian. Li Zongjio had heard of this person in his previous life. In the next few decades, he would shine brightly. However, because he was too arrogant, he was directly killed. It was not a pity. After all, this kid really deserved a beating. In his previous life, Li Zongjio could not beat this guy. The name Nan Peixian sounded a little awkward. It was almost like 2 people's surnames were superimposed together. Kuan Arisher is a reserve contestant, Li Zongjio asked. Kuan Arisher also scratched his head. Being able to break into the top 10 was already pretty good. At that time, whether or not he would be able to play would be another matter. What about the other one? Li Zongjio said. Su Sha looked at the time. The other one is me. A loud voice came from the door. It sounded a little hurried. Although Li Zongjio had not communicated with this person for a while, when he heard this voice, he immediately recalled this person. Ling Yan. Ling Yan, dressed in a dark red dress, appeared at the door. How can she participate? Isn't she a teacher? Even Li Zongjio was puzzled. Why did Ling Yan come to join in the fun? Who said I can't participate? Ling Yan said proudly. Li Zongjio didn't understand what was there to be proud of, but Su Sha explained. As long as your age is not over 25 years old, you can participate. When Li Zongjio heard that age was not over 25 years old, he felt a little guilty. After all, he was more than 3,000 years old in his previous life. If he was tested, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Although no one would believe it. But the truth was like this. So Li Zongjio's heart was more or less nervous. But he quickly calmed down. Looking at Ling Yan, the latter puffed out her proud little chest, like a little rooster that had won a battle. It turned out that this guy thought that he was very young, so he had such an attitude. Today, everyone gathered together for dinner. Tomorrow at noon, we will set off together. This time, we will be escorted by Vice Pavilion Master Chu Tairan and Head Zhou Zheng of the Elite Martial Hall. A few of the younger people also applauded. Then, Chu Tairan and Zhou Zheng walked out. Zhou Zheng looked at Li Zongjio and nodded to Li Zongjio. The few people in front of them were quite familiar with Head Zhou Zheng's name. Because Sacred Flame Imperial City's ideology was more advanced, there were also some teaching martial arts halls in the city that specialized in selling their own unique skills. As long as you pay, you can come and learn. Moreover, you don't need to be a disciple. In the past, those people who had some unique skills were basically hidden. If you weren't a disciple of the sect, then you wouldn't be able to see anything at all. These were all life-saving things. How could they be casually taught? But since the opening of the first martial arts hall, they taught their own unique skills from shallow to deep. If you could grasp the basics, then they would teach you something more profound. Originally, many people thought that this martial arts hall would collapse very quickly. However, that wasn't the case. Instead, he used this method to spread his martial arts reputation to all parts of the dynasty. His reputation immediately rose, and even people who were thousands of miles away came to learn from him. Even if you already had a master, you could still pay to learn from him. Subsequently, more and more people followed suit. However, the reason why such a martial arts hall could continue to be passed down and become popular was because it required real skills. If you weren't strong enough, it was almost impossible to survive in such a place. And Zhou Zheng's martial arts hall was ranked #1 in Sacred Flame Imperial City. Whether it was popularity or strength, it was undoubtedly number one. For such a legendary person to personally escort, besides feeling that it was grand, it also felt that the empire attached enough importance to this competition. However, if he didn't see wrongly, when Zhou Zhen came in, he actually greeted Li Zhongjiu first. Could it be that Li Zhongjiu and Zhou Zhang were related? After that, Chu Tairan also gave a speech and invited everyone to the restaurant opposite to have a meal together. It was considered a banquet for them to start work. At the same time, it was also a way for them to interact and get to know each other. When he heard that this matter would take nearly half a month, Li Zhongjiu was a little unhappy. Back then, he was too young when he agreed to Su Hong's request. After all, he only wanted to settle the trouble in front of him first. In addition, he saw how loyal Su Hong was, so he agreed. Who knew that it would be so troublesome? But now, the matters of White Deer Manor were more or less settled. The King of Fire was personally overseeing it. In addition, there were 4 primitive Emperor-level soul beasts. Even if the Sacred Flame Imperial family wanted to touch White Deer Manor, it would probably take at least half a year to discuss. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu could go without worries. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't participate in the dinner that night. Instead, he returned to White Deer Manor and arranged some matters. When Xiao Zhao came in front of the Blackwind Blood Shadow Condor, his eyes almost popped out. When he heard that Li Zhongjiu wanted to give the Blackwind Blood Shadow Condor to him, he shook his head like a rattle drum. No, this isn't Primitive Emperor level Soul Beast. Which cultivator didn't want to have in Primitive Emperor level Soul Beast? It was almost a dream, and they couldn't wait to have it immediately. However, Xiao Zhao actually firmly rejected it. However, rejecting Li Zhongjiu was an invalid action. Li Zhongjiu used the method that he mastered in his previous life to transfer the Blackwind Blood Shadow Condor's spiritual imprint to Xiao Zhao. Out of the 2 Blackwind Blood Shadow Condors, Li Zhongjiu chose the female one for Xiao Zhao. When Xiao Zhao's mind power merged with the Blackwind Blood Shadow Condor, Xiao Zhao's mind power level reached the Primitive Emperor level directly. Ordinary people would need at least 30 to 50 years of cultivation. However, Li Zhongjiu completed it in one night, and he even helped others to complete it. Chapter 890. Of course, such an action would be very dangerous in the hands of other people. If the transfer of the spiritual imprint wasn't done properly, you might even die along with the soul beast and the person you wanted to transfer. Of course, if the transfer was done properly, such a thing wouldn't happen. This could be considered easy, but it was also difficult. Li Zhongjiu had done some research on mind power, so he succeeded easily this time. Xiao Zhao was a little excited when he sensed his own strength. It's not a good thing for you to have such strong mind power when you just entered the sect. Read this first. Read it at least 3 times a day. As he said that, Li Zhongjiu extended his hand and tapped Xiao Zhao's forehead gently. A message was transmitted directly into Xiao Zhao's mind. Xiao Zhao was slightly shocked when he received this message. White God Fu. Although Xiao Zhao still didn't understand what level of cultivation manual this White God Fu was, how could this White God Fu be simple when Li Zhongjiu made a move on a primitive Emperor-grade Yuan beast? Don't worry, young master. I will definitely keep this White God Fu in my heart. Upon seeing Xiao Zhao's expression, it seemed like he had already made up his mind to protect this thing with his life. Li Zhongjiu rubbed Xiao Zhao's head. I'll leave my huge family business to you. Xiao Zhao was like a little child as Li Zhongjiu rubbed his head forcefully. Xiao Zhao immediately felt a warm feeling. However, Xiao Zhao also ran away bashfully. Originally, Li Zhongjiu wanted to hand the Sky Hell Python over to Li Yun. However, Li Yun wasn't willing to do so. She had been beaten to death by Li Zhongjiu, so she didn't want the Sky Hell Python. This immediately made the Heavenly Yama Emperor Python that was still hiding on the mountain feel extremely wronged. All right then, I'll catch you a good one next time, Li Zhongjiu said. The other Black Wind Blood Shadow Condor wasn't suitable for Li Yun. As for the Sky Blaze Lion, it naturally wasn't suitable either. Li Yan cultivated array formations and needed a meta beast that was good at defense. The Heavenly Yama Emperor Python was the perfect choice. It was good at hiding and guarding. You might be eaten by the Heavenly Yama Emperor Python before you even got close. Li Yan also had a mission to fulfill. She had to go to the King of Fire's courtyard to learn about formations. When she was free, she had to help Nangong Wuji set up some basic facilities in Bailu Manor. The arrangement of the formation was especially important. As for Li Baichao and the others, Li Zongjio handed them over to Tian Fei and asked him to train them in martial arts. At the same time, Lu Winshan regained some freedom. He appeared as a sinful lecturer. He imparted the most basic knowledge of elixirs to Lu Winshan. In addition, he assigned many alchemy tasks to Lu Winshan. As for the ingredients, he didn't have to worry at all. With the Li family's current wealth, refining some elixirs wasn't a problem at all. Most of the things they robbed from the Gu family were handed over to Zhao to handle. Li Zongjio also kept some useful things in his hands. No wonder so many people liked to be bandits. The speed of making money was indeed very fast. Even Li Zongjio wanted to continue robbing. He only hoped that more people would come to provoke Li Zongjio. Not only would he make you bankrupt, but he would also kill your entire family. Li Zongjio was that domineering. At noon on the second day, Li Zongjio also arrived at the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion early to wait. Although Li Zongjio's strength and status were different now, Li Zongjio didn't have the habit of acting like a big shot. If he should arrive early, he would arrive early. A person must keep his word. When he said the time, it would be the time. He couldn't be late. Li Zongjio had just arrived at the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion when he bumped into Qi Yanran, who was walking over from the opposite side. "Morning," Li Zongjio said to Qi Yanran. "Morning." Qi Yanran also said softly. Since the fight with Li Zongjio in the Four Seas Medicine Mansion, the relationship between Li Zongjio and the Qi family had become unclear. After that, the Qi family and Li Zongjio had a lot of connections. This made Qi Yanran have an inexplicable longing. Could this be a kind of fate? However, Qi Yanran also knew in her heart that Li Zongjio was such an outstanding person. Wherever his eyes passed, there would be mountains. Therefore, she had to become a mountain to be able to enter Li Zongjio's eyes. However, to say that she had chosen Li Zongjio seemed to be a bit too early for Qi Yanran. Even Qi Yanran couldn't explain her thoughts. If she had to use a word to describe it, it would be nervousness. "You two are so early. Have you eaten?" Kuin Erisher suddenly walked out with a paper bag in his hand. In the paper bag, there were fragrant meat buns. "Give me a few." Li Zongjio directly reached in, grabbed the buns, and stuffed them into his mouth. It just so happened that he hadn't eaten before. There's also soy milk. Kuin Erisher handed a cup of soy milk to Li Zongjio. "Where did you get so many buns?" Li Zongjio glanced at it. "I put them in my storage ring." "My storage ring is custom-made. It can keep things warm," Kuin Erisher said while eating. A storage ring that could keep things warm. Only people like Kuin Erisher could do such a thing. "Do you want some?" Kuin Erisher handed the paper bag full of buns to Qi Yanran. "No, thank you. Just give me a cup of soy milk," Qi Yanran said. In fact, she had received a high education. It was very rare for her to eat in public. At first, she was a little embarrassed. At the same time, she was also embarrassed to refuse Kuin Erisher in front of Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio and Kuin Erisher seemed to be eating very happily. Qi Yanran couldn't help but swallow her saliva. "Hey!" Li Zongjio suddenly called Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran didn't know why Li Zongjio called her. The next second, she felt something was stuffed into her mouth. Qi Yanran's whole face immediately turned red. Li Zongjio actually did such a thing. Qi Yanran even wanted to tear Li Zongjio to pieces on the spot. "This is a bun from the city's Gubuli bun shop. It's delicious. Li Zongjio and Kuan Erishur laughed and said. Looking at Qi Yanran's embarrassed appearance, Qi Yanran took a bite. The skin was thin, there was a lot of stuffing, the soup was delicious, and the temperature was just right. When the soft skin mixed with the soup entered her mouth, Qi Yanran immediately forgot about beating Li Zongjio. Delicious. Chapter 891. Qi Yanran had eaten it in public and her mouth was stained with grease. She even licked her lips at the end, as if she hadn't had enough. This alluring scene landed in the eyes of Nan Peixian, who had just walked in. Immediately, a strange glint flashed across his eyes. However, Nan Peixian quickly withdrew this glint. He pretended not to see Qi Yanran's embarrassed look and saluted her with cupped fists. Nan Peixian greets Miss Qi. Miss Qi is really punctual. I thought I would be the first to arrive, but I didn't expect Miss Qi to be one step ahead of me. Nan Peixian didn't think much of Li Zongjio and Kuan Erishur. Nan Peixian hadn't mingled in the sacred flame royal city before. When he was outside, he had never heard of Li Zongjio. He had some recollection of the Ancient One's name. After all, he had been very popular recently, but a few days ago, the Ancient One had given up on the competition for personal reasons. Nan Peixian had wanted to experience the Ancient One's strength, but he hadn't expected the Ancient One to go into hiding. As for Li Zongjio, he was at most a last-minute candidate from the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. He should be capable, but no one knew how capable he was. Nan Peixian didn't even think much of the Ancient One. Naturally, he didn't think much of Li Zongjio either. Nan Peixian's eyes had never been set on the Xingyan dynasty, but on the entire Shungu continent. He, Nan Peixian, was not such a simple person. He would definitely achieve great things in the future. He would let everyone in the world know his name. Qi Yanran only glanced at Nan Peixian indifferently and didn't pay much attention to him. Based on a woman's intuition, she naturally knew that Nan Peixian was deliberately trying to get close to her. The more he acted like this, the more annoying he was. I say, are you blind? Can't you see that the two of us are here too? Kuan Erishur directly said to Nan Peixian, this person really had no eyesight. Could it be that he only had eyes for women? It was really funny. Kuan Erishur could naturally tell what Nan Peixian was up to. Didn't you see that Qi Yanran and Li Zongjio were in a heated relationship? How dare you try to poach her with your level? I'll break your legs in a minute. Therefore, Kuan Erishur naturally didn't give Nan Peixian any face. Nan Peixian glanced at Kuan Erishur. You're just a loser. What's there to be arrogant about? These faint words made Kuan Erishur choke to death. He had already exchanged blows with Nan Peixian a few days ago. However, even if Kuan Erishur went all out, he was still unable to defeat Nan Peixian. The other party seemed to have won easily. You said you won, but you actually didn't respect your opponent. That's why I've been displeased with this guy for a long time. If you keep talking, I'll tear your mouth. Li Zongjio glanced at Nan Peixian. How could a man like him have so many things to do? He was so noisy early in the morning. Nan Peixian didn't expect Li Zongjio to be so rude. He directly said that he was going to fight in front of Qi Yanran. As an alchemist in King City, he was actually so rude. He wouldn't lower himself to the same level as such a rude person. Humph. Nan Peixian pretended to be aloof and snorted coldly, as if saying that he disdained to argue with such a rude person. Try snorting again? Who would have known that this Li Zongjio was not so easy to deal with? This warning immediately made Nan Peixian extremely unhappy in his heart. Just as he was about to flare up, Chu Taishan and Zhou Zheng also stepped forward. Chu Taishan and the others clearly saw the scene just now. If Nan Peixian didn't step forward now, he would probably be beaten up by Li Zongjio. When that happened, it would be unknown if he could still represent the Xingyan dynasty in the competition. Nan Peixian had just walked out of his own king's world. so he didn't know how powerful Li Zongjio was. However, Chu Taishan and the others were very clear. Zhou Zheng saw with his own eyes how Li Zongjio crippled the Ancient One. The Ancient One was originally a protected target of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion and was also a seated contestant. However, he was easily crippled by Li Zongjio. Even now, Li Zongjio wasn't punished at all. It was as if this incident didn't happen at all, and the Ancient One didn't even exist. Li Zongjio's name had been completely removed from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. After all, he was an honorary elder. His strength and status were all different. According to the procedures, when these children saw Li Zongjio, they had to call him elder. As for the matter of the Gu family being exterminated, although there was no definite result, anyone with a discerning eye knew that it was done by Li Zongjio. However, how was Li Zongjio able to do it without anyone knowing and kill them? Later on, there were many rumors that came out. It was said that the two great elders of the Gu clan, Gu Chuan and Gu Hai, were both killed by Li Zongjio. It seemed that when they ambushed Li Zongjio, they were killed by Li Zongjio instead. The sect leader of the Mystic Yuan sect and a few other elders also died at the hands of Li Zongjio. Although these rumors weren't confirmed, the Mystic Yuan sect had indeed closed their doors recently. This made the outside world unable to understand the situation in the Mystic Yuan sect. Therefore, the news that the sect leader of the Mystic Yuan sect had been killed spread more and more widely. However, the Mystic Yuan sect didn't make any moves. At this point, most people had already guessed it. This was true. Otherwise, this would be a huge insult to a sect. How could they say that the sect leader of the Mystic Yuan sect had been killed in broad daylight? If they didn't cause trouble for them, wouldn't they be in a mess because of what they said? The arrival of these two people could be considered to have saved the kid's life. After that, the rest of the members also arrived. Other than the accompanying participants, there were also some disciples from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion who could be considered as the accompanying staff. After all, when they arrived at the venue, there were many things that needed to be taken care of. They needed to communicate with the people on the other side. This was the only way to get things done. It could also save Li Zongjio and the others a lot of trouble. Su Sha was also among them. Obviously, Su Sha's ability to work had been greatly recognized. Everyone boarded the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's flying ship. The Heavenly Pill Pavilion's flying ship looked simple on the outside, but the interior was very luxurious. Its appearance was extremely low-key. However, in addition to the main flying ship, there were two other warships protecting it. There weren't many people who came to see them off. Even many people in the dynasty didn't think highly of this expedition. One had to know that the Heavenly Pill Pavilion had only been established for a few years. Even now, there were some famous alchemy clans in the underworld who had yet to make a move. Their strength was stronger than the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. In other words, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's strength wasn't the top in the Xinyan dynasty. However, if they were to participate in the three dynasties' alchemy gathering and were defeated outside, it would naturally be extremely humiliating when they returned. Chapter 892. The influence of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion had not reached that level yet. Li Zongjio could also see these people. Although the heroic elixir list had been listed, it basically covered some people who were halfway or barely passable. Some of the real top people, they were still hiding and even disdained to participate in some of the competitions held by the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. For example, Li Zongjio had met the Eastern Medicine Clan at the Dark Horse Elixir meeting. Any one of those people could at least be ranked in the top 3 here. Only on such occasions would some experts emerge from time to time. Kuan Arisher had also fought with the people of the Eastern Medicine Clan. He knew how powerful these people were. Although he was lucky enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the heroic elixir list, Kuan Arisher also knew that there was always someone better than him. The real experts were not limited to these people. He must strengthen his own strength. Seeing that Nan Peixian dared to have designs on Li Zongjio's woman, Kuan Arisher naturally would not let him go easily. He even kept a close eye on Nan Peixian along the way. If there was any movement, he would immediately come over. This made Nan Peixian clench his fists. He wished he could punch Kuan Arashi's head. If Kuan Arisher was in the north, the tendons of his hands and feet would definitely be broken. There were special cabins and berths on the flying boat. In addition, there were special lounges, communication rooms, reading rooms, and so on. It was like a private residence had been moved here. It wouldn't be a problem for him to live on the flying boat. The name of the flying boat was Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. We have to fly for 2 days to reach the Haiku Dynasty. The competition hall of the Three Dynasties Elixir meeting was set up in Tianxiu Elixir City of the Haiku Dynasty. This trip was also to pass through the Black Water Forest. Of course, this route did not pass through the sky of Luoxia City. It was a little distance away. Therefore, during this period of time, you are free to move around. You can communicate with each other more. Remember, don't fight. As Chu Tairan spoke, he stared at Kuan Arisher and Nan Peixian. Among all the people present, only the two of them had the ability to fight. Moreover, it seemed that the two of them didn't like each other. If there weren't so many people watching, the two of them would have already started fighting. Since there was nothing else, Li Zongjio went to cultivate. He couldn't afford to waste most of his cultivation time just because of this unimportant match. Although there wasn't much of a threat at the moment, there was still an extremely great threat. Sky Shaman. This person's strength was extremely strong in his previous life. Li Zongjio had only caught up to Sky Wu's cultivation later on. If he wanted to fight with this person, there was still a long way to go. Moreover, Wu Tian had obtained the Ghost King's secret realm directly. In a short period of time, he was bound to have an extremely powerful breakthrough. In addition, about a year later, a great treasure would be born. Li Zongjio also needed to prepare enough strength. Ling Yan wanted to chat with Li Zongjio for a while, but found that Li Zongjio had already returned to his birth cabin alone and began to cultivate. Ling Yan couldn't help but admire Li Zongjio. He didn't waste even a little bit of time. It was also because of this that Li Zongjio was able to have such a powerful strength and grow to the point where he was today. It wasn't without reason for a person to become outstanding. You only saw the success in front of him, but you didn't see the bitterness behind it. After seeing Li Zongjio go to cultivate, Kuan Arisher naturally didn't stay idle. There was a kitchen in the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, and a special chef was waiting respectfully. After all, the tastes of many experts were ever-changing, especially when it came to food. Most of them had higher requirements. Although cultivation could alleviate hunger, eating was still a form of enjoyment. It couldn't be delayed like this. Most people were also immersed in cultivation. However, Nan Peixian deliberately stayed in the book cabin. This time, in addition to Ling Yan and Qi Yanran, there were 2 other women. Li Zongjio didn't know the background of these 2 women, but he heard that one of them was someone's granddaughter. He couldn't remember the specific name, but he felt that it was very powerful, and it seemed that they had some connections in the royal family. The other person also came from a relatively low-key family. The reason why these people came here was because the influence of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was gradually spreading. Their family's foundation was not as good as the Northern Medicine family, so when they couldn't sit still, they had to respond to the call so that there wouldn't be any problems. Xia Wanji, grandfather Xia Deshan. If this name was mentioned, then people would immediately think of a person related to this name. The number 1 alchemist in the royal family, Mr. Deshan. This Xia Wanji was Mr. Deshan's granddaughter. To be able to have such a reputation, to be able to be crowned as the number 1 alchemist in the royal family, it was enough to see Mr. Deshan's strength. For many years, he had been refining elixirs for the dignitaries of the royal family. This elixir not only had to be effective, but also had to be extremely pure. Otherwise, some people with ulterior motives would do something to this elixir which would bring great harm. This Xia Wanji was Xia Deshun's granddaughter. To say that her background was already not small, but she still couldn't become an official member and could only be a substitute. The reason was that this edge was overshadowed by Qi Yanran and Ling Yan. Miss Xia is reading the 1,000 mountain flying bird scripture. Seeing Xia Wanji and another girl, this girl was called Yu Exan. Nan Peixian knew Yu Xian's identity. The Yu family that Yu Xian belonged to was slightly below the Nan family in terms of alchemy. Therefore, Nan Peixian wasn't interested in Yu Exan. Of course, if Yu Xian was willing to throw herself into his arms, he wouldn't mind. Seeing the book in Xia Wanji's hand, Nan Peixian deliberately walked up and said, Xia Wanji closed the book and looked at Nan Peixian on the opposite side. Young master, Nan has studied this 1,000 mountain flying bird scripture. Hearing Xia Wanji's words, Nan Peixian immediately knew that there was hope. At least, she didn't directly reject him. To be honest, this 1,000 mountain flying bird scripture was written by an old ancestor of my Nan family with his life's work. Every disciple of the Nan family must know it by heart. Nan Peixian said with a low-key smile, but the expression on his face seemed to be as proud as it could be. Chapter 893. With the signboard of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion here, even the bandits in the sky did not dare to come close. Let's not talk about what kind of big shot was in the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. If he accidentally bumped into the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, he would probably lose his entire fortune. How would they dare to approach? All of them hid far away. In addition, the 2 guard battleships of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, one in front and one behind, were extremely ferocious existences. Once they were determined to be an existential threat, it would not be a problem for them to directly blast you down. Above the Blackwater Forest, as the Heavenly Pill Pavilion flew, it broke through layers of clouds. Inside the airship, Zhou Zhang was still meditating and cultivating. Although it was said that he was cultivating, the aura around his body was wrapped around the entire Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. This time, Zhou Zhang was not here to travel, but to protect these important seeds of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. Of course, Zhou Zhang also knew that the pressure on this trip would be relatively less. After all, there was Li Zongjie with him. Zhou Zhang was not clear about the power that Li Zongjie possessed. However, if Zhou Zhang could feel the threat, then it was definitely not simple. Many years of cultivation experience told Zhou Zhang that Li Zongjie was definitely not an existence to be trifled with. Even in the cabin, one could see the scenery outside the window. When Li Zongjie looked out of the window, there was light flowing below. In his previous life, Li Zongjie had also passed through the Blackwater Forest alone. However, in his previous life, he had offended some people. In the end, he had no choice but to pass through the Blackwater Forest to escape. Of course, when Li Zongjie returned, he killed all of these people. As for what kind of enemies they were, Li Zongjie could not remember clearly. In the 3,000 years of experience in his previous life, it was normal to have a few enemies who would not rest until one of them was dead. In this life, he once again rushed out of the Blackwater Forest and headed towards the Haiku dynasty. There was a different feeling in his heart. I heard that the right to host the competition changed hands several times. Originally, it belonged to the Heavenly Fire dynasty. Later, it was transferred to the Haiku dynasty. I don't know why. Xia Wanji's gaze was as calm as water. While looking at the scroll in her hand, she seemed to be chatting with Nan Peixian about this matter. I'm not too sure about that. However, I've heard about the opponents of the 2 empires. Nan Peixian said. As the main contestant this time, Nan Peixian had a lofty image in front of the 2 women. Of course, this was what Nan Peixian thought in his heart. It had to be like this. Oh, I wonder, who are the most threatening people to you? Xia Wanji could not help but say, Heavenly Flame Dynasty, Heavenly Flame Pill Prefecture, Mu Qingyou, Haiku Dynasty, Hei Chu Pill Hall, Longxian. These two people are extremely famous in their respective empires. Moreover, their status is not low. Even the Ancient One, who is extremely famous in the city, pales in comparison to them. These two people will be the greatest enemies of the Shengyan dynasty. Nan Peixian had also done his homework. Moreover, he was aware that the origins of these two individuals were not simple. His eyes were burning with radiance as he spoke. It was as though he had already imagined the scene of him fighting with these people on the Wind Cloud arena. However, Nan Peixian said that even the Ancient One paled in comparison to these two people. At the same time, he was filled with fighting spirit towards these two people. Could it be that he, Nan Peixian, was stronger than the Ancient One? Speaking of the Ancient One, I heard that he was also one of the contestants this time. How did he suddenly lose his qualification and disappear? Yuxian was also from the outer city. Before this, she had not heard of the matter between Li Zhongjiu and the Ancient One. She also did not know that Li Zhongjiu had burned down Lingbo Hall and broke one of Zhang Tianfeng's arms. This news had been suppressed by people who cared about their reputation, especially the Gu family. However, the Gu family had been wiped out too quickly. Even the main family of the Gu family did not know about it. The Gu family in the Sacred Flame Imperial City had already been wiped out. They were probably still waiting for their reply. The Ancient One is nothing. It's good that he has gone into hiding. I guess he's afraid. Nan Peixian said calmly. This kind of thing was not unheard of. If he accidentally lost the reputation and prestige that he had accumulated over the years because of this competition, he would choose to give up. This was a wise choice. In Nan Peixian's opinion, the Ancient One was just like that. Otherwise, what other reason could there be? However, Xia Wanji just smiled faintly and did not say anything. Could it be that she had to drag Li Zhongjiu out to testify? Then, in young Master Nan's opinion, what do you think of the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, Li Zhongjiu's strength? Li Zhongjiu, the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Li Zhongjiu's name was spread by word of mouth among these alchemists. Almost no one didn't know Li Zhongjiu's name, so each and every one of them was very surprised. When they came to the Sacred Flame Imperial City to participate in the competition, they heard the name Li Zhongjiu the most. He was the king of alchemists. There was even news that Li Zhongjiu was a grade 6 alchemist. Such a young grade 6 alchemist was directly invited to become the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Xia Wanji had wanted to meet Li Zhongjiu for a long time. However, Li Zhongjiu did not seem to be easy to get along with, and he did not sound as powerful as he seemed. He seemed more like an ordinary person. Therefore, Xia Wanji found it hard to imagine. Li Zhongjiu actually defeated the Ancient One? Moreover, he looked like a grade 6 alchemist. He is just a kid who was lucky enough to trigger the pill lightning. If you want to become a grade 6 alchemist, you must trigger the pill lightning 3 times in the realm of grade 5 alchemist. Only then will you be able to stabilize your status as a grade 6 alchemist. I think that Li Zhongjiu triggering the pill lightning that day was just an accident. There is nothing to be proud of. Nan Peixian seemed to be very disdainful of Li Zhongjiu. Although I've never seen Li Zhongjiu in action, everything will be clear when we reach the storm platform. This pretentious guy won't be arrogant for long. Nan Peixian said lightly. Everyone be careful. There's a black cloud storm ahead. The flying boat will experience violent turbulence, but don't panic. Black cloud storm. This was not just a small black cloud storm, but a whole storm. Once the terrifying storm group condensed together, the power it produced would be incomparably huge. Chapter 894. The appearance of the black cloud storm in front of them will be a disaster for this airship. Even in the face of a simple black cloud storm, the airship must be careful. This time, a group of storms appeared directly, which means that there are at least 3 storms. Everyone, enter the cabin. Chu Tairan shouted through the broadcast in the cockpit. He still had the skills to do so. Originally, there were some people working on the deck, measuring the wind direction, observing the environment ahead, responsible for the surrounding vigilance, and so on. After hearing the broadcast, they also returned to the cabin. The incomparably dense black storm appeared in front of them. The storm was like the bloody mouth of a giant beast, mercilessly devouring all life in its path. It seemed to want to devour the airship in the sky as well. Both Chu Tairan and Zhou Zheng also had a dignified look. This group of storms is not simple. I always feel that there is something hidden in this storm, Zhou Zheng said in a deep voice. However, at this time, everyone had clearly returned to the cabin, but they found that a figure took the initiative to walk to the deck. Fuck, what does this kid mean? Chu Tairan saw Li Zongjiu take the initiative to walk out. Su Sha saw it and quickly wanted to pull Li Zongjiu back, but Li Zongjiu was unusually stubborn and directly pushed Su Sha back. Li Zongjiu, what are you doing? It's very dangerous outside now. The wind outside was so strong that Su Sha almost couldn't stand firm. She could only lean on the back of the door. Su Sha's cultivation was not very strong, so it was difficult for her to withstand this extremely terrifying storm. She didn't dare to go out too far. If she was blown away, even her corpse wouldn't be found. Now that they had rushed into the black cloud storm group, the flying boat could not turn around, and its movements could not be too big. Otherwise, the black cloud storm would sense the movement here and gather all the wind and thunder here. This was an extremely normal occurrence. Qi Yanran heard Su Sha's cry. The power of the black cloud storm was not simple. Even if a Yuan monarch martialist were to rush into it, he would only end up dead. It would be difficult for him to escape from the black cloud storm. Furthermore, even a peak Yuan monarch martialist would not be able to withstand 10 strikes of the black cloud storm. They were in the cabin. If they retracted their auras and drove carefully, they could drive the ship out directly. Of course, there was still a chance. The lives of all the people on the ship were at stake here. Although the pilot in the cockpit had nearly 30 years of experience, he could still feel his palms filled with sweat in the face of this storm of black clouds. His heart was also constantly in a tense state. If he was the slightest bit careless, the lives of this group of people would be lost. And it just so happened that it happened at this extremely tense moment. Unexpectedly, a figure entered the driver's line of sight. Because the cockpit of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was high up, they could see the situation on the deck at a glance. When they saw Li Zongjiu walking on the deck, they immediately widened their eyes. What is that fellow trying to do? Although the driver's physical condition was not bad, when he saw Li Zongjiu suddenly walking on the deck, he immediately felt a surge of blood rushing to his head and head. What was this fellow trying to do? Was he trying to get everyone killed and drag everyone down with him? That's Li Zongjiu. Zhou Zheng and Chu Tairan naturally saw Li Zongjiu as well. Zhou Zheng immediately wanted to rush out and pull Li Zongjiu back. Wasn't this fellow causing trouble here? However, Chu Tairan pulled him back. It's too late. If you go out, the black cloud storm will gather even more. Chu Tairan pointed at the storm that had appeared in the distant sky. The power of lightning had already begun to gather. This was not a spontaneous formation of the black cloud storm. Li Zongjiu had taken the initiative to attract the black cloud storm. Boom! Qi Yanran had just walked behind Su Sha and looked at the situation on the deck through the gap of the door. Immediately, a bolt of lightning directly struck towards Li Zongjiu. The dark and thick lightning directly fell on Li Zongjiu's body. If it fell to such an extent, then the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, it was estimated that it would be directly pierced through. A strong shock wave came towards the two of them and directly blasted Su Sha away. If Qi Yanran had not caught Su Sha behind her, Su Sha would have been badly shaken by this shock wave. Hide in the cabin. After leaving such a sentence, Qi Yanran stepped out and closed the cabin door behind her. She stared at the scene in front of her. With Qi Yanran's understanding of Li Zongjio would not do something boring. It seemed that time was very precious to Li Zongjio. Therefore, everything that Li Zongjio did had always been straightforward and went straight to the point. Therefore, when Li Zongjio came to the deck and faced the black cloud storm, Qi Yanran also knew that Li Zongjio must have a purpose. But she did not expect that Li Zongjio actually wanted to use the black cloud storm to cultivate. Some people heard the movement outside, and the surrounding pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Immediately, they ran into the cabin and looked at the situation outside. That madman wants to kill all of us. Nan Peixian saw Li Zongjio outside the deck and immediately cursed. If he wants to commit suicide, he can just jump down. He actually wants us to be buried with him. Shut your mouth, it stinks. Kun Erisher looked at Nan Peixian with a provocative gaze. Even if you are a seated player, if you dare to speak rudely, Kun Erisher will not be polite anymore. Compared with Li Zongjio, Kun Erisher is more civilized. If Li Zongjio is here, then you have no chance at all. You. Nan Peixian was furious. No one has ever dared to talk to him like this. Was Nan Peixian's reputation so useless here? Or did this brat not know how to spell the word death? However, it was not Nan Peixian's turn to get angry. A terrifying lightning bolt immediately lit up on the glass wall of the cockpit. The moment the light appeared, the lightning bolt flashed. It directly illuminated the glass like it was daytime, making people unable to open their eyes. At the same time, a thunderous explosion sounded in their ears. It seemed that the surrounding sea of clouds was also shaken by this wave of fluctuation. Chapter 895. There was almost no need to look. One could already see Li Zongjio being swallowed by the terrifying lightning. This idiot, Nan Peixian, thought in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. Because before he saw Li Zongjio's corpse, it was better to be safe. If something unexpected happened, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Moreover, there was a violent Kun Erisher beside him. This guy, it was hard to say. He would directly raise his fist and attack. Although Nan Peixian's alchemy level was above Kun Arashi's, but when it came to fighting, he might not be able to beat Kun Erisher. Nan Peixian did not even kill people because he did not need to do these things. Qi Yanran's body released a force, blocking in front of her, blocking the shock wave in front of her. Even the aftermath of the shock wave consumed a lot of Qi Yanran's strength. Then, Qi Yanran looked at the center of the light ball nervously. The light dissipated. Li Zongjio was still in the same place, not moving at all. Even the clothes on his body were not damaged at all. This kid must have used some precious protective magic treasure. Nan Peixian thought in his heart, if an ordinary person was struck by the black cloud wind thunder, how could they still be alive and still be able to breathe? However, Zhou Zhang and Chu Tai-Rant's eyes flashed with a light. Most of their energy was focused on Li Zongjio. After all, Li Zongjio was the star of this competition. No, he was the trump card. If something were to happen to Li Zongjio, this grand competition would most likely be over. With Nan Peixian's ability, in fact, in the Shengyan dynasty, there were at least 10 people who were more powerful than him. All they knew was how to brag all day long, and they couldn't do anything serious. This was because the influence of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was too low, and they couldn't attract any real alchemy tycoons to join them. If these people were willing to join the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, then the alchemy industry of the dynasty would definitely develop by leaps and bounds. Nowadays, these pill tycoons all kept their own set of methods, thinking that they were the best and that everyone else was a pile of shit. That was why they were hindering the development of the pill industry. All their hopes were placed on Li Zongjio. He wanted these people to see the glory that belonged to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. At the same time, he wanted them to pay attention to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. They only needed to get back a place or participate in an extremely important battle. At the very least, he could be considered gold-plated. Just now, When he saw Li Zongjiu's situation, he was also paying close attention to it. After all, this Li Zongjiu was in such a dangerous situation, and he had such a high position. No one could understand why he was doing this. Just now, Li Zongjiu's body didn't have any other yuan power fluctuations. He used his own body to withstand this move. The terrifying black cloud of wind and thunder fell. However, it didn't bring any harm to Li Zongjiu. No one dared to believe their own eyes. But Li Zongjiu felt an extremely comfortable feeling. When the strength of one's muscles and bones became extremely strong, it would be very difficult to move them again. When the black cloud of wind and thunder fell, Li Zongjiu also felt the long-lost feeling of moving his muscles and bones. There were also crackling sounds coming from his body. It seemed that there were bursts of thunderous sounds coming from his body. Qi Yanran's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. She only knew that Li Zongjiu was tough, but she didn't expect that Li Zongjiu was tough to this extent. Using the black cloud of wind and thunder to temper his body was absolutely unprecedented. As for whether there would be others who did it later, that was another story. After that, the range of the black cloud of wind and thunder became a little smaller, but the black cloud of wind and thunder fell one after another. For the current Li Zongjiu, it was just like scratching an itch. Immediately, Li Zongjiu stood up angrily and rushed towards the high ground in front of him. Boom! When everyone saw Li Zongjiu's actions, they even felt that their hearts were about to be unable to bear it. Chu Tairan was already an old man, but he had never seen such a reckless person. He actually took the initiative to rush into the black clouds of wind and thunder. That kid's brain can't really be damaged, right? At this moment, Nan Peixian also stared blankly at Li Zongjiu, who rushed out. He never thought that someone would do such a stupid thing. It was like someone directly jumping into the crater of a volcano. Even if he had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough. But even so, there was no chance to stop Li Zongjiu. He could only watch Li Zongjiu rush into the black cloud of wind and thunder. At this moment, the people on the airship and the corvette, not far away, were all stunned. The black cloud of wind and thunder gathered here, forming a gate of hell. It has been hundreds of years. After all, it was a force formed between heaven and earth. So no one had ever investigated the cause of the formation of the black cloud of wind and thunder. But every time when it was discovered, it was very cautious because the black cloud of wind and thunder were flowing. But this time it was extremely abnormal, as if it was coming for them. Isn't this guy a little too fierce? Ling Yan also glanced at the figure that disappeared into the black clouds and murmured. Intense light immediately flickered within the storm of black clouds. The sudden increase in rumbling sounds also caused one to feel overwhelmed. It was as though 100,000 drums were beating beside one's ears. That majestic and powerful energy repeatedly penetrated one's chest. Zhou Zheng's eyes stared the clouds. At the beginning, everyone was very worried that Li Zongjiu would turn into a charred corpse and fall from the sky. But later, the flashing and exploding sound became more and more frequent, and everyone got used to it. In the end, they became numb. What kind of person could withstand the power of the black cloud of wind and thunder in this lightning pool? He was simply a real humanoid beast. Nan Peixian now knew Li Zongjiu's strength. Therefore, he did not dare to say anything bad about Li Zongjiu, but in his heart he hoped that Li Zongjiu's strength would be exhausted and he would be struck to death by the lightning. Even a third-grade Yuan Huang would not be able to withstand so many black cloud of wind and thunder. Zhou Zheng said in a deep voice. Li Zongjiu's strength was too monstrous. At this moment, the black cloud of wind and thunder gradually dispersed, and Li Zongjiu's figure landed safely on the heavenly pill pavilion. Looking at Li Zongjiu's leisurely stroll, it was as if he had taken a stroll in the garden outside. At the same time, his face was filled with joy, as if something happy had happened. Chapter 896. When Li Zongjiu returned to the heavenly elixir pavilion, Chu Tairan and Zhou Zheng rushed out almost at the same time. They almost reached out and strangled Li Zongjiu on the spot. "Kid, what are you trying to do? If you die, wouldn't our efforts be in vain?" Chu Tairan roared. He had never cooperated with such an unruly person before. Chu Tairan might be confident, but Chu Tairan wasn't. Moreover, wouldn't such a risky move scare them to death? Too reckless. That black cloud storm is so dangerous. Zhou Zheng also muttered. In response, Li Zongjiu just cupped his hands. "Sorry, I haven't had a breakthrough for a long time. I just happened to see the wind and thunder. My heart itched, so I came to practice," Li Zongjiu said. The two stared at Li Zongjiu. At the same time, they were also surprised by Li Zongjiu's strength. He was really powerful to be able to disperse the black cloud storm. Now, even Zhou Zheng didn't know what level Li Zongjiu was at. He was so fierce every time. It was hard to estimate and predict. However, Chu Tairan was overjoyed. The stronger Li Zongjiu was, the greater the advantage he could get in this competition. If he could get the first place in this 3 dynasties elixir gathering, Chu Tairan already had a feeling in his heart. Since the black cloud storm had disappeared, the airship naturally continued to move forward. It was better to leave this place with such a changeable climate as soon as possible. Seeing that there was a fierce person like Li Zongjiu in this team who could withstand the thunder and lightning, some people became very low-key. This was because, compared to their ability, Li Zongjiu was stronger. This was almost unreasonable. He was really too powerful. The most honest was Nan Peixian. When he saw Li Zongjiu's ability, Nan Peixian knew that if he and Li Zongjiu were to clash under normal circumstances, the one who would suffer would definitely be him. Right now, he did not have many helpers, and the upper echelons of the Heavenly Dan Pavilion seemed to favor Li Zongjiu more. If anything were to happen, he would definitely help Li Zongjiu instead of himself. Therefore, if he really wanted to get back at them, he would have to do it on the alchemy platform. He would use his own alchemy skills to defeat Li Zongjiu, and then tell Li Zongjiu who was the real king. Nan Peixian was wholeheartedly thinking about how to defeat Li Zongjiu, but Li Zongjiu simply didn't care about this insignificant Nan Peixian. He never put this kid in his eyes. Li Zongjiu seemed to finally know how to enjoy himself. He actually walked into the reading room and began to look for some books to read. Xia Wanji and Yu Exan were also in the reading room. There were 4 tables in the reading room, and Yu Exan and Xia Wanji occupied one of them. Li Zongjiu naturally walked to the side and sat down at another table. After the soul-stirring scene just now, it was obvious that the two of them were very curious about Li Zongjiu. At this moment, seeing Li Zongjiu taking the initiative to come here, they also thought that he wouldn't want to strike up a conversation with the two of them. There were only 4 of them in this trip. Ling Yan was Li Zongjiu's homeroom teacher. Since he was the homeroom teacher, Ling Yan would at least be a little more reserved. If this teacher-student relationship was spread out, it would damage his image. In addition, Qi Yanran seemed to be acquainted with Li Zongjiu. The two of them should be good friends before, but Li Zongjiu didn't look for Qi Yanran, but deliberately walked into the reading room and sat down. There must be a reason. Sure enough, all men were the same. Xia Wanji thought in her heart. As the granddaughter of the imperial family's chief alchemist, Xia Wanji's status could be imagined. She must be a delicious cake in the city. Countless people wanted to get close to her. If they could pluck Xia Wanji, the flower of the imperial family, then they wouldn't have to worry about medicinal pills for the rest of their life. Although there were many young talents in the city, there were only a few who could make Xia Wanji nod her head. Yu Exan didn't seem to be very sensitive to these things, but in Yu Exan's heart, she still had some confidence in herself. Her appearance was petite and cute, and most boys liked to dress like this. Moreover, Yu Exan was also among these people. Her age was relatively young, only 16 years old. Li Zongjiu should be 17 years old this year, but with his appearance and many deeds, it was impossible to tell. This was a person who was only 17 years old. However, Li Zongjie sat in his seat and flipped through the book in his hand, looking extremely quiet. His whole person was like a wooden stake rooted to the ground. Only the rustling of the pages in his hand could be heard. The three of them also sat in their seats and read the book. Xia Wanji couldn't believe it. Li Zongjie sat there motionless, and there were already 10 books piled up beside him. However, in just 3 hours, Li Zongjie seemed to be engrossed in the book in his hand and didn't care about the outside world. We're in the Haiku dynasty. Yu Xian looked at the scene outside the window and said with great surprise, even the disciples of these big clans rarely left the Shengyan dynasty's territory. Most of them would only stay in their own cities, or at most move within the region. Going out was still risky for them. If something happened, there was no way to guarantee their safety. Moreover, this land outside the Shengyan dynasty's territory was already outside the Shengyan dynasty's territory. Naturally, there would be a lot of restrictions on them. If they left the Shengyan dynasty's territory, it would be impossible for them to do anything. If something happened, they could only solve it themselves. If they really encountered danger, they would most likely die. However, the Haiku dynasty's Black River Pill Hall was obviously in place. Although the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was just established not long ago, at least they had to give face to the Shengyan dynasty. Just as the Heavenly Pill Pavilion entered the territory, a battleship appeared in the sky and approached the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. The 2 frigates immediately became nervous. Chu Tairan made a gesture. These people in front of him were all sent by the Black River Pill Hall. Black River Pill Hall's Deputy Hall Master, Xuezong Hai, welcomed the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's alchemy friends. The other party's battleship did not continue to approach, but a person appeared on the deck of the ship. This person was wearing a black robe. The black robe sleeves were embroidered with 6 stars, a 6th grade alchemist. They sent a 6th grade alchemist. The Black River Pill Hall not only wanted to show their respect, but also to demonstrate their power. These were all their usual methods and tricks. Chu Tairan did not feel uncomfortable at all, because Chu Tairan himself was also a 6th grade alchemist. Thank you, Deputy Hall Master Xue. I am Chu Tairan, the Deputy Hall Master of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Deputy Hall Master Chu, please. Chu Tairan and Zhou Zheng boarded the other party's ship. The Heavenly Pill Pavilion was handed over to Su Sha to manage. The rest of the people also stayed on their ships. After all, these 2 people were the higher-ups. Moreover, this was a competition. It was better for the participants not to show up if it was not necessary. It was always good to keep some sense of mystery. Chapter 897. The Black River Pill Hall's flying boat was right beside the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Li Zongjie could see the other party's warship from his window. It was almost twice the size of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. Furthermore, it seemed to be of better quality. Although the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was not the best item in the Saint Flame dynasty, at least it was not too embarrassing. However, in front of the Black River Pill Hall's flying boat, it paled in comparison. It was like an adult taking a child for a stroll. The flying boat moved forward slowly. Li Zongjie took a glance and retracted his gaze. He read a lot of books in one night and absorbed a lot of information. However, he did not find the answer he wanted. What are you looking for? Xia Wanji did not know where she got the courage to ask Li Zongjie. In Xia Wanji's opinion, this was an extremely cheap action. However, she saw Li Zongjie reading quickly the whole night. His face did not look happy at all. Instead, there was a serious expression between his eyebrows that did not change at all. This was because he had not solved some mystery. That was why there was such an expression. Well, I have some information about the Black Cloud Storm now, Li Zongjie said. There were many benefits to reading books, occasionally. Li Zongjie had read a lot of books in his previous life. If he wanted to survive, Not only did he need to have a big fist, he also needed to have a wide range of knowledge. Otherwise, many times, they would be killed without knowing why. Li Zongjie walked around the black cloud storm before, but he encountered something incredible. Li Zongjie also spent a lot of effort to subdue this thing. Therefore, he wanted to find out more about the black cloud storm. After all, this reading room was on the flying boat. Therefore, a lot of books were about weather, geography, and so on. Li Zongjie found some key information from these books. However, there was not much information about the black cloud storm. As for what was hidden in the dark storm, there was even less information that could be used to identify it. The black cloud storm is just a kind of gathering of energy between heaven and earth. However, if you want to talk about the formation of the black cloud storm above the Blackwater Forest, there's a legend. As for whether it is accurate or not, I don't know. Xia Wanji did not think that what Li Zongjie cared about was actually the black cloud storm that he himself had gone through. There were many forbidden zones between heaven and earth. As long as one trespassed into these forbidden zones, one would be turned back into the origin energy of heaven and earth and become a part of heaven and earth again. Obviously, the black cloud storm was one of them. However, the formation of the black cloud storm at the edge of the Blackwater Forest was extremely special. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any storms in the vicinity of the Blackwater Forest. However, the black cloud storm was like a bandit that occupied this part of the sky. Moreover, it didn't disperse all year round. Almost everyone who passed through here would encounter the black cloud storm. More often than not, it would naturally form a storm of black clouds. Tell me, Li Zongjie said. Xia Wanji did not think that Li Zongjie's purpose would be so clear and simple. It seemed that he had no interest in women at all. It was simply a joke. Could it be that this beauty had to talk about the weather here without anything else to say? Of course, Xia Wanji was not that superficial. She was not here to prove her charm. She simply wanted to make friends with Li Zongjie. Hence, she began to talk tirelessly. Li Zongjie learned quite a bit of information from Xia Wanji's mouth. This was something that happened before the establishment of the 3 great dynasties. In short, it was a story of a life and death battle between an expert who had cultivated lightning attribute yuan energy to the extreme and an expert who had cultivated wind attribute yuan energy to the extreme. These 2 great gods fought until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Later, their blood was spilled and nurtured an entire Blackwater Forest. Furthermore, the lightning attribute expert's last breath also became a black cloud storm. It's that simple. Li Zongjie listened to this story. It was already so common that it seemed to be a mess. Only those who specialized in talking nonsense would write these things to sell for money. However, Li Zongjie also knew that there was more or less a connection between the 2. It's that simple. We're here. How long did it take for them to arrive at Black River City? Li Zongjie took a glance. The reason why they were flying so fast was not because of the heavenly Pill Pavilion. It was because of the large flying boat opposite them. It seemed that the flying boat's facilities were obviously more complete. At the same time, it could also fly. Usually, this large flying boat would be able to carry 2 or even 3 flying boats. Its speed would be twice or even thrice the original speed. In the Haiku Dynasty's territory, there were naturally bandits and the like. However, this was the flying boat of the Black River Pill Hall. The influence of the Black River Pill Hall in the Haiku Dynasty was far greater than the influence of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion in the Xingyan Dynasty. In terms of the grandeur of the capital, the Sacred Flame Imperial City was slightly more majestic. However, the Haiku Dynasty seemed to have a stronger foundation. In the central area, there were some ancient buildings that were still preserved. There were historical experiences and foundations in them. Some new buildings were built in the surroundings. There were also many flying boats coming and going. It seemed that they were very confident in their safety. At the same time, these flying boats were flying in the sky in an orderly manner. Li Zongjie had seen the Shengyan dynasty 3,000 years in the future. Compared to the present, there weren't many changes. Many things were directly upgraded, and the level was not the same as before. For example, the Heike dynasty. He didn't know where they got so many fancy ideas. If he stayed in the Heike dynasty, he could hear the roar of the flying boat almost every day. It seemed that the people of the Heike dynasty moved around more frequently. Even the flying boat business was extremely busy. When the flying boat of the Black River Pill Hall arrived, the flying boats in front automatically opened up a path for them. They flew to both sides in an orderly manner. The flying boat of the Black River Pill Hall landed on an extremely vast flying boat plaza. The flying boat must take off and land at a fixed location in the city. You can also leave the flying boat here. There will be someone to look after it. Shue Songhai said, some large flying boats didn't have the function of storing things. After all, there wasn't such a big spatial tool to store things. Hence, it was normal for them to park here. In that case, let's park the flying boat here. Chu Tairan said, my disciple will bring your people to check in. You and I have to have a good drink. Tomorrow, when the people of the Heavenly Flame Pill Palace arrive, we'll hold an opening ceremony together. Shue Songhai pulled Chu Tairan's hand and said, Winfeng, I'll leave these people to you. They're all distinguished guests from the Heavenly Flame Dynasty. Don't neglect them. Yes, Master. Chapter 898. In fact, although there were many dangers in the outside world, they weren't everywhere. Just like the people in front of them, they didn't arrive at the Black Chu royal city unscathed. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them here, as they represented the Xingyan dynasty. The officials of the Heike dynasty also needed to take care of them. If someone dared to cause trouble here, it would be equivalent to provoking the two dynasties. If you really had that kind of strength, you could do it. Su Sha brought Li Zongjiu and the others down from the airship and saw the disciples of the Black Chu Pill Hall waiting for them. The leader of the group was a handsome man with distinct facial features. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile, giving people a feeling of ease and trust. Jin Wenfeng waved his hand at Su Sha, who was leading the way. Welcome to the Black Chu Royal City. I am Jin Wenfeng from the Black Chu Pill Hall. Everyone, don't worry. Everything in the city will be handled by the Black Chu Pill Hall. If you have any needs, you can tell me. Jin Wenfeng said with a smile. Hello, I am Su Sha from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. I am the one in charge this time. I will have to trouble you guys. Su Sha said. Naturally, these words were enough to convince them. Of course, Su Sha wouldn't introduce the people behind her to the people in front of her. These were all confidential information until now. Jin Wenfeng's eyes swept across the people in front of him. Then he turned around and led everyone to the inn where they were staying. This guy is called Jin Wenfeng. I heard that he is also one of the main contestants this time. Moreover, his strength isn't simple. Ling Yan said in a low voice. Of course, these words were directed at Kun Erisher and another disciple of the Heavenly Star Medicine Hall. This disciple of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was called Zhu Shao. They had met before. He was a new student that was just recruited this year. He was also a ruthless person. He had fought with Kun Erisher before. Although Kun Erisher won by luck, Kun Erisher could feel that Zhu Shao was still holding back. He was just giving some face to his senior. At the same time, he also became a first-year student of the Heavenly STEM department. In any case, after setting a precedent, they directly let Ling Yan continue to be the class teacher. In the end, there were only a total of 3 people in the 2 grades. Li Zongjiu was basically just a name. It seemed that the rules and regulations of this Heavenly Star Medicine Manor were completely useless to Li Zongjiu. 5 stars, this guy is a 5th grade alchemist. Zhu Shao glanced at Jin Wenfeng's sleeve. The pressure of a 5th grade alchemist was extremely great. Among the people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, these level 5 alchemists were the main contestants. However, this Ling Yan was only at the middle stage of grade 5. He didn't know what level the other party's strength was at, but it was definitely a very strong opponent. When Li Zongjio was walking, he was also thinking about something with his head lowered. He did not pay attention to the people in front of him. Since there was someone leading the way, he would just walk with his head lowered. Hey, Li Zongjio, what do you think of this Jin Wenfeng's strength? Can you handle him? Ling Yan knew Li Zongjio's strength, so he also went forward to ask. In the whole team, Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran were walking at the back. Kuan Erisher and Zhu Xiao followed behind Ling Yan. What? Li Zongjio heard Ling Yan calling him, but he didn't hear what she said clearly. Ling Yan repeated it again. He's just a 5th grade alchemist. Li Zongjio said faintly and continued to enter a state of dissociation. The reason why Qi Yanran followed Li Zongjio was that she was afraid that Li Zongjio would suddenly bump into someone's stall. Jin Wenfeng, who was walking at the front, chatted with Su Sha next to him, while also focusing his attention on the beautiful women behind him. It must be said that the Shenyan dynasty was closer to the east, so they specially produced some eastern beauties. Anyone who saw them would be extremely happy. After seeing these beautiful eastern beauties, Jin Wenfeng also wanted to know how charming he was among these people. Jin Wenfeng naturally enjoyed beauties in the Haika dynasty, but he had not tasted the beauties of other dynasties. Although he just glanced at them, he still remembered them. The small, delicate, and cute girl was more in line with Jin Wenfeng's taste. Imagine when such a lovely beauty was in his arms, that kind of feeling. Just when Jin Wenfeng was fantasizing in his heart, he suddenly heard a voice coming into his ears. Just a 5th grade alchemist. Who was so arrogant? It was extremely difficult to become a 5th grade alchemist, no matter where it was. Becoming a 5th grade alchemist at such a young age was naturally an extremely proud thing. Even the master praised Jin Wenfeng, saying that he was a genius that appeared once in 100 years. Even compared to Long Xian, he was already in a state of being comparable. Long Xian's advantage was that they were blessed by some extreme elixir since they were young, so they were so powerful. If they were in a normal state, then no one would be more powerful. Jin Wenfeng had secretly remembered the appearance of that kid in his heart. When the time comes, he would naturally find this kid to settle the account. It was better to not make a move first and stay calm. The inn they stayed in was also famous in the city, and now the entire building was requisitioned by the Haiku Pill Hall. They didn't even need to pay. This inn was also happily welcoming the arrival of these people. I'm going to prepare to welcome the people of the Heavenly Flame Pill Palace. Someone will send you the information and itinerary of this competition later. All the expenses in the inn are free. Everyone can enjoy to their heart's content. Jin Wenfeng said. Su Sha expressed her gratitude once again. After Jin Wenfeng left, Su Sha also distributed the room, keys in her hand, to everyone. 1 room per person. Now, everyone is free to move around, but it's best not to go out. In addition, gather here at 9 o'clock in the evening. After receiving the information, we need to make some arrangements. When saying this, Su Sha also specially glanced at Li Zongjio, who was behind the crowd. After all, most of the people were young. When they went out, they still had a sense of collective honor. More or less, they wanted to win glory for their own dynasty and also for their own family. If they were driven back halfway, it would be an extremely shameful thing. Li Zongjio was the only one who would never play his cards according to the rules. Li Zongjio was the only one who would always cause trouble. Therefore, he had to find a place to stop this kid. But along the way, Li Zongjio was surprisingly quiet. When Li Zongjio raised his head, Su Sha didn't know if she saw wrongly, but there seemed to be a flash of lightning in Li Zongjio's eyes. Chapter 899. Li Zongjio obtained an incredible treasure from the storm of black clouds. Even Li Zongjio had never seen such a weapon in his previous life. It seemed to be a force born in the chaos. It was natural, but it had a different appearance. Its appearance was like an iron hammer, But this hammer did not have any feeling of being connected. It looked like it was born with this appearance. When Li Zongjio obtained this weapon, he did not refine it. It seemed that this thing took the initiative to enter his body. Therefore, Li Zongjio carefully searched for some information about this hammer. However, the books on the airship were obviously relatively few. This could not solve Li Zongjio's doubts. Later, after listening to Xie Wanji's story, Li Zongjio also guessed the origin of this hammer. This was at least a weapon of the ancient demon race. And judging from the aura it produced, it seemed to be a weapon of the demon race. Where the weapon came from did not have much impact on Li Zongjio. He had long seen through the difference between good and evil. For him, as long as he had a weapon in his hand, he could use it. As long as the weapon could help him kill people, it was a good weapon, a weapon that was truly handy. Until just now, Li Zongjio finally refined this devil hammer. In the spiritual hell, Li Zongjio's mental strength could be said to be ravaged. Under the tenacious resistance of the devil hammer, Li Zongjio's mental strength was constantly struggling. Fortunately, this devil hammer had been far from its peak for a long time. Its combat strength was not as good as before, so it was finally refined by Li Zongjio. Now he couldn't wait to try out the power of this devil hammer. Li Zongjio happened to look up at Su Sha. Su Sha said that he could move freely. Li Zongjio's heart moved. "I'm going out for a stroll," Li Zongjio said. Su Sha had just finished telling him not to run around when Li Zongjio rushed out of the door. He was afraid that Li Zongjio would not be able to find his way back. This place was not like Holy Flame Royal City. In the Haika dynasty, it was best to keep a low profile. "I'll go watch him." Kuin Arashir threw a glance at the anxious Su Sha. Hearing Kuin Arashi's words, Su Sha directly rolled her eyes at him. "Why are you still looking at him? It's already great that you don't associate with him." But, comparatively speaking, Kuin Arashir was more reliable. Although Qi Yanran said that she had feelings for Li Zongjio, now she only regarded Li Zongjio as an ordinary friend. It was impossible for her to chase after him directly if something happened. Wouldn't it seem that she was throwing herself at him? As a girl, she still had this bit of restraint. So Qi Yanran directly went back to her room to rest. Coincidentally, the person living in the opposite room was Nan Peixian. But Nan Peixian remembered the previous scene. Even if he knew that Qi Yanran was living opposite him, he did not do anything excessive. If that kid found an excuse, he did not know what would happen to him. So Nan Peixian had to be honest. If there was a chance, he would go and get close to Xie Wanji first. This girl seemed to have a slight chance. If she really succeeded, then Nan Peixian would naturally have a good time. In the Haiku dynasty, martial arts were popular. The strong were respected, and there was a little bit of violence in their bones. They liked to fight, and there would be blood when they fought. In the Haiku royal city, the most popular place was the arena. It was similar to underground boxing, but the life and death battles of these Yuan practitioners were directly taken out and became a pastime for people to watch. There were arenas of all sizes. In addition to watching, there would also be peripheral gambling. Some people liked to gamble, and some people simply liked to watch. Even if it was just selling tickets, it could be considered as making a lot of money. And for those who participated in the competition, there were also very generous rewards. Hell Tower. It was one of the 3 major arenas in the Haiku royal city. The Hell Tower had a total of 18 floors. Every season, there would be a competition for the title of King of Hell. If one won 18 rounds in a row, they would be able to take away 10 million purple yuan. And at the same time, there would be elixirs and vitality stones. The rewards were very generous. However, if you lost a round, you might directly lose your life. Moreover, the arenas were also divided into different levels. No matter what level the arena was, it was extremely intense. Even if the opponent's strength was slightly weaker than yours, they would often have some extremely terrifying explosive moves that could directly defeat you. So no matter what the situation was, one could not be careless. "I want to sign up for the Yuan King level arena." Li Zhongjiu arrived at the Hell Tower arena with ease. The Shengyan dynasty currently did not have a place similar to this kind of life and death battle arena. After all, the dynasty had just been established, and there were many things waiting to be done. This kind of crazy internal consumption had to be delayed and should not be rushed. 100 purple yuan for the registration fee. At the registration window was a fat woman, expressionlessly tapping on something similar to an abacus in her hand. After Li Zhongjiu paid the purple yuan, the fat woman made a sign and handed it to Li Zhongjiu. "Is there an opponent now?" Li Zhongjiu asked. The arena challenge was one that one had to take the initiative to apply for it. After you submitted your registration, there would be an opponent of the same level who would fight with you. If you won, you would be promoted to the next level. For example, Li Zhongjiu currently had 0 wins, so he would be matched with some opponents who had 0 wins. The calculation of wins was also very interesting. 1 win and 1 loss, 2 wins and 2 losses, all belong to 0 wins. If it became a negative number, then one would have to pay the registration fee again. A win would add 1 point, and a loss would correspondingly reduce 1 point. Yes, a lot. Do you want a challenge now? The fat woman flipped through the information card in her hand. Li Zhongjiu said, "Of course." Thus, a match with 0 wins would begin in 10 minutes. This kind of beginner-level competition would not have many spectators. It would only appear on some gambling tables. Unless both of them had at least some popularity, people would not easily pay the bill. Crazy Tail, you are really lucky. You actually got a fair and tender newcomer in a resting area. These people who specialized in competition for a living, besides competing, would rest or cultivate here. After receiving a match, it was convenient for them to directly participate in the competition. The person called Crazy Tail in front of him opened his eyes. A long scar extended from his left eye to the right corner of his mouth. Chapter 901. Crazy Tail had already participated in 22 rounds of the Yuan Monarch level competition and had yet to win a single round. It was unknown if he was lacking in strength or if he was deliberately maintaining such a record. In the Yuan Monarch level competition, winning a round would earn 10,000 purple yuan as a reward. Losing a round would not result in a deduction of money. However, one's life would be in danger. It was impossible to find a few companions and use the method of throwing the match to obtain the competition's rewards. This was because the matches on the list were all random, or rather, it was intentionally arranged by the people in the arena. It was almost impossible to gather all of them together. If one did such a thing, it would be considered a scam. It was one thing to use such a method elsewhere, but to use it here, one had to say that he was simply courting death. There were plenty of people in the arena, and there were plenty of ways to deal with one. Therefore, there was no need to be delusional about playing tricks in such a place. Crazy Tail had been able to survive 22 rounds, which showed his strength. At the very least, he would not die so easily. Plus, Crazy Tail seemed to be using this method to make money. Crazy Tail had originally planned to get 10,000 purple yuan for each victory. However, after more than a month, Crazy Tail had only earned 110,000 purple yuan. This was still far from what Crazy Tail wanted. It seemed like he had to continue winning if he wanted to really make a big profit. Therefore, today would be the day of Crazy Tail's breakthrough. A terrifying aura condensed. There were only life and death in the arena. There were no rules. Therefore, no matter what the situation was, as long as one could win, there would be no problem. Crazy Tail's weapon was a curved scimitar. It looked like a foreign weapon, but Crazy Tail's curved scimitar was executed with a set of very powerful blade techniques. When Crazy Tail stepped into the arena, there were only a few people present. These were just spectators. Some of them were here specifically to measure the combat strength of the big boss and select some people with potential. Some of them were also here to sweep the floor of the arena and clean up the bloodstains. They were waiting for the people on the arena to finish their matches before going on stage to clean up Standing opposite Crazy Tail, because the surrounding lights were too bright, he couldn't see clearly from far away. Only when he got closer did he see that his opponent was just a teenager. Looking at her, her skin was soft and tender. He should be a young master of some clan. How could he grow into an iron-blooded warrior without experiencing the power of blood? If he wanted to go down to the arena to train, his spirit would be very good. Unfortunately, there was only life and death in the arena. Since he had stepped onto the stage, he had to be prepared to be killed at any time. Crazy Tail looked at Li Zongjio. "Kid, today I will use the most spectacular method to make your blood splatter on the stage. You must remember that you are the first person to die in the hands of me, Crazy Tail. You are also my first step towards the peak." Previously, Mad Tail had been enduring silently. He did not reveal too much of his strength. Now he wanted to kill Li Zongjio completely. Moreover, he had to use a very dazzling way of fighting. Sometimes, fame could bring him a lot of income. Staying in such a place meant that he had a brush with death every day. He had already had enough. Li Zongjio, who was standing opposite him, did not speak. He was waiting for the referee to start. Even if there were no rules in the arena, there must be a beginning and an end. Both sides are clear about the rules. If your body falls off the stage or your head falls off, you will lose. As for the rest, even if you kneel on the stage and call for your grandfather, you will not be able to win. The referee very vividly explained the rules of the arena. If it was a rookie who had just entered the arena, even if he raised a white flag and surrendered on the stage, it would not count. You must fall off the stage for it to count. That also meant that you must have the strength to withstand the opponent's attack. Otherwise, you will be dealt with on the stage without even having the chance to beg for mercy. Some people came to the arena for money, while others came to the arena purely to kill. Li Zongjio did not care too much about the referee's words. He was holding a small black hammer in his hand. It looked just like the Thunder Profound Hammer, but it was slightly bigger than the Thunder Profound Hammer. It was a devil weapon that he obtained from the Black Cloud Storm. Li Zongjio did not study this thing in his previous life, so he was very curious about it now. This level of devil weapon, even in the ancient devil clan, could only be owned by extremely strong experts. The battle begins. After the referee said that, he walked out of the room. After Crazy Tail heard that, the curved blade in his hand appeared, and suddenly an incomparably bright blade light slashed out. Boom! The blade light whizzed out. The surrounding power seemed to condense as a sharp aura approached Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio raised his hand. At this moment, the hammer in his hand also smashed down with a whoosh. Rumble! A thunder and lightning directly erupted from the devil hammer in Li Zongjio's hand, approaching the front. When the thunder and lightning hit the devil hammer, it also directly hit Crazy Tail in the distance. ZZ. The thick power of thunder and lightning was like a chain, stringing Crazy Tail in front of him. Crazy Tail was directly lifted up from the ground, his body suspended in the air, penetrated by the terrifying power. Li Zongjio put down the hammer in his hand. Even Li Zongjio himself was surprised by this expression. He did not use much strength, but the hammer was actually so active. When the lightning chains disappeared, Yi Zichen looked at the sky. Crazy Tail's body also fell from the arena. With a bang, he fell to the ground and turned into a pile of carbon powder. Poor Crazy Tail, he was directly killed by Li Zongjio before he could figure out the situation. Li Zongjio himself was also dumbfounded. He still did not understand the power of the devil hammer, and the Yuan King expert in front of him was directly killed. It seemed that he had to find a more powerful opponent. Li Zongjio thought in his heart. Everyone present, including the referee, was extremely shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Instant kill. This was a real instant kill. The opponent fell as soon as he made a move. He was directly killed. Crazy Tail had participated in more than 20 battles, and most of the people were familiar with him, but he was easily killed, which was especially shocking. Chapter 902. Some people were surprised, but some were also pleasantly surprised. The sudden appearance of Li Zongjio, whose origin was unknown, and who also possessed formidable strength, made some people who specially came to such a place to hunt for dark horses feel incomparably, pleasantly surprised. They had to watch dozens of battles every day. To be honest, not every battle was so exciting. Most of them seemed to follow the prescribed order, rehearsed in advance, and followed the rules very well. There were not too many outstanding aspects. But Li Zongjio's appearance was different, and this person found a glimmer of light. This kid, we must pay attention to him. What's his code name? Go, quickly. I want all the information about this kid in 3 minutes. Put it in front of me. The group of people began to move. Li Zongjio had won this round, and in his identity card there was an extra 10,000 purple yuan. Compared to the registration fee from before, this was more than enough to cover the cost of the registration fee. It was still very worth it. But some people were not so lucky, such as Madtail, who was electrocuted to death before he could figure it out. Those who had fought with Madtail before, or those who were in the training ground in the lounge, sighed after seeing Madtail's fate. The Wheel of Fortune had turned a little too fast. The news of Madtail's death did not cause much of a wave, but the appearance of a very fierce newcomer in the arena attracted many people's attention. What's that kid's name? There is no information about this person at present. It's like he appeared out of thin air, but some people have analyzed that this kid is not a person from the Heike dynasty. If you don't know his name, you should at least know his code name. Code name was the name you used in the arena. For example, Madtail was a code name. However, whether or not you could be remembered by others would depend on your own ability. Replying to Sir, this person's code name is Evil Lord. When these 2 words were spoken, they instinctively felt a chill rising from their backs, as if someone was gently sliding an ice-cold sword on their body. It was hair-raising. This kid's guts are too big. When some people heard this code name, they couldn't help but feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. A person who dared to use this code name was definitely not simple, not to mention anything else. Just the word venerate alone was enough to make one unable to stand it. This brat has some guts. There's no need to pay attention to him in the future. It won't be long before he dies in the arena. There's no shortage of crazy people in the arena. Moreover, this evil lord is too crazy. Some people who were originally interested in Li Zongjio also shook their heads. They all thought that this Li Zongjio would not live for long. A mere rookie dared to be so arrogant. He must be tired of living. There would always be someone who would pick out Li Zongjio to teach him how to be a person. A big boss of an arena thought to himself, if he were to place a bet on such a person, he would definitely suffer a loss and lose everything. Big boss breaking news. This brat called Evil Lord has already won 6 matches in a row. Just a moment ago, the big boss was still thinking that this damned evil dominator was so arrogant that he would hear the news of this brat being beaten to death in less than 3 days. However, when this news came, the big boss's heart trembled. The tea that was just at the side of his mouth directly flowed into his mouth with a gudong sound, scalding his entire body. What did you say? 6 matches in a row. If it were any other time, winning 6 matches in a row would not be a big deal. However, in just half an hour, he had already won 6 matches in a row. Was this a joke? Could it be that this was a path paved with money? What's going on? The big boss hurriedly asked. Instant kill. All of them were instant kills. The person who came to report was also filled with shock. He had been active in the arena for a long time, but he had never seen such a thing happen. All 6 matches were instant kills. This was because he had to find someone who had won 7 matches in a row and challenge him. That was why he had the time to come and report this. Otherwise, he would have just continued watching from the sidelines. Originally, it was only 100 people arena. Later on, it was changed to 1,000 people arena and even a 10,000 people arena. Let's go, quickly bring me there. I want to meet this person and see who exactly he is. Almost all the big bosses who heard the news moved out. If they could find out who this person was in time, it would be an incredible fortune. The upper echelons of the Hell Arena also received the news. In just half an hour, he had won 6 matches in a row, all of which were instant kills. This kind of strength could be said to be shocking. A person like this was either a flash in the pan or an absolute king. Hell Arena, 19th floor office. Hua Ying was one of the people in charge of the Hell Arena. Since Li Zongjiu had already reached the level of the Hell Arena, he would naturally go through Hua Ying's hands. She was a charming young woman dressed in a long robe made of heavenly silk. Her waist was delicate and soft, and her movements were very flirtatious. However, in the Hell Arena, if you were a soft little lamb, you would only be devoured by others. She had reached this point because of this step. Hua Ying had already lost count of the number of wolves that had set their sights on her. Evil Lord? That name is really asking for a beating. The corners of Hua Ying's mouth curled up slightly. She was also very interested in Li Zongjiu's nickname. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to suppress this name. Therefore, Hua Ying had sent people to gather information about Li Zongjiu. However, until now, there was no news about Li Zongjiu. After all, the people from the Sacred Flame Imperial City had come here in secret. Only the people from the Black River Pill Hall knew the exact information. Moreover, the Black River Pill Hall hadn't been able to obtain any information about the participants from the Xinyan dynasty. They only knew that a very famous person called the Ancient One had given up on the competition. No one knew what had caused this. If the Black River Pill Hall, who was in direct contact with the Black River Pill Hall, didn't know about this, then these people were even more clueless. Have you found the person for the 7th match? Hua Ying asked. She wanted to watch the match in person. I've found it. A Lei Long with 37 battles experience. Lei Long, 7 victories. 15 losses, 22 victories. To be able to accumulate 7 victories was not an easy feat. Chapter 903. Hua Ying arrived at the arena. Lei Long was the signature of her 10,000-seat arena. He could be considered one of Hua Ying's valiant subordinates. Every time Lei Long entered the arena, the audience would be filled by at least 60%. At least 6,000 people were watching at the same time. This was already an extremely grand scene. However, when Hua Ying arrived at the arena, she was shocked to discover that it was completely packed. Some people were unable to buy tickets, so they directly sat down in the corridor. How could this be? Hua Ying only had the authority to control the 10,000-seat arena. In addition, Lei Long was a valiant existence in the arena of 7 victories. The 10,000-seat arena was already the limit. She never expected the audience to be so enthusiastic today. Although the corridor was already filled with people, there were still people rushing in. My lord! These people are clamoring to come in and watch. We can't stop them. Her subordinate came to report. These people were too enthusiastic. It was as if they were all here to watch this person, called Evil Lord, insta-kill his opponents. Bloody battles were no longer enough to satisfy the audience. In fact, under such circumstances, they were all looking forward to seeing this godlike suppression. Evil Lord Li Zongjiu. He stepped onto the arena. A dark red color appeared on the floor. Occasionally, small pieces of flesh would stick to the floor. There was no way to dig them out. Clearly, they had been washed away by blood and flesh for many years. Even when he stepped on it, there was a sticky feeling. It really is a bloody hell. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, he seemed to be able to see many souls entrenched in the arena. These were all left behind by those who had died in the arena. After taking a glance, Li Zongjiu locked his gaze on an iron cage opposite him. His opponent for this round was actually locked in an iron cage. It wasn't an iron cage. Instead, it was a carbon cage that could withstand lightning. This was because this fierce dragon who was about to go on stage had a strange ability. From time to time, he would release some lightning from his body. Even if you were standing next to him and were chatting with him, you would suddenly be struck by the lightning released from his body. Therefore, in order to ensure safety, they used such a carbon cage to isolate it. Lei Long! Lei Long! At least half of the tens of thousands of spectators in the stadium were shouting Lei Long's name. Clearly, Lei Long's battles over the past few days had brought him many fans. Most of the people were here for the lightning dragon. Of course, there was also a portion of them who came for Li Zongjiu. However, they didn't dare to shout out the name of the evil lord so loudly, because this name sounded a little silly. Thinking about it, if he were to loudly call out the name of this evil lord, he would feel as if he had joined some cult. It was said that this evil lord was very powerful. Therefore, many people came to see how long this evil lord could be arrogant, holding the devil hammer in his hand. Li Zongjiu didn't give this hammer a name. He just called it the devil hammer. The graphite cage was opened with a bang. Then he saw a man who was as strong as a boulder walking out of the cage. As he walked, he could even feel the ground shaking violently. No wonder he was called Lei Long. Li Zongjiu glanced at the ground. There seemed to be a few small electric arcs spread out on the ground. It seemed to spread out from the soles of his feet. So tall. Li Zongjiu looked at the lightning dragon in front of him. His height was close to 5 meters. A brown bear standing up was only 3 meters. Compared to humans, the lightning dragon in front of him was very big. When Lei Long walked out, the cheers of the audience almost reached the peak. The whole place was in an uproar. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu didn't have many opportunities to enter this kind of arena. Most of the time, he wandered the wilderness and ambushed people. He wanted to kill people, not compete. No one would be stupid enough to fight to the death with their enemy in this arena. Lei Long was also very excited. He clenched his fist and looked at the small Li Zongjiu opposite him. Lei Long, strictly speaking, was not a free participant. He was nurtured by the Hell Arena itself. He was considered one of its own because sometimes the quality of the participants outside was not necessarily high. In addition, the existence of such people was to prevent some special situations from happening. For example, if a group of people came to swindle someone, these people would be needed to come out and tear the other party to pieces. Before Lei Long went on stage, someone had warned him that Li Zongjiu was very strong. Lei Long's current record was 6 wins. This kind of record, either he spent money to clear the stage, or he really had the strength. Maybe the previous 6 participants were bought by Li Zongjiu, but Lei Long would never be in such a situation. Challenger, Evil Lord, challenges Lei Long. Evil Dominator's record, 6 wins, 6 victories. Lei Long, 37 wins, 22 wins. When the results were reported, some people heard about Li Zongjiu's impressive record, but when they heard it from the judge's mouth, their eyes were still full of shock. 100% win rate. However, in this round, he might not be so lucky. After fighting in this arena for 37 rounds, he was still alive. This was enough to prove his strength. Otherwise, just by fighting in these 37 rounds, he would have met all kinds of enemies who could easily defeat him or even kill him. As long as he was alive, it was enough to prove his strength. The battle begins. The judge shouted loudly. At the scene, there was even a special imaging projection technology. It used a kind of transparent stone with the effect of mirror reflection to create a few clean and bright reflective stone slabs in the scene. The scene appeared on the slabs, and the movements of the 2 people could be clearly seen. Roar! As soon as the judge finished speaking, Lei Long immediately seized the opportunity. With a roar, the muscles on his body instantly blew his clothes away. Thick lightning surged from his body and rushed towards Li Zongjiu like a lightning python. Boom! The violent lightning force rushed towards Li Zongjiu. The speed of the lightning was surprisingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Li Zongjiu, a man who mastered the power of lightning. When the audience saw this scene, they cheered loudly. Some people even stood up and applauded for Lei Long's terrifying power. Even a fifth-grade Yuan King expert would be directly electrocuted and faint if he encountered the power of lightning. On the other hand, Evil Lord stood in his original position, as if he was scared silly by the huge momentum in front of him. Boom! The lightning instantly struck Li Zongjiu's body. Chapter 904. Li Zongjiu's body was instantly penetrated by the power of lightning. However, Li Zongjiu was still standing in the same spot. Li Zongjiu, who should have been reduced to ashes, was still standing in the same spot. It could be seen that all the power was pouring directly into the hammer in Li Zongjiu's right hand. Zzz. What? Lei Long saw this scene and retracted his hands. He watched Li Zongjiu absorb his lightning. No, to be precise, it was absorbed by the hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand. What kind of hammer is that? Lei Long suddenly said in surprise. However, Li Zongjiu did not answer Lei Long's question. Since Lei Long had already made his move, Li Zongjiu naturally would not be polite. He raised the devil hammer in his hand and suddenly smashed it on the ground. Boom! The domineering power of thunder and lightning surged forward in an instant. Lei Long did not have time to react. He was directly lifted up by the power of lightning in front of him. His whole body was suspended in midair. Everyone could see that the power of lightning was constantly pouring into his body. Hua! When the crowd saw this scene, an uproar broke out. They had never seen such a ferocious scene. That lightning energy had directly sent the lightning dragon flying. Immediately, Lei Long's body was directly paralyzed in the air, unable to move. However, Li Zongjiu was surprised this time because Lei Long's body in front of him did not directly turn into a pile of charcoal. Instead, he was sent out of the arena by the power of lightning and fell to the ground with a bang. Lei Long's body was directly stiff on the ground. He did not die, but his body was emitting pitch-black smoke. It seemed that he was at least seriously injured. Even such a powerful Lei Long was directly killed by this evil lord. After a moment of silence, thunderous applause and cheers immediately rang out from the audience. However, Li Zongjiu did not stay in the same place to enjoy the applause. After all, Li Zongjiu wasn't really here to participate in such a competition and win some generous prize money. Currently, Li Zongjiu's Hell Arena account had a total of 280,000 purple yuan. If he took it out, Li Zongjiu would instantly become a real millionaire. Unfortunately, this money was nothing to Li Zongjiu. Moreover, Li Zongjiu did not come here for the money. Call this kid to my office. Hua Ying saw Li Zongjiu's potential at first glance. If such a person could not become popular, then what kind of person could be successful? He was simply helping her to make money. Just thinking about it made her very happy. With Hua Ying's sharp eyes, if she made good use of Li Zongjiu, not only would Li Zongjiu's reputation reach a peak, but the fame and resources under Hua Ying's hands would also increase rapidly. Therefore, this was a win-win situation. Hua Ying also had some status in the Hell Arena. With her status, inviting Li Zongjiu to come was also giving Li Zongjiu face. Talking about cooperation with Li Zongjiu was definitely an honor for Li Zongjiu. Therefore, after saying those words, Hua Ying returned to her office and waited for Li Zongjiu to come. Everyone knew that once one was chosen by these managers, there would be countless ways to make money. Hua Ying acted quickly. If she had been a little slower, Li Zongjiu might have been poached by someone else. Naturally, she would not allow such a thing to happen. Originally, Li Zongjiu wanted to continue the challenge. However, when he looked at the clock hanging on the wall, his heart trembled. If he remembered correctly, it should be time for the assembly. After all, it was not like the past when he could walk around as he pleased. When he went out, he still had to follow the rules. Just as Li Zongjiu was about to leave, several people who claimed to be from the Hell Arena blocked Li Zongjiu's path. Manager Hua Ying invites you to her office for a chat. The few people blocking the road seemed to be afraid that Li Zongjio would run away. They actually surrounded Li Zongjio, which immediately made Li Zongjio frown. The leader of the group had both hands on his belt. One hand was holding his belt while the other was looking at Li Zongjio in front of him. It could be said that he was very arrogant. These people were all Hua Ying's subordinates. They were the managers. When they looked at these people who came to participate in the Hell Arena competition, it was as if they were looking at merchandise. There were even some cheap fighting tools. There was no difference between them and wild beasts. Naturally, they did not need to be too polite. After all, these people did not have long lifespans. In addition, this was their home ground. In their own territory, what was there to be afraid of? Get lost. I'm in a hurry, Li Zongjio said, not to mention these people's attitude. Even if they were respectful, Li Zongjio would not go with them. He was in a hurry. Li Zongjio actually treated them with such an attitude. Immediately, the few people who came to stop him felt as if they were going to explode in anger. You're courting death, kid. One of them directly pressed his hand on Li Zongjio's shoulder, trying to control Li Zongjio. Who would have thought that the moment he touched Li Zongjio, a series of crackling lightning bolts flew out, hitting all the people around him. Li Zongjio did not even take the initiative to attack. Immediately, these people all fell to the ground with a few thuds. Their bodies were charred black by the lightning and smoke rose from them. Li Zongjio was not ready to make a move. It seemed that the Devil Hammer had added a layer of lightning defense to himself. An ordinary touch would be fine, but if one were to make any aggressive or threatening actions, it would directly trigger the lightning defense. He lifted his feet and stepped over these people. These people said that they wanted to see Li Zongjio, but they did not attract Li Zongjio's interest. If they wanted to cooperate with him, then they should take the initiative to see Li Zongjio. He returned to the inn. Breeze and Moon Inn. Li Zongjio glanced at the inn signboard, then took out his room number. After matching the name, he walked in. I've been walking around the streets for more than 10 times, but I didn't see you. Where did you go? Kuin Arisher saw Li Zongjio walk in and was immediately surprised. Before he left, he told Su Sha that he would find Li Zongjio. In the end, he wandered around aimlessly for half a day and did not even see a hair on Li Zongjio. I went to fight a few battles, Li Zongjio said as he stretched his shoulders. Damn it. After fighting a few battles, Li Zongjio did not waste any energy at all. However, Li Zongjio now knew that even a casual blow from the Devil Hammer could kill a grade 6 Yuan monarch. Furthermore, the Devil Hammer was a chain attack. It was the kind that could spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Chapter 905. You didn't go out and cause any trouble, did you? Su Sha saw Li Zongjio come back and looked at the time. He was actually so punctual. Could it be that Li Zongjio caused some trouble outside? What trouble can I cause? Li Zongjio said with an innocent face. Qi Yanran and the others also sat down. Coincidentally, there was a seat next to Qi Yanran, so Li Zongjio took the opportunity to sit down. At the door, Ling Yan walked in with Zhu Xiao. Looking at Zhu Xiao's expression, he seemed to be exhausted as if he had been caught to refine 20 furnaces of elixirs. Ling Yan's face was full of satisfaction. Yanran, when I was shopping just now, I saw that this is very suitable for you. Think about it. When the time comes, come to our Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. You also know that Li Zongjio is also from our Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Ling Yan grabbed Qi Yanran's hand and then stuffed an exquisite, small gift box to Qi Yanran. This sudden enthusiasm caught Qi Yanran a little off guard. Moreover, Li Zongjio seemed to be looking at her. If she said that she didn't want to go to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, if Li Zongjio heard it, wouldn't he have some ideas? Therefore, Qi Yanran quickly said, I accept Sister Ling Yan's kindness, but the matter of transferring schools still requires the exchange of schools. Isn't that just a matter of a sentence? If you come to our Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, I will arrange for you to be in the same class as Li Zongjiu," Ling Yan said with a smile. After all, Qi Yanran was just a little girl. In front of Li Zongjiu, she was also very concerned about her image. In order to pull Qi Yanran to their Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, Ling Yan had to be very careful. It could be said that Ling Yan put down her old face and went all out. "Teacher Ling, where is my gift?" Kuan Erisher also shamelessly came up. Ling Yan didn't even think about it and directly sent Kuan Erisher flying with a slap. Looking at the joyous scene, Su Sha's heart was slightly relieved. As long as nothing big happened and they passed this competition smoothly, she would be thankful to the heavens. This was a foreign country. Even Su Sha herself was very nervous in her heart. She hoped that nothing bad would happen. Not good. Sister Xiaoji is fighting with someone outside. At present, only Xia Wanji and Yu Xinji had not returned. Su Sha glanced at the door and saw Yu Xinji jumping in with an anxious look on her face. Su Sha's entire body was energized. Going out with such a large group of people, this kind of situation was what she was most afraid of. What? The first thought in Su Sha's mind was to find Zhou Zheng and Chu Tairan. Only with these two people could the problem be solved. Who knew that Ling Yan would slap her? "How dare you bully my Shengyan dynasty's people?" Ling Yan had the aura of a big sister. She directly kicked the chair in front of her and then waved her hand. "Where is it? Take me there." While speaking, Ling Yan also directly grabbed Zhu Xiao and Kuan Erisher. Hey, if you have something to say, we can talk about it." "I didn't say that I won't go." Kuan Erisher, a dignified man, was actually grabbed by the clothes by Ling Yan. If this was seen by others, how shameful it would be. Immediately, Kuan Erisher also directly roared, "Don't worry, I'll go find Master Chu first." Su Sha also said anxiously. Looking at Ling Yan's posture, it was obvious that he wanted to rush out and tear these people to shreds. If the two groups of people were to fight, wouldn't the situation become even more serious? Qi Yanran also stood up slightly. This kind of thing couldn't be left out of the matter. Originally, Nan Peixian just wanted to follow and take a look. If he didn't go, wouldn't he be criticized? No matter what, he couldn't be looked down upon. After all, they were a group of hot-blooded youths. When encountering a problem, they would always be hot-blooded. Not to mention that there was a hot-tempered Ling Yan taking the lead. He was afraid that this matter wouldn't be blown out of proportion. For a moment, everyone walked out of the door. Yuxian didn't care so much. Anyway, she had to save Xia Wanji first. Let's go. This kind of thing needs to be dealt with forcefully. Li Zongjiu walked at the back of the group. Seeing Su Sha's flustered expression, it was obvious that this little girl had yet to recover from her shock. Ever since they arrived here, Su Sha's nerves had been stretched taut all the way. Now that there was finally an accident, Su Sha's heart was also quite nervous. If there was no one supporting her from behind, she would probably break down. Li Zongjiu patted Su Sha's shoulder. This little girl was still a good person. At least, Su Sha kept her mouth shut about the matter in Myriad Tea Villa. Otherwise, if Su Sha betrayed Li Zongjiu behind his back, Li Zongjiu would be in some trouble. Whether it was troublesome or not was one thing, but whether Su Sha could keep this secret was another. Su Sha was originally uneasy in her heart, but after hearing Li Zongjiu's voice, her heart suddenly seemed to have eaten a calming pill. "Yes, but you can't show up." "I have to show up for this matter." In the sphere of influence of other dynasties, with Su Sha's identity as the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's deacon, it was naturally easier to deal with it. She believed that when these people heard her name, they would more or less give her face. Su Sha and Li Zongjiu also rushed out quickly. Central Street. Speaking of today's matter, it was really because the other party was too arrogant. When Xia Wanji was shopping in a clothing store, she happened to meet a young miss from an unknown family. The two of them took a fancy to the same clothes almost at the same time. Originally, Xia Wanji also disdained to fight with the other party for such a small thing. It was better to be a little more low-key when outside. However, the other party's aura was overbearing, and she even verbally insulted Xia Wanji and Yu Xan. As a result, Xia Wanji's temper exploded on the spot, and she threw this whatever eldest young miss onto the street, eating mud all over her body. After that, the two brothers of this young miss directly led people to surround Xia Wanji and Yu Xan. Xia Wanji injured a few of the other party's people before sending Yu Xan out. She also asked Yu Xan to quickly go back and call for help. She would be in trouble if she came late. The entire central street was in chaos. Xia Wanji's skill was not weak. Under the other party's encirclement, she could be considered to have forcefully killed her way out. However, she caused a lot of damage along the way. "Detain her!" a man suddenly shouted. A group of people had been chasing a young miss for half a day, yet they still had not taken her down. This was simply embarrassing. Just as the man finished speaking, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Xia Wanji sensed the aura of the other party. He was at least a grade 6 Yuan monarch. Oh no! Xia Wanji's figure was immediately trapped on the spot by the other party. Run! Let's see where you can run to. Chapter 906. A stern-looking, middle-aged man appeared in front of Xia Wanji. This middle-aged man had his hands behind his back as he descended from the sky. Two men dressed in luxurious clothes who were chasing after him surrounded him. Guest Elder Huyong did well. If we don't deal with this girl today, wouldn't our Qian family be trampled on by anyone in the future? Qian Liang originally brought people to help his sister vent her anger, but who knew that they would encounter such a troublesome fellow. Therefore, Qian Liang couldn't bear his pride and called people to intercept them. If Xia Wanji really escaped, the Qian family would suffer a great loss tonight. Huyong didn't speak. He stood in place and moved aside slightly. In the Black Canal Royal City, he actually dared to hit the Qian family's third Mississippi. He reckoned that this person either had a noble status or didn't know the identity of the Qian family's third Mississippi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Not knowing the name of the Qian family's third miss meant that the person in front of him wasn't from the Black Canal Royal City. However, Huyong didn't continue guessing. Anyway, no matter who he was today, since he encountered the two tyrant young masters of the Qian family, he reckoned that no matter how powerful he was, he would be finished. Preserving his life was the most important thing. You two spineless cowards. Do you know who I am? Why aren't you letting me go? Otherwise, there will be plenty of people to take care of you. Xia Wanji's status in the sacred Flame Royal City was imaginable. The young masters of the aristocratic families in the royal city all revolved around Xia Wanji. However, she was trapped by this local tyrant here. Oh, you're quite stubborn. I like stubborn people. Qian Fei became excited when he heard that. He didn't expect Xia Wanji to have such a fiery temper. However, he liked fiery horses with such fiery temperaments. Brother, don't move. This girl is mine tonight. You can do whatever you want tomorrow. While speaking, Qian Fei also quickly rubbed his hands and walked forward. He actually wanted to reach out and pinch Xia Wanji's face. How dare you? See if I dare or not. Seeing that Xia Wanji dared to glare at him, Qian Fei became even more excited. Just as Qian Fei was about to succeed, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and clasped Qian Fei's finger. Then, the hand pressed against the joint. Ah! Qian Fei immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. He bent down and knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Ouch, ouch, ouch! I told you not to move. Why are you still moving? Go home and move your sister. Kuan Erisher appeared in a domineering manner and directly pressed the kid to the ground. Ling Yan stepped forward and slapped Xia Wanji's body, removing the restriction on her body. Seeing Ling Yan and the others arrive, Xia Wanji's heart finally relaxed. Her people had finally arrived. No matter what, these people had no way to deal with Xia Wanji today. Xia Wanji was just a little impulsive in this matter, but she didn't think that she was wrong. If it happened again, Xia Wanji would still throw that woman out. Let him go! When Hu Yong saw the other party, he immediately said coldly. However, a beautiful figure stood in front of everyone. She looked at Hu Yong with a calm and cold gaze. This gaze was one that had experienced the baptism of blood and fire, not a simple person. When Kuan Arisher saw that Xia Wanji was out of danger, he directly pushed Qian Fei out. Qian Fei staggered and finally fell to the ground with a bang. This made the surrounding onlookers laugh. In comparison, Qian Fei was too useless. Moreover, his appearance looked very funny. Immediately, Qian Fei couldn't sit still and stood up with a bang. You actually dared to hit me. Guest Elder Hu Yong, kill him for me. With Qian Fei's character, when had he ever suffered such a big loss? He immediately commanded Hu Yong to go up and kill Kuan Arisher. With a schwa sound, a long spear appeared in Kuan Arashi's hand. Kuan Wing Spear, a wave of baleful aura, coupled with the heroic spirit of a Kuan Peng spreading its wings, suddenly arose. A tyrannical power spread out. Even Hu Yong couldn't help but be moved. Everyone stop! Nan Peixian suddenly shouted and then walked out from the crowd. I'm Nan Peixian from the Nan family of the Shenyan dynasty. You guys, please give me some face. If there's a bloodbath here, you and I won't have a good ending. Nan Peixian said. At the same time, he glanced at Kuan Arisher and signaled Kuan Arisher to put away his weapon. After all, this was the other party's territory. If a fight really broke out, not to mention how the officials would deal with it, the other party could just call some people over and bury them. It was obviously a very disadvantageous situation. What? Sacred Flame Royal City? When Hu Yong heard that, he knew that it was hard to say. He didn't expect that this group of strong young people in front of him was actually from the Sacred Flame Royal City. If he only guessed from this, he could immediately guess that these people came to participate in the Three Dynasties elixir gathering. They were all young alchemists from the Shenyan dynasty. If something happened to these people in the Haika dynasty, the Qian family would probably be in big trouble. Immediately, Hu Yong hurried to the eldest young master Qian Liang and whispered a few words. After hearing that, Qian Liang's eyes lit up. He looked at the people in front of him carefully and was actually a little afraid. He didn't expect these people to have such a big background. However, it was impossible to just let today's matter go. No matter what, there had to be a way out. The Shenyan dynasty was great, but the Haika dynasty wasn't afraid of anyone. The Qian family also wanted to save face. Qian Liang signaled his subordinates to hold Qian Fei down and walked out. Nan Peixian came out from the other side. He didn't seem to be good at fighting, so he was here to negotiate. So it's people from the Shenyan dynasty. For today's matter, even the Shenyan dynasty has to be reasonable. Your people injured my sister. Today, no matter what, you have to give the Qian family an explanation. Qian Liang said faintly. When he spoke, he also told the other party about his background. It turned out that they were people from the Haiku dynasty's Qian family. This Qian family was quite a rich family. Who would have thought that they would offend such a group of people? Fortunately, Nan Peixian was aware of his status and knew that the other party was negotiating. If you give me face, I'll give you a way out. It's all a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Your sister's injury wasn't something that we wanted. I, Nan Peixian, apologize here. These 3 5th-grade elixir pills, Heavenly Treasure Xian pills, are a little compensation. Chapter 907. Not only did he apologize, but he also took the initiative to give out the elixir. Such an attitude was very suitable. Brother, we can't let these people go. Qian Fei saw that Qian Liang wanted to settle the matter peacefully and immediately stepped forward and whispered. Qian Liang motioned Qian Fei to go back and wait. How could these people be so easy to provoke? Therefore, it was good that today's matter could be settled like this. To be able to represent the sacred flame royal city to participate in the pill-gathering martial arts competition of the three dynasties, their strength was not simple. The power behind them was not necessarily inferior to the Qian clan. Just look at the people from the Haika dynasty who were qualified to participate in the pill assembly of the three dynasties. Qian Liang did not expect that he would have the opportunity to establish a relationship with the alchemists of the Xinyan dynasty. Well, since Brother Nan is a reasonable person, my Qian family is not a stingy person. Today's matter will end here. Qian Liang said. The people on both sides heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was different when someone came forward. If it was Xia Wanji who was here alone, she would suffer some losses. After all, she was a girl. Originally, the two groups of people were like fire and water. Now the representatives were shaking hands and making peace. Those who didn't know the situation would think that they were establishing some friendly relations. I got along well with Brother Nan. Come to my house for tea when you have time. Qian Liang approached Nan Peixian and said. The matter was resolved as soon as Nan Peixian came forward. Nan Peixian could not help but feel that his face was particularly glorious. Did you see that? This was the charm of a person. In the outside world, the most important thing was face. He, Nan Peixian, would spread his face to the entire Haiku dynasty sooner or later. Ling Yan originally wanted to fight with the other party, but they actually dared to rely on their numbers to bully the few. With so many people bullying a little girl, he naturally felt unhappy in his heart. However, since Nan Peixian had already settled the matter, there was no need to complicate matters any further. He would swallow this for the time being. However, seeing Nan Peixian and the other party's leader talking and laughing, he was quite disgusted with Nan Peixian. He did not think that Nan Peixian was a capable person. If it was another person who dealt with this matter, Ling Yan thought in his heart. At this time, Li Zongjiu and Su Sha finally found the main group. Who touched our people? Li Zongjiu explained a lot of things to Su Sha along the way, including how to decisively intimidate everyone in such a situation. The key was to be fast. Catching the other party off guard was the most effective way to intimidate the crowd. That one and that one, they're the leaders. Kuan Erisher heard Li Zongjiu's words and subconsciously pointed at Qian Liang and Qian Fei opposite him. Deal with him. Li Zongjiu directly rushed out like an arrow. Then, under the shocked gaze of everyone present, he lifted Qian Liang, who was discussing with Nan Peixian about when to beat him up, and heavily smashed him onto the floor. Boom! The green stone slab beneath Qian Liang immediately cracked like a spider web. After putting down Qian Liang, Li Zongjiu's figure instantly rushed to the front of Qian Fei. At this moment, Qian Fei's mind was only thinking about how to deal with Xia Wanji. Even if he could negotiate and solve the matter now, he must deal with Xia Wanji. In the end, he saw Li Zongjiu rush up and kick Qian Fei's stomach. Boom! Qian Fei's whole body flew out. In an instant, he flew out a distance of 20 to 30 meters and smashed several stalls before his body stopped. Who are with them? Take them all down! Li Zongjiu shouted loudly. Kuan Erisher, who had been restraining himself for a long time, directly rushed out with the Kuan wing spear and immediately put the Qian family's guards on the ground, one after another. Boom! 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 As a guest of the Qian family, Hu Yong had to take action in such a situation. However, Hu Yong was only a trash in front of Li Zongjiu. He happily rewarded Hu Yong with a punch and directly sent Hu Yong flying out. Nan Peixian widened his eyes and was dumbfounded. He watched the peace he established and the scene he controlled was completely destroyed by Li Zongjiu. It's that stinking woman. Go and kill her for me. Not far away, a young girl rushed over with 40 to 50 people behind her. One of them was slightly older and should be the leader of this group of thugs. The young girl was the former third miss of the Qian family, Qian Feifei. When Qian Feifei was thrown out of the store, she suddenly felt that the sky had fallen. She had never been treated like this before. Today, she actually met such a rude and barbaric woman who dared to act recklessly. Qian Feifei sent people back to the family and called her two brothers over just to teach this woman a lesson. As for herself, she went back home and washed up a little. Then, she changed into a set of clean clothes and immediately took the family's guards to take revenge. No matter what, she had to split that woman in half. Only then could she vent her anger in her heart. When the leader of the guards came here, he just happened to see the Qian family's guards being beaten up. Without saying anything, he rushed up with his men. Boom, boom, boom. After a chaotic battle, Qi Yanran also took action. The three of them easily defeated the team of close to 100 people in front of them. The scene was under control at once. Nan Peixian was most afraid of this kind of thing happening. Were Li Zongjio and the others brainless? Why did they do this? Why did they have to fight? Why couldn't they just sit down and reason? Why did they have to beat people up like this? Now that things had turned out like this, how should he end it? In Li Zongjio's mind, he never considered such a problem. The Qian family's guards were lying on the ground in disorder. Catch the two leaders, Li Zongjio said. Kuan Erisher understood Li Zongjio's meaning. He stepped forward and lifted Qian Fei and Qian Liang up. You dare to hurt my Qian family's guards. My Qian family will not let you off. Qian family will not let you go. Kid, you offended someone you can't afford to offend. Qian Feifei saw Li Zongjio and the others were so fierce. She was also afraid that these people would beat her, so she kept retreating. But when she saw her brother was still in the hands of the other party, the only thing she could think of was to go back to the family and call someone to deal with Li Zongjio and the others. Miss Xia, these people bullied you, right? Li Zongjio turned around and shouted to Xia Wanji behind him. Xia Wanji nodded in a daze. Su Sha and the others all looked at Li Zongjio with their mouths wide open. The situation in front of them turned out to be like this. Li Zongjio was really capable. Little girl, you are in trouble today. Call your parents to the wind and moon in to redeem your people. Chapter 908. Come to the wind and moon in to redeem them. Domineering. Su Sha shook her head to prevent herself from hearing it wrongly. Was Li Zongjio speaking the truth? Was he really going to go to such an extent? Along the way, the thoughts that Li Zongjio had instilled in her didn't seem to be like this. This made Su Sha's heart completely shocked. Qi Yanran seemed to be mentally prepared for Li Zongjio's actions. Therefore, when Li Zongjio said such words, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong. On the contrary, it was normal. She could completely understand the reason behind Li Zongjio's actions. As for Su Sha, she didn't understand at all. Why did Li Zongjio have to go to such an extent? He clearly had the upper hand, but now he still had to create so much trouble. Su Sha simply didn't know what to say to Li Zongjio. Just one thing was enough to make such a big fuss. But looking at the people around her, except for Nan Peixian, who was extremely unhappy, the rest of the people were all excited. That's right. Do you think that the people of Sacred Flame Royal City are easy to bully? Let your Qian families, Lord, come and take them away. Ling Yan also said directly. Qian Feifei, who was at a loss, looked on helplessly as this group of people took her two brothers away. They directly took them away in the dignified black Chu royal city. What was the background of these people? Qian Feifei had never encountered such a situation. All the subordinates she brought were defeated. Not a single one could fight. Miss, there's no other way. Quickly returned to the family to ask for help. Hu Yong stood up and said, coming to Qian Feifei's side. Under Li Zongjio's one move, he was severely injured and only got up now. The strength of that young man just now was really too terrifying. Only when you truly faced him, You could deeply feel the terror of the other party. Fortunately, Qian Feifei wasn't beaten up by the other party. Otherwise, Qian Feifei's life would probably end here. But looking at these people, they should have some confidence. At least, they wouldn't act recklessly. All right, we'll go back. Qian Feifei had never met such a tough opponent. To capture the two young masters of the Qian family in front of so many people, such methods and boldness were definitely not ordinary. Fortunately, Qian Feifei was not completely scared silly. She quickly returned to the Qian family under Hu Yang's arrangements and told her father about this matter. Qian Tianding. Of course, during this process he had also concealed the part where he had gone overboard. Instead, he described the other party as unreasonable, overbearing, and rampant. Otherwise, how could he dare to kidnap the two young masters of the Qian family on the street? Breeze and Moon Inn, Qian Liang and Qian Fei were tied to the door pillars. However, when he saw that the two people who were kidnapped were actually the two young masters of the Qian family, he was slightly surprised in his heart. This was extremely impressive to actually capture them and bring them here. It seemed like the people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion were not to be trifled with. You guys captured all the young masters of the Qian clan? What's the situation? The innkeeper personally served them 2 pots of tea. Nothing big, just a personal grudge. Li Zongjio replied faintly. Seeing that the shopkeeper was completely in the mood to watch the show, he knew that the background of this inn was not simple. Otherwise, the Black River Pill Hall would not have arranged for them to be here. Why don't we send them back? Su Sha was a little worried. Kidnapping was something that had never been done before. Although it was a little exciting to think about it now, if it continued on like this, they would not be able to take it. Something big might happen. When we're outside, we must be ruthless. Otherwise, these people will think that we're easy to bully. No matter what, we can't tarnish the reputation of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Li Zongjio patted Su Sha's shoulder and said, "Yes, that's right. I agree with Li Brat. These people have caused trouble. It's impossible to solve it easily." Ling Yan also made a decision and said, "They must be united when they're outside, and they must not be afraid when something happens. If they were afraid, they would take the initiative to find trouble. This matter would be inexcusable. When the time comes, they would always find an opportunity to bully you. Only when the other party is completely afraid and knows that you're the kind of person that they can't afford to offend, then they would know their place." I'm afraid that you guys don't know what's good for you. This Qian clan is enough to be ranked as one of the top 10 clans in the Heike dynasty. Their wealth is sky high. They can buy countless assassins with just a handful of money. If you really anger them, it won't be easy to leave the Heike dynasty. Nan Peixian sneered and said he would not associate with these people. They were simply seeking their own deaths. They were too self-righteous. Who do they think they are? They actually dared to challenge the position of the Qian clan. They just disdain to be calculative with you guys. Now, you guys don't know what's good for you. You actually kidnapped the 2 young masters of the Qian clan. They can casually find a reason to deal with you guys. Death is at hand, and you guys don't even know it. Throw him out. Li Zongjio glanced at Nan Peixian. He said, hearing Li Zongjio's words, Kuan Erisher stood up without saying a word and walked towards Nan Peixian. When Nan Peixian saw Kuan Erisher walking towards him, he immediately became nervous. What are you guys doing? Deacon Su Sha, aren't you the person in charge? Are you going to watch this brat deal with your own people? After I return, I will definitely go to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion to complain about you. Nan Peixian immediately brought Su Sha out. After all, Su Sha was in charge of this entire area. Of course, she was responsible for everyone present. But this time, Su Sha did not speak up for Nan Peixian, because after coming to this point, at least they were already on the same boat. No one could escape. Nan Peixian's words were no different from a traitor. Su Sha couldn't bear to see such a person. Kuan Erisher directly lifted Nanpeixian up and threw him out of the window. "You dare to provoke me? You're dead. When we return, I will definitely not let you off." Nanpeixian was directly thrown out of the window, and a plop was heard. "There's a river by the window over there." When the shopkeeper saw Kuinarashi's actions, he wanted to remind him. But when he saw that this person had already been thrown out, he naturally closed his mouth. "Let's have some side dishes," Li Zongjio said. The rest of the people were sitting in front of the table. Su Sha was a little worried. If the people from the Qian family came, what should she do? Just as she was thinking, she saw a large group of people lined up at the entrance of the inn. Then 3 figures walked in. The rest of the people were waiting outside. This old man is the Qian family's patriarch, Qian Tianding. I wonder how my 2 disappointing sons offended these few little brothers? Chapter 909. When Qian Tianding walked in, he didn't have much of an imposing aura. However, when a white-robed elder, who was half a step behind Qian Tianding, walked in, his razor-sharp aura immediately locked onto the person in front of him. A terrifying aura directly attacked. Everyone felt as if there was a sharp steel knife hanging over their heads. "Are you courting death?" Li Zongjio snorted coldly and instantly released an explosive force. Bang! It shattered the aura released by the white-robed elder. The white-robed elder's eyes flashed. This kid's strength was not simple to be able to destroy his mental attack so easily. However, it was just a beginner mental attack. The white-robed elder still had many tricks up his sleeve. He originally wanted to show these arrogant young people his strength. Now, it seemed that these young people were indeed quite capable. However, the white-robed elder was no longer prepared to test them. However, Li Zongjio didn't think so. Since this old man dared to attack, it was equivalent to challenging Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio's terrifying mental energy immediately turned into a huge wave and slammed towards the white-robed elder. What? The white-robed elder's expression changed as he felt a great pressure coming towards him. Then, Li Zongjio's power directly slammed onto the white-robed elder. The old man in the white robe had done some research on mental strength, but when faced with Li Zongjio's attack, he had no power to resist at all. His whole body was blasted away. In the eyes of the others, Li Zongjio and the white-robed elder didn't move at all. It seemed as if they were engaged in a secret confrontation. More importantly, it was Li Zongjio's glare that sent the white-robed elder flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell onto the street. "Elder Nianbai! Elder Nianbai, are you all right?" When the Qian family experts guarding outside saw the white-robed elder being blasted out, they hurriedly went forward to help him up. However, as Elder Nianbai stood up, he spat out blood at the same time. The injuries on his body could be said to be rather serious. Puff! In the end, Nianbai simply spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body fell to the ground with a bang, unconscious. Qian Tianding saw the outcome of Elder Nianbai and looked at the young man who had just attacked. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He actually attacked in front of Qian Tianding and injured an elder of the Qian family. It seemed that Nianbai's injuries would take at least 3 to 5 years to recover. Qian Tianding was even more shocked by Li Zongjio's strength. He knew about Nianbai's mental energy level. Even an primitive emperor expert had to be wary of his. However, in front of Li Zongjio, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Therefore, Qian Tianding was also cautious. He waved his hand and signaled the guards behind him to not rush in. If he, the head of the Qian family, couldn't deal with these young people in front of him personally, Qian Tianding wouldn't be able to stay in the Black Canal Royal City any longer. Now, can we talk about how to release my 2 sons? Qian Tianding took the initiative to sit in front of Li Zongjio and looked at Li Zongjio as he spoke. In terms of momentum, it seemed that he alone was able to hold off so many people on Li Zongjio's side. Ling Yan and the rest didn't interrupt. Instead, they let Li Zongjio handle this matter while they watched from the side. Kuan Arisher and Qi Yanran looked at Qian Tianding in front of them cautiously. They had to be wary of Qian Tianding because they could clearly feel that Qian Tianding's strength wasn't simple. That's more like it. Li Zongjiu nodded with satisfaction. I heard that your Qian family is very rich. Let's use money to solve this matter. You can just give me 2 billion purple yuan. 2 billion purple yuan. Not only Qian Tianding, but even Ling Yan, Su Sha, and the others thought that Li Zongjiu was joking. He was just trying to scare Qian Tianding in front of them. Who would be so stupid as to take out 2 billion purple yuan, whose money wasn't earned through hard work? How could they give it to you like this? Are you dreaming? However, there were two people who knew that Li Zongjiu wasn't joking. Since he said 2 billion, then it would be 2 billion, not even a dime less. In the past, there were people who wanted to bargain, but later on, these people disappeared. They even paid a higher price. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu asked for something, they would just agree. However, many people didn't realize this, such as Qian Tianding in front of them. After hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Qian Tianding took it as a joke. Young man, if you want to learn how to negotiate, I suggest you read more books before coming. Qian Tianding suddenly laughed. He thought that Li Zongjiu was a capable person, but now it seemed that he was just SOO. There was not much difference between him and some ordinary ruffians. You want to read books, right? Li Zongjiu smiled in a very friendly manner before pointing at Qian Fei, who was not far away. Qian Fei had been gnashing his teeth as he stared at Li Zongjiu. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was very straightforward. After Kuan Erisher understood, he directly punched Qian Fei's face. Bang! Qian Fei immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare you hit me? Qian Fei glared at Kuan Erisher in front of him, and Kuan Erisher also responded very politely. He punched Qian Fei again, and Qian Fei spat out another mouthful of blood. Puff! You want to scare me? When Qian Tianding saw his son being beaten, his eyes suddenly became cold. Sometimes he didn't like to negotiate with these young people because they didn't play by the rules at all. So what? Qian Tianding was in their hands now. Sit down. Do you want me to cut off one of your son's legs? Li Zongjiu knocked on the table. Qian Tianding stood up directly in anger just now, and even wanted to order an attack. He had to cripple this kid no matter what. Only then could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Qian Tianding was furious that a brat had actually dared to step on his head. If you dare to cut off one of his legs, I will make sure none of you can walk out of Heichu Royal City. Qian Tianding was not scared. Since this kid was so arrogant, he would let him know what it meant to kick an iron plate. Qian Tianding was no longer interested in playing this kind of game with Li Zongjiu. With a clap of his hand, a large group of Qian family guards rushed in from behind. There were even 2 elders of the primitive emperor level who showed up. In the Heikou dynasty, there was no rule that primitive emperor experts couldn't fight.